Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening, apostrophe. She asked herself, but what if? No, I have nothing to lose anyway. But it's a gamble. Could this really be happening? Could she still have a chance? Several thoughts were running in her head. Before she spoke, I'm looking for the poneglyph that's located in Alabasta. I'm an archaeologist. And in a way, I was trying to get to it to read the history. Chapter 253. History. Luffy said, history about the Void Century, I presume. Robin flinched as he looked at Luffy. So you did know? Luffy smiled. I know a lot of things. Of course. He knew who she was ever since Whiskey Peak, and he knew about Pluton as well. That meant he also knew what I'm looking for. Robin internally shook her head. No, that wouldn't be possible. It was just her paranoia talking. Luffy was connected with high-up Marines and revolutionaries, so of course he would know about something like that. You don't seem like someone who would be interested in the poneglyphs, she said carefully. Your interests are mine, he said simply. Seeing her puzzled look, he elaborated. Now that you are my crewmate, I can't just disregard your goals, can I? It wasn't quite that she couldn't figure him out. It was just that she could barely believe he was real. You know what I'm after and you're willing to help me? She asked numbly. Well, I'm not exactly doing this for a history lesson. Although it would be cool to know what happened. Luffy said, speaking about that. We found an old tomb back in Little Garden. Kuino would love it, if you are able to translate the books. I mean, when you are free, that is. Robin blinked, that. Now she really was curious as to what her captain was talking about. We are getting off track here. Luffy said, let's not do that. Robin felt a bead of sweat roll down her forehead as she let his words sink in. Could this really be happening? Could she still have a chance? Luffy then looked at her with a bit of guilt. But don't put all your hopes into this. You might not find what you're looking for. The words stung like ice in Robin's veins. He was right after all. Even if they could find it, she wasn't even sure that this was the Rio poneglyph. In fact, if she were to take an unbiased guess, she would say that it wasn't. But she was far from rational right now. This was her last lead, and if she didn't find what she was looking for. Luffy hid his guilt, knowing what the outcome of this would be, but at least it would bring her closure. Robin just stared, not knowing what to say. Hey, relax, Luffy said, I just know a lot of things. He said, rubbing the back of his head in a helpless manner, well, when you have ambitions and grand goals like me, you tend to know a lot of stuff. Robin didn't say anything, just eyeing him. She then opened her book again, trying to go back to reading. It doesn't matter anyway. It's not like I can go and see the poneglyph. She could try to sneak in, but with observation hockey, and Luffy mostly keeping an eye on her, it would be impossible. And also, that was just the mistake they needed for them to put her behind bars, or worse, hand her over to the world government. But you can. Robin closed her book, a bit of hope in her eyes as she looked at the straw hat-wearing boy. Luffy grinned. "You are my crewmate, the crewmate of the future's strongest man and the future king of the pirates. Have some pride, woman." He grinned, "And I'm sure King Cobra will trust me enough to let you get a peek." Her smile faltered as she sighed. "I am not sure about that. Princess Vivi might oppose the idea of me going anywhere near the object. It is considered very important for them after all." Then on to the plan B. Luffy held up his hand. Robin blinked. "I didn't know we had a plan A, but..." "Well, continue." Luffy just laughed. "What if?" Luffy said in suspense. "What if we sneak in?" Robin opened her mouth and closed it. It was a simple and yet effective plan. But it couldn't be that easy, right? "Won't you be betraying the trust of King Cobra?" "Perhaps," Luffy said, "but some things are better done beforehand and apologize later rather than waiting it out and asking permission." That was unexpected," Robin said honestly. "Of course, what else did you expect when you joined the crew that would find Laugh Tale?" Luffy said, grinning. "Now, where's the poneglyph?" Robin blinked. "If my info is correct, it should be in the Tomb of the Kings. A place where the old kings of Alabasta rested." "So, grave robbing," Luffy said, rubbing his palms eagerly, in an evil-like manner. Shishishi. "Haven't done that in quite a while. Gotta grab my shovel." "What?" "No," Robin said, before chuckling, "it's not inside a grave, it's just located there. But it's supposed to be heavily guarded." "Oh," he said in a disappointed manner, before recovering. "All right, now when do we hit the bank, partner?" Luffy said the words in a bit of acceptance, tipping his straw hat. A small smile traced on Robin's lips. "Maybe. Just maybe this crew will be different." Chapter 254. "Listen, I'm only doing this 'cause you saved my life. Nothing else, you got it?" Anchor huffed as he picked up the nameless Naginata from the table, and started examining it. Sure. Luffy waved him off as he and a few others eagerly observed Anchor doing his job. The blacksmith had taken quite a bit of damage from his fight with Crocodile and only recovered fully yesterday. And as thanks for the crew saving his life, he barged into the royal castle to return the favor. And the Straw Hat crew, or those that had weapons in their hands, were more than happy to have him look at their weapons. Anchor might be a lot of things, a dishonorably discharged marine, a bad fighter with over-the-top strength, but when it came to weapons he was your go-to man. So now, Luffy, Zoro, Kuina, Jin, and Usopp were observing the blacksmith as he did his work. "This one looks fine." "More than fine, actually." Anchor looked up from the weapon towards Luffy. "What have you been feeding it?" He joked. The two Shotel blades from Jack?" Luffy answered, for the first time not getting a joke. And that made Anchor do a double take, as he looked at the Naginata back to the pirate. "Of course, my bad. Forget I ever asked," he said, accepting the weirdness as it is. He put the weapon to his side, intending to do a maintenance routine after. Anchor then picked up Horn's Edge, Luffy's other Naginata. "This one is good as well," he said. "Most self-repairing blades are." He was about to put the blade aside when Luffy spoke. I was thinking," Luffy said, "Horn's Edge is quite a good blade. But it's nowhere near as good as my nameless Naginata or a Ki2 no Zarashi. So I have been thinking. Can you, upgrade it?" Anchor looked at him, then at the bone weapon, before he sighed. "I am sorry," he said, "Horn's Edge was made out of the horn of Iron Rhino, and its uniqueness makes it impossible for me to upgrade it. It's a one-time build, doing any work over it would ruin it." Luffy nodded, confirming what his nameless Naginata already told him. "You're not thinking of throwing the blade away, are you?" Anchor asked with a raised eyebrow. Luffy blinked. "No. Of course not. I have another plan for the weapon. Even though it might not be the best weapon. It was still my first, so I would wish to hang on to it for a bit longer," he said sadly. Everyone in the room had questions about what Luffy was planning, but they didn't ask. "Good then," Anchor said, "the bone Naginata still has a few years left in it before it becomes unusable." He said, "Next." Zoro stepped forward, unsheathing his 3 swords and handing them over. "I'm sure all of them are fine. But still." Anchor hummed, taking each blade and observing them. He started with Sandai Kaitetsu first, and frowned, a bit angry but okay. He then put it down as it didn't need any work. After that it was Yabashiri, good blade, quite obedient. Zoro snorted, hearing it, a small smile on his face. Anchor put down Zoro's second blade and picked up a Ki2 no Zarashi. Wincing when he touched the blade, still going hot as ever, he mused, rubbing his fingertips as they got burned. "But good." With that he put down Zoro's blades. "I will give them a cleanup after," he said. Next. Kuina was the next one to step forward, placing her Wado Akamenji on the table. "I hadn't noticed it at first. But after the fight with Crocodile, Something felt off about the blade. Well, let's see. Anchor said, and the moment he touched the blade a chill ran down his spine. The fuck? The blacksmith didn't throw the blade away, doing that would be an unforgivable crime. But the blade, it was hurt. How did you manage to damage your sword that badly? Kuina blinked, confused and a bit concerned. What do you mean? Luffy and Zoro also perked up, and tried to look at the sword carefully. But to them, Wado Akamanji looked just fine, a bit white, but that was it. Your blade. It has a shit ton of fractures. Don't tell me you guys can't see it? Anchor said, a bit confused. I mean, you guys should have observation hockey. I don't have it, but I heard it could make one see a lot of stuff. Luffy frowned, activating his observation hockey. He was the only one in the room that could use observation hockey. Sanji wasn't here, the same was with Sparky. Both of them didn't have weapons and decided not to come. And just as he activated his hockey, Luffy could see patterns run down Wado Akamanji. They were so thin that it looked like someone had taken his time and decorated it with very thin lined work to enhance the sword's beauty. But no, they were cracks, so that's why the sword was looking more white. Luffy muttered. Yup, energy is leaking out of the sword. Anchor said, looking at the swordswoman, that's why it's cold as well. Must have been absorbing your energy and now is using it to hold itself together. I'm sorry, but is it really bad? Kuina said with a bit of worry evident in her voice. Well, your sword got damaged somehow. Like really badly damaged, as if someone was trying to suck the life out of it. Anchor said as Kuina's eyes widened, but he wasn't paying attention. Crocodile did try to break your sword, maybe it got damaged back then. And your powers, which is related to cold, was able to help the blade stop from breaking apart. The poor blade wouldn't have survived a whole year with this much damage. Well, maybe 2 years, if you had managed to learn to coat your blade in armament hockey. But that's it. Can you fix it? Kuina asked. I had this sword for most of my life. But Anchor cut her off. Of course, I can. I'm a blacksmith, and a damn good one at that. But even if I fix your sword, it would be temporary. You won't break it. But after a rough battle or two, it might start getting cracks again. He said, rubbing his chin. Is there no other way? Kuina asked, a bit stressed. Anchor huffed. How should I say this? Wado Akamanji, or at least the core of the blade has been damaged, and unless I do a full rework like a Ki to Nozarashi it won't be fixed. Then why not do it? She asked. Because once a sword's core gets damaged, it's real hard to fix that stuff. Anchor said, a bit ashamed, and I'm not that confident in my skill that I would be able to fix it. That was surprising. But at least Anchor was telling the truth. Luffy was scratching the back of his head. There was a way to fix the blade, remembering who made the sword in the first place. But going into Wano right now would take time and resources. Not to mention the risk involved with it. But, how did you fix it to Nozarashi? Zoro asked. This was totally broken. When I first saw it. Oh, that. Well, Akitanozari had a devil fruit power inside of it. And it helped with the refridging. Anchor said. Luffy blinked. Wait. So if we give you devil fruit, you could fix Kuina's sword? Anchor blinked. I mean, I do know how to make a devil fruit weapon. But you would need to find a good paransha fruit. The others didn't know what to say, while Kuina looked on hopefully. For now I could temporarily fix it. This will also make sure you can fight with your full abilities without holding back. Then it's decided, Luffy said, you will join the crew. Anchor's eye twitched, and how did you come up with that? Luffy smiled, well, someone needs to take care of our weapons, and what better way than having you permanently on our crew? He said, also, let's say we do find a good fruit for Kuina's sword, we would still need to find you after. He actually makes sense. Usopp said, that's. Yeah, with 3 blade users, we do need someone in the crew for that. See? My sniper gets it. Luffy grinned, making Anchor sigh. I will get back to you on that later. The smith grumbled, not outright rejecting Luffy's offer. Next. Luffy's grin just got wider, but Anchor wasn't paying attention as he started looking over Jin's unique weapon and praising Usopp for his crafty skills. All in all, this was a productive day. Chapter 255. Luffy raised an eyebrow at the princess. Is there a reason why you pulled me into your room, princess? He asked, amused. Nami won't like it if she finds out. The blue-haired princess gave him a coy look, biting her lower lip with one of her teeth, as she backed away towards her bed. Maybe she doesn't need to know, she said, sitting on her bed as she crossed her legs in a way that made her look quite appealing. Luffy really had to hold himself from taking her here and now. All because it wouldn't be right. He sighed, stepping away from the door as he made his way towards her bed, and stopped right in front of her. What do you want, Vivi? He asked. The princess frowned. That's a stupid question. Luffy held back a chuckle. Yes, but at the same time, you won't be getting what you want. That made the princess pout before she sighed. She hesitated a bit. I can't accompany you on your journey, she said, not looking him in the eyes. I have to stay here for the country. After what happened here. My people need me. And I don't? Luffy questioned. Now he was kneeling down towards Vivi. You would choose them over me? He looked directly into her black eyes. No. Vivi didn't know what to say. That's why I'm willing to do anything for you, tonight, she said with a tinge of red on her face. You can do whatever you want with me. Luffy held her chin, and traced his thumb on her lips, making the girl shiver a bit. He could feel her heartbeat quickening. I will do whatever I want with you, no argument there, he said, amused at the girl as her face started heating up. But no, not now. That would be betrayal. Vivi blinked, before she frowned again, this time a bit of heat in her gaze. Is this about Nami again? Am I not enough? She said, her voice holding a bit of heat in it. She doesn't even have to know this. She can have you whenever she wants, you guys will be together but me. No, Luffy cut her off, it's not only about her. Sure, I will be betraying her trust. But you will too, she thinks of you as a friend. And I don't want to strain that, not now, not ever. If I wanted to take you, I could have asked your father for your hand in marriage. Then why didn't you? Vivi shot back, almost tears in her eyes. Don't you love me? Love you? Luffy cupped her face. Of course, I do, Blue. Over the past month, I saw so much of you, that I can't imagine living without you. Vivi didn't know what to say as she looked at the boy. He was being honest, she could feel it. But are you up for it? You are a princess, Vivi. The moment I marry you, the world government, other pirates, the marines, all of it, they will target you. Didn't I tell you what happened to the previous pirate king? Vivi bit her lips and nodded. He had told them about what happened to Roger's wife and only child. Though, he did hide the fact that it was Ace who was Roger's son. Luffy continued, and sure we can hide it for some time, but they are bound to find out. And I don't want to see you get hurt. Luffy said, remembering the last bit of One Piece manga where it showed Vivi went missing in the Lovely. He didn't know what happened next, but he wasn't willing to take chances. Also, I wanted to discuss this with you first before asking your father. I won't shy away from responsibility. Ever. I love you, and I'm willing to go all the way, he said with her face cupped in his hands. But I can't leave Alabasta. Not when. Luffy sighed. I'm not saying that you have to leave now. You won't be in danger, now that I'm a warlord. But soon, things will change. You know it will. And trust me when I say this. You will be in danger. So, I can only give you 1 year. After that, I will take you on my ship. Vivi bit her lower lips, before nodding. Fine. But you will fix this, mister. I don't want to always be on the run. So, don't take too long. Luffy smiled. He got what she meant. If he was able to accomplish his goals, one of them being taking down the world government, she wouldn't need to be on the run. I won't, I promise. Right then, the door slammed open. Then what about me? A very angry orange head shut the door and stomped her way towards both of them. Vivi reflexively flinched as she tried to hide from the angry orange head. The said orange head, that was on the brink of tears. Luffy didn't even need to look back to know who it was. Don't you love me? Am I not good? Nami said, almost shouting. Is it because I have smaller boobs than Vivi? She whispered the last part, but everyone heard it just fine. Luffy looked back a bit amused. No, I mean just because I tease you all the time for it doesn't mean I don't appreciate your size. And like I always say, you will grow. Believe me. He said, mildly annoyed with himself from teasing her too much. And besides I like you since we first met, and that hasn't changed one bit. Regardless of your breast size. He winked at her. Also, I hear big hips help with giving birth to strong children. Wanna test that out? That made Nami's anger wash away as her body stopped to process what Luffy just said. And before long a furious blush had gone up her face. You can't be serious. But I am. Though that's after marriage, Luffy said. Like I said with Vivi. I love you both, and as a pirate, anything can happen. That's why I'm going to take responsibility. For both of you. The life of a pirate is too short to just mess around. That brought both girls' attention back into the conversation. You can't just take both of us as wives, Nami stated. No. That's not how it works. Vivi nodded along. Oh, but you guys get along so well. You two are even agreeing on something. Though I can't see eye to eye on that one. Luffy mused. You aren't joking? Both of them asked at the same time, before they looked at each other and then looked away. Both pouting. Luffy mused, No. I always planned on having multiple women. But I'm no scumbag, and so I'm willing to take responsibility for each of them. He said with a small smile on his face. I mean, I will be the greatest man in history, but I do have my needs. And I want meaningful relationships, not just sleeping around. Both of them didn't know what to say, so Luffy grabbed the arm of Nami, and brought her close to him, before making her sit beside Vivi. He looked at them in the eyes. I was raised by Gramps. And sure, I had Ace and Sabo around. But I always lacked something. Luffy said, in his previous life, he was raised by a single mother. His scumbag of a father didn't want to take responsibility, and so he left. He saw how hard it was for his mother to raise him. Heck, it was the reason why she overworked herself to an early grave. And he didn't want that. Was it foolish to marry girls that you only know for a few months? Maybe. But when you are facing death all the time, you start to get comfortable taking leaps of faith. And if so, he would do things the right way. I love both of you. And I promise that I'm willing to love you equally. Take care of you equally. So don't let me choose between you, that would break my heart. Luffy said, a bit of pleading in his voice. I don't see a future where I can't live without you. He said, looking between both of them, any one of you. The girls didn't know what to say, so they just listened. I want to love you, both. Grow old with you, both. I want you both to be the mothers of my children. I want both of you to grow old with me. He said, a small smile on his face. I want to be old with both of you by my side while we complain about mundane stuff. I want to give you guys the world. I want to be with you both till death separates us. So please. Hearing his words, both Nami and Vivi started to tear up as both of them touched Luffy's face. Chapter 256. Fine. I agree. Surprisingly, it was Vivi who said it. Nami was wide-eyed as she looked at her. Why you do? She asked. I thought. What? We are basically royalty, even though Papa didn't take anyone besides Mom. There are extended family members that have quite a number of wives. Luffy smiled at Vivi, then he looked at Nami. Fine. She said, before she frowned, but wait. Say if I do agree. What's stopping you from having another wife in the future? Sharing with Vivi would be hard enough, but others. That brought both of them to look at Luffy. The boy in question looked at them a bit helplessly. Oh, come on. I mean, I don't have control of who I fall in love with. I mean, honestly, can you blame poor ol' me? Now both of them were glaring at him. Luffy, I love you. And I want all of you to myself. I know I'm selfish, and greedy. And this sharing you. It will be hard, but I can manage it somehow. But I want loyalty on your part. Nami said. Vivi also looked at Luffy. I agree with Nami here. We also need your loyalty. Loyalty? Really? Luffy said with a bit of strain in his voice. Loyalty was when I didn't fuck Vivi here, when I had the chance. He said, before jabbing his finger at Nami. Loyalty was when yesterday you, Nami, came straight out of the bath to woo me. And I didn't take you then and there. Don't speak about loyalty, little cat. I would die before I cheat on any one of you. I would happily give my life for both of you. Because that's the kind of man I am. Wait, you tried to woo him? Vivi looked hurtful at Nami. Hey, you just tried to do the same thing. Nami defended herself. And I wasn't that direct. I just accidentally crossed him in a bathrobe. No one believed her lie. Ladies. I'm not finished. Luffy said, bringing both of their attention back to him. I love both of you. But I also know that I should be honest and be clear with what I want. He said, it's better this way than getting hurt later. You can either accept the terms or leave it. And right then Luffy regretted saying the last part. As both of the girls looked hurtful at what he said and started tearing up. So, that's it huh, Vivi whispered, with tears in her eyes. We are expendable to you, aren't we? Nami said, also breaking into tears. Luffy's heart ached as he saw both of the girls crying. Why did he have to say that? Me and my big mouth. I'm sure you won't have any problems going after Miss all Sunday, if we leave you. Vivi said, sniffing. She's the other one, isn't she? What did that bitch ever do? Now, that you mention it. Nami looked at Luffy, tears in her eyes. I saw both of you slipping away from the royal castle on Monday. And it was late at night. I didn't want to believe it. But she. Nami then mentally compared both her and Vivi's size to Robin's, and the older woman came out as a victor. Why you are into big boobs? For the love of. Yes, I do love big boobs. But it has nothing to do with that. Luffy sighed, massaging his head. Then what did you guys do last night? Vivi asked, but she wasn't looking at Luffy either. She was observing her own breasts. And she came to the same mental conclusion as Nami. Robin had them beat in the size department. Luffy touched Vivi's face and made her look him in the eye. He did the same with Nami. Okay, Before you guys go on with this misunderstanding, I will stop you guys here. Nothing is happening between me and Robin. I'm not that loose of a man to fuck just anyone. I mean, do you really see me sneaking around for that stuff? Heck, I would better manage my stress with training rather than booty chasing. Luffy said, before sighing. Robin is a crewmate. I know both of you don't trust her yet. But give her time. She's much better than she lets on. I won't tell her story, but know that I don't have any feelings for her, not now. Maybe not ever. Heck, that girl gives me big sister vibes. And honestly, she's way too mature for my taste. I mean, you don't see me hitting on Kuina, do you? Oh, Vivi said, but I still don't trust her. She pouted a bit. Luffy chuckled, patting her on the head. Well, if you say so. Nami said, before she looked at Luffy, but, I will ask it straight. How many wives are you going to have? And we get a say in this. I'm not sure. But 4, maybe? Luffy asked, hopefully. Please. No, 3, Nami denied. Yeah, 3. Vivi nodded. Now this time, Luffy pouted, come on, you guys are ganging up on me. This isn't fair. He whined a bit. But both of the women were having none of that. 3, that's final, Nami said. Yeah, what she said. Vivi nodded along. Also, you will need to ask us first before you can marry her. Yeah, I forgot about that part, Nami said, folding her arms beneath her chest. We need to mentally prepare for that stuff. Just don't go marrying anyone. Luffy sighed, before smiling. Fine. I really don't like how both of you are literally cock-blocking me. Hearing that, Vivi and Nami both chuckled. That's a bit of an ironic thing to say, isn't it? Nami teased. No, it's not. Luffy pouted. Now, there's one final thing to do. With that, he stood up from his sitting position, making both girls blink. And what's that? Vivi asked. Exchanging vows, of course. I mean, I'm not gonna shy away from it. Luffy grinned as both girls blushed. And tomorrow seems like a good day. Chapter Luffy laid down with 2 beauties on each side. Getting married is pretty exhausting. Vivi's head poked out from his side, and we haven't even gotten to the fun part. She smiled eagerly. Nami's head poked out from his other side, playfully glaring at Vivi. You really had to say that, didn't you? Luffy mused, raising an eyebrow. I thought you guys were sleeping? Both girls rolled their eyes. Oh, please, it's been a long day, but... That doesn't mean we will skip our first duty as your dutiful wives, Vivi said, fluttering her eyebrows, her breasts pressing onto his sides. That would be a crime and then you would need to be punished, Luffy said playfully. Vivi leaned in, light steam coming out of her face. Oh, what kind of punishment are we talking about? Before she could do anything, Nami leaned in forward and gave Luffy a small kiss on his lips, before parting. The navigator smiled as if she won a prize as she stood up. Hey, what gives? I set the mood and you take the kiss? Vivi complained, lightly glaring at Nami. The orange head in question got out of bed. Well, I will take the shower first. I'm all up for the funny business, but I need to clean up. So that's why I took the kiss. Vivi blinked, then she grinned. Good thing I already showered. Foo-fa-foo. You have to hurry, Nami. Or I might eat up all of Luffy myself. Nami rolled her eyes. Sure, start off without me. Both Vivi and Luffy blinked, a bit surprised. Why do you guys look surprised? I'm just being mature here. She said, a bit amused. The orange head got out from the bed, as she made her way towards the attached washroom. All the way, moving her hips in a very seductive way. Her orange dress was hugging her figure very tightly, leaving little room for the imagination. It was almost surreal for Luffy. He was married now, and not to one, but 2 beautiful women. Well, they were still girls, but by the end of the night he would make sure to make them women. His women. She's really got a nice ass. Luffy blinked, looking at Vivi with a raised eyebrow, amusement in his eyes. I mean, you have a nice ass too. She defended, her hands grabbing a fistful of Luffy's butt. Luffy flicked her on the nose lightly. You, princess, are a little pervert. Foo-fa-foo. You have no idea. She said, not denying it, leaning in closer. And for some reason that turned on Luffy very much. Before he could do anything, Vivi took charge and leaned in for a kiss. The kiss was a sloppy one. With no technique, other than the lust that drove her, and yet it was special to Luffy. So he cupped her face and leaned in for a better kiss. After a bit of time, the blue-haired teen separated. A small line of saliva connected them both. That was fun, Vivi said. That it was. Want to start? Luffy questioned. Was he too eager to start the action? Yes, but then again. Who wouldn't be? But Vivi didn't say anything and just rested her head on his chest. No. Let me just stay like this for a while. Luffy nodded, as he ran his hand over her beautiful blue hair. He could smell lavender, honey, and a bit of rose mixed in with her hair. It made her smell unique and erotic in a way. Made him want to eat her. "You are pretty exhausted. You know you don't have to push yourself today," Luffy said. That made Vivi look at him. "But I want to," she said playfully, her fingers tracing down his chest, playing lightly with his nipple. Luffy didn't mind, he could let her take charge. For now at least. "Though, you are right. All this emotional drama is quite draining." Vivi sighed, planting a small kiss on his broad chest. Luffy just chuckled. "Well, getting married to you certainly wasn't that easy," he said, "but it was natural. Getting into contact with Genzo and Nojiko was hard, but they didn't protest as your father." Genzo was the sheriff of Kokoyashi village, and a father figure for both Nami and Nojiko. They were the only family Nami had. So they had to inform them about it. It was a big decision after all. As a sheriff, Genzo had a transponder snail, and Luffy had his number. Just calling them and informing them about the situation was enough for them to be all mushy and happy about it. Heck, Nojiko was even planning on announcing it to the whole village. But Luffy had to turn them down. Their marriage needed to be a secret for now. The less people that knew, the better. Heck, both Vivi and Nami were very upset that they wouldn't have a large wedding. Other than the crew, only a handful of people knew what today was. It became a bit awkward when it was revealed that Luffy was marrying two women at the same time. But then again, surprisingly, Genzo and Nojiko were accepting of it. Polygyny was a bit of a common practice in the world, so they didn't mind. Especially since Luffy was willing to take responsibility for both of them. Though Genzo did warn Luffy to treat Nami fairly, other than that it went on without a hitch. "Well, what else did you expect? Papa's pretty protective of me. And, I suddenly go missing for a whole year, then come back with a pirate of all people who also happens to be a hero to save my country from another pirate," she said, wiggling closer to him. "And the said heroic pirate now wants to marry me. Can you really blame him for fainting?" Luffy smiled, holding back his laughter. That was quite the scene. "No, it was completely understandable," he said, though, I was worried for a second that he wouldn't agree. Vivi leaned in closer, resting her head on top of his chest, but he did. "Papa knows I'm a responsible girl. And he also happens to like your straightforward approach. So that might have helped your case as well. Honestly, I was worried about how things would end. But everything worked out in the end." Luffy traced his fingers on her smooth blue hair, getting drunk on her nice smell. "And yet you are unhappy." Vivi looked at him, there was a tinge of sadness in her eyes. "How can't I be? You will be gone in 3 days. And I will be alone here. I might be able to deal with loneliness, but... you will be putting yourself in danger. What if something happens to you? At least Nami will be there, but I... Blue." Luffy said, pressing his finger on her lips. "It might not be fair. But things are as they are. We can't change it," he said, even though he wanted to take Vivi away, he knew that it would hurt her more. "Why yeah, it will just be a year," Vivi said, trying to forget about the sad stuff. "Anyway, where were we?" "Eep." Luffy mused, "See. You also have a good butt." Giving her bum another squeeze, getting another cute reaction from his blue-haired wife. Nami might not have shown it, but she wanted to give them some alone time, just because of this. Who knew the greedy cat burglar could be so caring? But then again, those were the little things that made him fall in love with her. Sure, Nami might be all greedy and stuff when it came to money. But she had a heart of gold when it came to looking after things. "So, wanna take the lead?" Luffy asked, but she shut him up. Grabbing him by the head and slamming her lips against his. Luffy's eyes went wide in surprise as she leaned her entire body in. Her groin rested over Luffy's slowly hardening member, her arms wrapped around his neck as she moaned into the kiss. She finally stopped. Luffy was stunned. Her lip was covered with his salvia, she stuck her tongue out and licked it up, slowly, seductively. "I thought you didn't know how to kiss?" Luffy asked. Vivi looked a bit panicked. "Wait. Was it bad?" "I'm not that good." Completely misunderstanding Luffy's words. No, it's actually the opposite. I actually enjoyed it," Luffy said, grabbing her by the hips as he sat down, Vivi still on his lap, with her legs around his waist. "Carry on." Vivi leaned into the kiss, this time with much more passion, and Luffy was sure to return the favor. All the while, he slowly started to unzip his pants. Only after it got suffocating did she pull back, slowly, biting Luffy's bottom lip as she did. "Oh, before I forget," Luffy said, making Vivi blink. "I love you." Vivi's cheeks flushed red. "I love you too. And I want you," she whispered in a husky lust-filled voice. Her hips ground against Luffy's throbbing member, that was still covered by his boxer shorts. Luffy this time leaned in, and started kissing at her neck, as his hands slowly made their way downwards towards her perky ass. He gave them a light squeeze, making her squeak in surprise. It was a good thing that after their marriage they could get a bit of privacy. They weren't in the royal castle anymore. They were still in the capital, but were in one of the empty vacation houses that they had here. By the time Luffy retreated, Vivi was panting, oh so hotly. Her breathing was ragged, and having light blush on her cheeks made her even more arousing. Luffy slowly cupped Vivi's face and brought it up, kissing it. He started slowly deepening the kiss as his hand slowly cupped her covered breasts, and started playing with them and pinching her nipples. The princess moaned into Luffy's mouth, but the pirate didn't stop. The clothes were becoming a bit of a bother to him. After aimlessly looking for a way to unwrap them, and finding none, he went the barbaric route. Vivi's eyes went wide when Luffy ripped off her clothes from the back, and forced her onto the bed. And tossing the remains of her clothes to the side. Vivi, of course, wasn't wearing any fancy clothes, but that was still one of her favorite dresses. She wanted to be angry, but when he saw the lust and love in her now husband's eyes, no words came out. Vivi, I want you, Luffy growled into her ear as his fingers played with her nipples, underneath her bra. Vivi quickly removed her bra in case he got the idea of ripping it off as well. With her now breasts exposed, Luffy went in like an animal, furiously kissing at her neck, around her breasts and then her nipples, lightly biting them and getting a pleasant yelp from the princess. The only clothes that remained between them were Luffy's boxers and Vivi's panties. But even then Vivi could feel Luffy's hard member pressing down on her pelvis. Luffy, she gasped, oh, I need you, now. Her hands slipped down and curled into his shorts. Her fingers glided south. Luffy gasped a little when he felt her touch the head of his dick. She tried to wrap her fingers around them. Her eyes went wide. Whoa, she looked at Luffy in amazement. Luffy smiled back, surprised. Oh god yes, she slowly slid her hand further down to Luffy's base, her mouth growing wider and wider the more time it took. When she finally did reach the end of his length she gasped, you're huge. And just think, Luffy whispered into her ear, by the end of this night that's going to be inside you. Vivi shivered in anticipation, though Luffy knew there was a little fear in there as well. Luffy pulled over her head and slowly made a trail of kisses down her body. He stayed for a while at her nipples, taking turns to tease and lick each one. She smelled oh so sweetly as he ate her body. Luffy then kissed her stomach, and then slowly reached her legs. He wrapped his fingers around the straps of her panties, a blue set that matched her bra, and slowly pulled them down. She whimpered when Luffy slid them off her legs and threw them to the side. Her legs were pressed close, and she was nervous. Am I going too fast? Luffy asked. And no. I'm just a bit nervous. The girl shook her head, and motioned for him to continue. Luffy gave her a nod, well don't worry. Just trust me. Vivi nodded, her tension leaving her body. She could do that. She could trust him. Luffy took her legs and kissed her toes. She flinched in surprise as slowly Luffy kissed her ankles, then her shin, and slowly making his way down her toned legs. Her legs loosened, Luffy put his arm on the other and slowly pushed them apart, revealing her perfect pink lips, which had a bush of blue hair on top of it. Huh, so the mop does match the carpet. Luffy mused. Vivi's body flinched in embarrassment as she tried to shut her legs, but Luffy refused to let it close. Who said you could close my treasure box, princess? He growled. The boy gave her a primal look with his eyes, that made Vivi feel all the feelings in her stomach. With that, he lowered down again. Vivi, he whispered, though he knew she could hear him. He lowered down to her core, her scent so strong it was intoxicating. She smelled like lavender with sweet rose. It was unique in that it was hard to describe. He poked out his tongue and gave a slow long lick along her lips, and she tasted just as great. You're perfect? Luffy, she gasped, her hands grabbing Luffy's hair, trying to push him away. Don't. But Luffy was too lost in his primal needs. No, he pushed her hands away. Mine, I'll have you, Nefertari Vivi, in every way I know how. Now, scream my name. He covered his lips over her clitoris and sucked on it, nibbling it lightly. He didn't forget to pull on her blue pubic hair and tease her. Luffy. She yelled as her hands pushed him deeper between her legs. Luffy licked her entrance before thrusting his tongue into her tunnel. Luffy drank like a man who lived in a desert, lapping up every drop she produced. But then again he was eating out the desert princess. She tasted like wild honey. How? That was anyone's guess. But honestly, Luffy didn't care. She tasted great, and that's all that mattered. With his tongue, he stretched it into her furthest part, exploring the hole like a Tomb Raider. Of course, he went deep. Vivi's body squirmed, but he held her leg down, his fingers squeezing onto her thighs as he pushed her further and further. Her legs wrapped around his head. Don't stop, Luffy. Keep going. Oh. This is great. Luffy obliged, lapping at her core harder than before, his tongue roughly licking her clit over and over. He brought up his fingers and pushed one inside. Vivi yelled in surprise. But he didn't stop as he fucked her cunt with one finger, curling it inside her, rubbing her from the inside. One thing about observation hockey is that it can let you observe your opponent's weak points. And this time it helped him detect what were Vivi's pleasure spots, her weak points. And so, he used it in a way that might be truly revolutionary. Using both tongue and fingers to loosen her up. Attacking her pleasure spots like the pirate he was. And suddenly she screamed, "Luffy!" She yelled in pleasure as her body froze, her lower lips began to gush, her eyes rolling into the back of head as her body released all tension. Luffy smiled. He lifted his head up, the blanket thrown off to one side from her constant squirming. He looked down at her, her arms by her side, her flushed face that was drunk on pleasure, and her constant panting. Her breasts heaving from the orgasm, and he felt proud and powerful as he looked down at the woman he won over. There was a primal part of him that demanded he make her his, but there was a certain orange head that was ogling at them. Also, he had to stop himself from going overboard. Using observation hockey this way was kind of cheating. The poor blue-haired teen seemed to have lost consciousness from the pleasure. Well, at least I have another wife to keep me company. With that thought, he looked at the orange head. Luffy smirked seeing Nami's jaw-drop expression. She looked very intoxicating in her bathrobes and wet orange hair. Well, what are you standing there for? Get over here and please your husband, woman. Nami went still for a moment and nodded, walking over to him. She looked at Vivi, the poor princess that was unconscious from pleasure, and was twitching from time to time. She swallowed, and gulped again when she saw Luffy's clothed member. Even with his boxers on, Nami could clearly guess the size and width. The orange head swallowed again, but this time with a bit of anticipation. Luffy smirked when he saw his wife eyeing his thing, and so he pulled on the fabric and ripped the boxers off, freeing his sword. Luffy's dick swung up hard as a rock, standing up in salute to the woman before him. Nami's eyes met it and her mouth parted in awe. But before she could say anything, Luffy smacked his lips over hers. Nami screamed into his mouth, but Luffy didn't care. He unwrapped her wife from the towel, tossing it to the side, before grabbing her by the ass. Nami moaned into his mouth, trying to free herself, but Luffy didn't let her. He lifted her up and put her on the large king-sized bed. Right next to Vivi, who seemed to be still not fully there yet, if her constant twitching every few seconds meant anything. Nami didn't struggle, but her body was a bit stiff from the sudden action. Luffy looked down at his orange-headed wife. He burned her naked image into his brain. She had beautiful, gorgeous orange hair that was still wet, smooth fair skin, and a figure that was perfect. And to top it all off, he knew for a fact it would only improve over the years. Unlike Vivi, she had shaved her lower parts. But it didn't take away from her beauty. In fact, now that he compared, her nipples and womanhood were a shade of orange. Fuck, that was hot. Like what you see? Nami asked, her teeth playfully biting her lower lips. Well, I'm all yours that you are, Luffy said. Chapter 259 Like what you see? Nami asked, her teeth playfully biting her lower lips. Well, I'm all yours that you are, Luffy said. The orange head leaned over to kiss, and, like Vivi's, her kiss wasn't skilled, and yet it had all the primal lust in it. Luffy accepted her kiss, only separating when it got hard to breathe. As he did, he started slowly burning a trail of kisses down her body. The pirate had to stop when he saw Nami's boobs. Nami opened her eyes, wondering why Luffy stopped, but was a bit surprised when she saw him looking intensely at her boobs. What are you doing? She had to ask. They are growing. He said, looking into her eyes. Cat, you are growing. What? Nami stopped herself, finally getting what he meant, her face burning with a red blush. Don't say that. She said, her hands covering her face. Luffy gently cupped her breasts, slowly trailing his hands around them, as Nami shivered from his touch. They are round, bouncy, and eatable. They are perfect? Nami purred when Luffy gave them a light squeeze. That made the boy stop his action and look at his wife with a raised eyebrow. Did you just purr at me? Nami felt her face heat up. Well, you call me cat. She needed to say no more. Purr for me, cat. With that, Luffy didn't stop himself anymore and started furiously and repeatedly kissing her breasts. Shifting from one mound of flesh to another, kissing them, biting them, lightly sucking on them. Stop, Luffy. Nami said in between her pants, purring like a wildcat. If it wasn't obvious, her boobs were her weak parts. Again, thank you observation hockey. It was a wonder how two women had two completely different sets of weaknesses. No wonder men had it hard understanding women. Stop. Stop, Luffy, Nami said in between her pants. She purred and meowed from time to time. Give where credit is due, either she was really into cat stuff, or that was her natural reaction. But in the end, she did prefer Luffy. Luffy got off her breasts and looked her in the eyes. No. A simple reply, and with that he was back to enjoying himself on her boobs. Nami's eyes widened. She looked like she was about to faint from the rush of emotions. Luffy could smell sweet oranges coming off her, but it was lighter. That was unexpectedly hot. Her scent was different from Vivi's. Nami felt love for Luffy, and if it was a fight, she wouldn't back down. She grabbed Luffy by the neck, bringing him back towards her mouth to kiss. She didn't want to come just from Luffy's touch. No, she wanted to be eaten just like Vivi. Of course, she would never say it up front. But that wasn't needed. Luffy heard her wife's uncalled command and obliged. One of his hands was still playing with her breasts, while the other arm slowly started tracing down and automatically went to her ass. She moaned into Luffy's mouth as she slowly pulled back. Luffy, I love you. I love you too, Luffy replied as he felt his heart beat faster. The same was with her. Luffy pushed her onto the bed, and he slowly crawled upon her, his unsheathed dick poking her above the belly button. Nami looked down. That looks sharp. She growled playfully. Yes, and I'm gonna stab you with it. You are going to bleed, shiver and cry out my name when you do. Luffy grinned. He leaned into her ears, but not now. I'm not done playing with you just yet. Cat Nami was about to pout but she squeaked, one of Luffy's fingers sliding into her womanhood, while his thumb trailed on her clit. I will eat you. It was a statement. Then eat me, she said. Luffy closed her mouth with a deep kiss, before his lips trailed down her body. Cheek, neck, collarbone, breasts. All the while biting the skin with playful bites, leaving a trail of hikis down her perfect body. Luffy. Nami shouted as her walls started to clamp around Luffy's finger. She was about to come. But Luffy stopped, pulling back his fingers. Who gave you the permission to come, little cat? Luffy asked with a coy grin as he separated from her body, sitting down on the bed. You need to be punished. With his hands on her hips, he brought her whole lower section up to his face, making the girl yelp. He covered his lips over her clitoris and sucked on it, nibbling it lightly. Luffy. She yelled, her thighs wrapping around Luffy's head unconsciously from his tongue action. But then she tried to push him away, her mind was going blank. Too much pleasure. She didn't know if it was his technique or the blood rushing to her face on the declined angle. But she was nearing her orgasm, a very powerful one. So she wanted to separate, get some breathing room. But the pirate was too cruel. Rather than going away, one of his hands reached for her breast, and started playing lightly with her nipple. Truly, thank you observation hockey, for taking away the guesswork. Nami moaned, her legs clamping down on Luffy, and now rather than pushing him away, she unconsciously started pushing him deeper between her legs. She couldn't take it anymore, she was going to burst. With that Luffy brought both of his hands down, cupping and playing with her breasts. Sometimes slowly tracing his fingers near her ribs to make the girl shiver. Those small actions added up, and Nami's legs pushed his head down to her core. Luffy licked her entrance as he thrusted his tongue into her tunnel. All of it tasted like orange, like sweet orange candy. Luffy wondered if her taste would change if she ate a devil fruit. They still had the maple syrup devil fruit in their hands. Honestly, she tasted good enough already, her juices were intoxicating. But her taste should theoretically improve if she ate the fruit. My brain goes into weird places. But that brought other questions. Vivi wanted to eat the sand fruit. Now that Luffy connected the dots, there was no way he was going to let her follow through with the plan. As far as he knew, the sand didn't taste good. Was he being selfish here? Yup. Did he give a fuck? No. They were his now, and if she wanted to get a fruit, he was going to make sure it made her taste good. Heck, he was all up for hunting down a few big mom pirates to get a good candy fruit. They were all about food-related stuff anyways. With that thought out of the way, Luffy continued his feast of her body. Nami's body squirmed, but he held her breasts down, his fingers squeezing onto her flesh mounds, and playing with her nipples. As he did, her legs started to tighten around his head. Don't stop, Luffy. Nami purred shamelessly as Luffy ate her. I'm about to. She couldn't finish her sentence as she yelped again, when Luffy bit her clit, almost making her near her climax. Who gave you permission to speak, woman? That was the message. Luffy licked at her core harder than before, his tongue roughly licking her clit over and over. With observation hockey, he knew how to move his tongue the right way to get what reaction. He tongue fucked her cunt, curling it inside her, rubbing her from the inside and out. Licking around all weak points. And suddenly she screamed, Luffy. She yelled as her body curled upwards, her hands wrapping around his head in a tight hug as her lower lips began to gush right onto Luffy's face. Carrying a woman's body right on a man's face would usually result in a broken neck, but Luffy was no ordinary man. So he held his wife high on his face, as she constantly twitched thanks to her powerful orgasm. Finally, when Nami was done, Luffy picked her up, and softly laid her body down on the sheets. The navigator was still panting, her chest heaving, from pleasure. The poor woman was barely holding on to her consciousness. Luffy didn't go any further, she needed some rest, and it seemed his other wife had just woken up. Vivi grabbed onto Luffy's dick, while her other arm cupped his face and brought him into a deep kiss. "Don't you dare ignore me." "Never," Luffy replied, as he bent down and closed his lips with hers. Vivi tasted the other woman's juices from his mouth, and in some way, it made her feel hot. This time he kissed her back, grabbing her neck as he pushed in harder, dominating her tongue under his. Vivi's hand, which was still holding onto his dick, started going up and down his shaft, making Luffy shiver a bit. She might not be skilled, but that didn't mean Luffy wasn't nearing his limit. Heck, his dick was throbbing. But not like this. Luffy pushed her down, his dick right above her belly. "I want to make you mine, princess," he growled. "I want to take you like a savage." "Oh, please make yours, oh pirate king," she replied with a purr at the end. She was picking things up. "Good girl. Shove your strong blade into me." Luffy blinked, before he burst out into a small laugh, making the princess embarrassed as she covered her face, all flustered. "You're a dirty little princess, aren't you?" he teased, "but I like it when you beg me for it." Vivi didn't cover her blush anymore, too much into the game. "Stop teasing. I need you. I love you. So just take me, damn it," she said, and it's a safe day. So, she needed to say no more. "Fine. Are you ready?" Luffy asked her. "Yes," she replied, gulping in both fear and excitement seeing Luffy's manhood. She blinked remembering something. "Does it stretch?" Chapter 260. Does it stretch? Luffy, who was about to push it in, again blinked and looked amused at his wife. "It can do much more than stretch. But this is your first time, princess. I don't want to break you. Those plays are a bit too advanced, if you know what I mean." Vivi's face flushed red. I. "Be gentle, okay?" she said softly. "Okay," Luffy whispered as he kissed her on the lips, slowly moving his hips backward before lowering them to press between her legs. With that, he slowly began pushing his rock-hard member into her gushing womanhood. She winced as he felt something being pushed around his cock like a vice. "Are you okay?" he stopped and asked. "Yes, just." Slowly, she gasped, her eyes a bit watery. He could see a hint of blood around his cock. Also, he could see a little bulge on her lower stomach telling him how far in his dick was. Luffy had just taken her virginity, but at the same time felt a bit bad. "I can make my dick small, if it's too big for you." He never tried it, but with life return it should be possible. Though that might be a bit uncomfortable for his part. "What?" "No. I want all of you, Luffy," she said. "I want your every inch. I want you to imprint my womb with your dick," she said playfully, trying to hide the bit of pain she was feeling with pleasure. "I want you to mark me as your queen, fuck me as your slave. I want you to do anything and everything to me." Luffy's lips curled up. "You should really stop reading smut. But fuck, you sound hot when you talk dirty," he said, pushing his dick in, as she whimpered a bit. He knew it was painful, so he silenced her whimpers with a kiss, running his fingers down her hair. Using observation hockey to find stops to relieve her tension and pain as he started putting it in. Her fingers dug into Luffy's back, her legs slowly wrapped around his hips, she pulled back and whispered, "Go." Luffy sucked on her neck, giving it a hickey, making her focus on the pleasure instead of the pain as he slowly moved his dick further into her lower lips. Luffy felt her fingers dig into his back, drawing blood. Luffy didn't mind though as he moved into her until he felt his head hit her cervix. Vivi gasped, "Oh, God." And Luffy wasn't even all the way inside her yet. He still had an inch or two of his 10-inch member left. He slowly pulled out of her before sliding back in. All the while kissing her and with one hand playing with her breasts while the other one rubbed her clit while he moved. Her scent of wild honey and lavender made her even more appealing. He had to hold himself back multiple times from biting into her. For now, he focused more on her neck and collarbone areas, her erogenous zones. He slowly began to increase his pace as her pants grew louder. They were loud and meaningless as his hands grabbed her tits, squeezing them as he bit her lips. She pulled herself up and captured Luffy's lips, moaning into his mouth as he began to take her at a comfortable pace. He then suddenly jerked his hips forward, smashing his cock head into her cervix. Vivi moaned in pleasure as she broke the kiss, shoving his head into her breasts. Luffy took this as an invitation and began to kiss her tits, licking her nipples before playfully biting them. Luffy kept thrusting, he could feel it contracting around his cock as she grew tighter and tighter. "Are you going to come for me, princess?" he asked her, licking her nipples. "Why yes," she moaned. "Come." "Princess, come for me, scream my name, let the world know who's taking you," he said as he grew impatient, slamming his cock into her tunnel. She gasped again and again, and then finally she let loose. "Oh Luffy!" She yelled like a banshee, her nails scratching up my back, her legs wrapped around his hips as she shuddered. Finally coming, onto him. But that didn't make Luffy slow down, no, he kept going. Luffy felt his release coming quickly as he kept smashing into her cunt, desperate for release. But he held himself back. One thing about holding yourself from busting your nuts was that it felt like you were trying to stop the universe. It was utterly impossible, but it was worth it. With all the willpower he had, he held himself back. He wanted to make her come once more before busting. And like expected, the princess came again, and this time Luffy came along with her. Vivi whimpered as his cum filled her up, almost making her stomach feel full. Slowly she let go, her arms falling to the side limply, her legs folded apart beside him as Luffy slowly removed his dick from inside her, a trail of sperm leaking out of her cunt. Luffy slapped down beside her, his hands wrapped around her head as he pressed her head into his chest. Luffy could hear her breathing slowing down. Luffy smiled as he rubbed his hand down her naked smooth back. "That was amazing," she whispered. "You were amazing," Luffy replied, but frowned when he felt his dick get grabbed. He looked down to see it was Nami, who had woken up, and her eyes were laced with primal need with a bit of jealousy. "That kitty. Princess, I need to train a cat," he said, planting a small kiss on her forehead, as he sat down. He gave her one last look, "But don't forget I'm not over it with you. You have been a naughty princess, and I will punish you all night." Vivi nodded, and crawled away from the action as she tried to catch her breath, all the while observing the fight between her husband and co-wife. A small smile dawned on her face. "I could get used to it," she mumbled. She needed some time out to recover. Luffy was good. Too good. But her young body wasn't able to keep up with him. The princess touched her stomach. She could feel her insides full with Luffy's cum. She looked at how Luffy was going at it with Nami, and actually felt glad. Luffy was a beast. She swallowed, wondering how much longer he could go on. For the first time, she actually felt grateful that there was someone to take care of the burden alongside her. On the side with Nami, the cat burglar pushed Luffy down. "You are mine. Got that?" Nami demanded. Luffy nodded, as Nami climbed on top of him. His dick sandwiched between her thighs, as she slowly lifted herself upwards. "But cat, are you ready?" he asked. "I was born ready," Nami said, pushing herself onto his dick. Pausing in between to make room for Luffy's hard member. The orange head hid back her pain and fully planted herself onto Luffy, making his dick disappear inside of her. Though Luffy could proudly see where his dick was from the bulge on her stomach. I said it, didn't I? I told you. I love you," she repeated, panting. It wasn't a question. Luffy could see some blood trailing down his dick. "Yes," Luffy said, extending his arms and wrapping them around her as he made her lean on him. She panted with small tears in her eyes. "And now we are connected," she whispered in a husky tone that made Luffy almost lose control. "I'm going to start moving my hips." Luffy smiled. "Well, you're the ship's navigator. You're always in charge of taking the action." Nami blinked and looked at him with love and lust. "Oh, God. Luffy," she said, accidentally biting her tongue, so her next words came out rough. "I larb you." "I larb you too, cat." Luffy kissed her on the lips, gently this time. "Now, let's get freaky." Her eyes went wide, as she heard his words. And Luffy held her hips and rolled over, becoming the one on top. "I thought I was going to take charge?" "No." Luffy smirked. "I changed my mind. Now, scream my name, woman." With that he thrust forward, making the orange head squeak from pleasure and pain. Unlike Vivi though, she was handling Luffy's dick a bit better. "Oh, Luffy," she moaned, before steeling herself and looking at him with love and a challenge. "If you think you can handle me, Captain, then go for it," she purred into his ears, as she wrapped around Luffy's hips. Luffy growled at the challenge, feeling all the things that made him hard and throb. He grabbed her hips to direct her to bounce along his length. He slammed his dick up into her. She gasped as slowly he slid in and out of her again and again. "Oh, God. Luffy. You are huge." Nami screamed as she felt her insides get rearranged every time Luffy thrust forward. "Oh, really? What gave it away?" Luffy asked playfully as he started increasing his pace. "You jerk." But she couldn't finish her sentence, and not so fast. "Language. You need to be punished, cat." With that Luffy lightly slapped her ass, making her moan in pain and pleasure. "Punish me." "Luffy," she gasped, "I need to be punished." Luffy slapped her ass again, this time with a bit more force, his handprint marking it red. "Don't tell me what to do, cat." Luffy growled, he could feel her tightening around his cock. So she liked it rough. I'm sorry, Nami purred, but don't stop, please. I have been a bad girl. Please punish me. Make me yours. Fill me. Luffy smirked, another weak point discovered. Be careful what you wish for, cat. 'Cause I will rough you up, inside and out. Why yes, keep going. The night went on, Nami's moans were the loudest, Vivi's the softest. The room quickly filled with the sounds of sex and the aroma of lust. Their inhibitions and desires fully taking over. Luffy took turns switching from one wife to the next. With his stamina it wasn't that hard, he could keep the pace up all night. But unfortunately the same couldn't be said for his wives. The three spent each moment exploring the other's body. Mostly Vivi and Nami fought to get Luffy's attention, but by the time half of the night was over, both were too eager to throw the other Luffy's way and get some rest. But the future Pirate King was relentless, and merciless. He promised his wives not a blink of sleep tonight and he would keep that promise. Hickeys covered most of Nami's and Vivi's bodies, with bed sheets drenched with love juices from all of them. By the time the night was finished, both Nami and Vivi were exhausted from pleasure. Luffy could of course keep going, but he knew when to stop. They were his now. And nothing could take them away. And this was how the first night between them went, a night of pleasure, promises, and adventure. Chapter 261 Robin, Sanji, and Usopp entered the capital city of Alabasta, Alubarna. Crossing through the front gates, into the big city. As the three Straw Hat Pirates entered, the people of the town looked at them with awe and respect. Clearing the way for the three pirates as they made their way toward the royal palace. Even the marines that were working, stopped and gave them respectful nods as they saw the three pirates. A very odd scene. One that Robin was having a hard time getting used to. Mainly because all her life she had to shy away from attention. But then again she didn't need to worry, she did wear a face mask. Now that Luffy was a warlord she could, in theory, come out in the open and say that she was a Straw Hat Pirate. As Luffy was relatively sure the Marines or the world government wouldn't care that much. But Robin still wanted to hide her identity. That was the reason why she dressed completely differently. Wearing very traditional clothes, that usually Kuina wore. Well, then again, she did borrow that dress from her. Robin tied her hair up, and dressed in a black traditional geisha outfit. Her outfit was a purple kimono in white and purple square patterns, that made her look quite attractive, but a bit out of order since she had a scary-looking white uni mask that covered her full face. With this, she didn't even remotely resemble her Miss All Sunday counterpart. Hee hee. Some things never get old, Usopp said, as he waved to the people of Alabasta as some of them cheered as they walked past. Kids mainly were great fans of Usopp, mainly due to him spending a few days in Alubarna telling the tales of their journey. That and Usopp had a knack for helping little ones, so he was quite popular amongst children. All of the Straw Hats were, mainly because of their good deeds spreading throughout the country. Not only did they stop the corrupt warlord Crocodile, they were also helping people rebuild their towns, lands and other areas that were harmed by the previous warlord. Like Robin, Usopp had also changed his outfit. Wearing clothes that made him look cool and menacing at the same time. He wore a yellowish-green coat that looked similar to the Marine's Justice coat, except the color was different. And on the back there was the kanji of Sniper King written on his back. Underneath his open coat his upper body was bare, while he wore cargo shorts with lots of pockets to carry enough ammo and other stuff like ore for his weapons. He also had his two dual revolvers hidden underneath his jacket and his black large slingshot strapped to his back. He also wore a pair of yellow round sunglasses, and bandages wrapped around his arm to give him a cool look. It was Luffy's idea to bring their fashion up to a good standard as they had a public image to keep. Most of the Straw Hats had changed their clothes to look much more modern. Only Sanji's look remained relatively unchanged with an added overcoat that had a kanji of Cook on the back over his regular clothes. All three of them were getting a lot of attention in Alabasta. As they entered the royal palace, Robin spoke, "So, Sniper-san, what actually was your devil fruit ability again?" she asked. Even though she knew it from the information she collected previously, Usopp's fruit power wasn't what it looked like. Usopp blinked. "Oh, yeah. We didn't tell you about my fruit," he said, scratching the back of his head. "Well, she did join the crew late," Sanji said. Robin looked at Usopp from underneath her mask. "So it's not the shrink fruit?" Usopp grinned proudly. "Nope, it's actually the size fruit," he said, puffing up his chest. "Luffy wanted me to hide it as the shrink fruit so that my opponent underestimates my ability." Robin was a bit surprised but nodded. "Well, information is power in a way. That and we are making a lot of enemies real soon in our journey," Sanji casually said. "We have to take every advantage we can get." Usopp nodded. "Though, I wasn't trying to hide it or anything. We are crewmates after all," he said, not wanting her to think of him wrongly. "That And I didn't give any of you any reason yet to trust me. Robin said politely, earning a worried chuckle from the sniper. Well, I don't know about others. But I do trust you a bit. I mean, I trust Luffy. If he wanted you to be part of the crew, then that works for me. He said, he didn't go wrong with any one of us. So I don't see why not. You guys really do trust your captain, don't you? She asked, as they walked through the corridor. Well, isn't that what a crew is meant to do? Trust each other and share each other's burdens? Usopp said, looking at her weirdly as if not getting it. But then again, the sniper had little experience knowing other pirate crew dynamics. You would be surprised that most crews don't actually work like that. Sometimes they just fear the captain altogether, or they just bear with him. Robin said, some captains are even known to sow fear in the hearts of their fellow crewmates to earn respect. Usopp's face turned grim with disgust. Luffy would never do that. He mumbled. Well, Robin-san is right there. Sanji said. I have seen other crews, don't forget Captain Kuro or Captain Krieg. He reminded casually. Luffy on the other hand doesn't need to earn respect. How should I say this? Even with all of his antics, he knows exactly what to do and say to keep his crewmate safe when needed. Usopp blinked before he snickered, that and he could beat all of our asses if he wanted to. Luffy is strong. Unworldly strong. But at the same time, he is a man of character. You just joined the crew recently, but you will see. He is totally different from anyone. Yup, he's the only stubborn idiot of a captain that I can respect. Sanji nodded, he kind of reminds of Jeff in a way. He mused, before he looked at Usopp. Speaking of being stubborn, do you think he will recruit Anchor this time around? It's not a question of if. It's a question of when. Usopp snickered. A small smile appeared on Robin's face behind the mask. It seems that you guys are sure he will join. He was an ex-marine after all. Both Usopp and Sanji looked at her, before smiling. Chapter 262. Well, let's just say you haven't been part of the crew too long, Robin-san. Sanji said politely. Usopp chuckled. Yeah, Luffy's stubborn. And this time, I'm sure he will somehow manage to bring Anchor into the crew. And thinking about it, we have a lot of weapon users in the crew, sooner or later we would need a smith. I'm good. But not that good. Robin just hummed. She wasn't really thinking about Anchor, no, she was more interested in what power Usopp showed. She wondered if all of the Straw Hats had devil fruit powers or not. For a new crew, they had some good abilities. Does all of the crew have devil fruit abilities? She asked. A good chunk of them does, Sanji said. We are aiming for the strongest crew's spot. So yeah, we need all the advantage we can get. Robin nodded, though, you need to be careful. In the sea, having a devil fruit can be a weakness. Oh, that. Well, let's just say. We are thinking of a way to get rid of that. Usopp snickered, I'm making something, for that. Though it might take a while. That. And we can always take the long route that Captain took. Sanji said. I don't really like losing the ability to swim, as a chef I do need to catch fish from time to time. Robin looked at them again, not getting what they meant. How can a devil fruit user swim? We don't know, actually, but Chopper said it has something to do with gaining immunity to the sea. You know, like poison resistance and stuff some people have. Other than fighting, Luffy loves to train. And one day he just decided that he refused to let the sea hold him back. And started to learn swimming. And now, well, he can. Usopp said, heck, he sometimes pulls the going merry from time to time. Robin was surprised underneath her mask. What do you mean? Pull the ship? As in swim while pulling the ship? Yup. Usopp snickered. But how? Well, he's Luffy, Sanji answered. Logic sometimes bounces off of him. Luffy is. Well, interesting, Robin said. He's an odd one, isn't he? Grandson of the marine hero, a warlord. I don't know what to say. Usopp's smile widened, don't think about it too much. It will fry your brain. He snickered. Speaking of Luffy, I heard he has come back to the castle after his honeymoon. He said, looking at Sanji. The chef in question looked down, almost whimpering. I hate that lucky bastard. He mumbled. Usopp's sweat dropped at Sanji's reaction. You're just being jealous here. He pointed out. No, he's double timing. How does that even work? Sanji said dramatically, almost crying. Usopp scratched the back of his head, a bit confused. Didn't you also double time back in Whiskey Peak? You know, the bounty hunting sisters you slept with. He couldn't finish his sentence when Sanji grabbed his mouth. I don't even know what he's saying, Robin Swan. He cleared, almost making the sniper go blue due to not being able to breathe. It was then that from the corner a pink-haired boy walked down. It was Kobe. Oh, so you guys are back? He asked, breaking off the two men, as Usopp gasped for air. "Did you find it?" "Why yup," Usopp coughed, giving a glare to the cook before he nodded, taking out a small ship from his back. It was Crocodile's old ship. "It's not the best, but it should work just fine for the upgrade." Crocodile's ship that he used before settling in Alabasta. A ship that was meant for the Grand Line. All three of the Straw Hat Pirates had left to collect Crocodile's old ship. It was roughly twice the size of the Going Merry. Located in one of the uninhabited parts of Alabasta. They didn't intend to switch ships. No, there were some shipwrights in Alabasta, who were willing to help upgrade the Going Merry. That was why they left to get the ship. As Crocodile's old ship was made with good wood that could be used to upgrade the Going Merry. Other ships that were on the island didn't have good materials in them for the upgrade. It would take around 2 days to upgrade the ship, change the damaged parts, and reinforce the weaker ones. But after that, the Going Merry would be in pristine condition. "Oh, before I forget. I need to ask Luffy something," Usopp said. "He's a bit busy right now," Kobe said, looking around to see if anyone else was there or not. Finding no one, he whispered, "Him and Sabo-san have been busy trying to contract the Revolutionary Army. I need to know what they are talking about." Robin thought to herself. It was known that Luffy and Sabo tried to contact the Revolutionary Army before Luffy got married. But with how closed off the Revolutionary Army was, sometimes it was hard to get in contact with them. It seems they were trying again. "Oh," Usopp said. "Then I will tell him later. I will go to the kitchen then." "Do you want anything, Robin-san?" Sanjay asked. "I could make something for an evening snack." Robin politely declined. "No, I will rest in my room." She gave them a curt nod before going towards her room. A bit of haste in her steps. Chapter 263. A few minutes earlier, Gorura. "You are quite the ambitious one, brat." "Shishishi. I already like you, Newgate," Luffy said with a grin on his face, as he looked at the transponder snail. The transponder snail on a video call between the pirates. Not just any pirates, it was between 4 emperors and the future king of the pirates. "Keep the title for me, will ya? Don't kick the bucket before I get there and kick your ass." Whitebeard laughed, stroking his beard with his hand. "You are 100 years too young for that, brat." Gorura. Luffy found it amusing that this world's Whitebeard actually had a beard. "Gotta hand it to him, Pops, the kid's got some brass balls," said Marco the Phoenix, popping out from one side of the screen. "Hey, he's just like Ace in that regard. Young and foolish, eh? Oi, whose side are you on, bird brains?" Ace complained from Luffy's side, complaining at his crewmate. "And besides, for all my brother is worth, he still has to go through me before he can even touch Pops." Luffy rolled his eyes. "Keep saying that, brother, and the next thing you know, you are a living donut." Ace's brow twitched with annoyance. "I still don't know what that means, but piss off." Luffy butted heads with his brother. "You wanna go one round, matchstick?" "Bring it, rubber brain," Ace said, pushing him back. "Kids." Sabo chopped the air between them, breaking off the fight. "Stop fighting." Both Ace and Luffy looked at the blonde and did the mature thing, stuck out their tongue, and pulled down their eyelids. Gorura. Whitebeard laughed from the other side, seeing their antics. "It seems you got the brains in the family, eh?" Marco mused. All of them present here had been talking for quite a while now, detailing the terms of the alliance. They even brought in the fact about Luffy and Ace wanting to help the revolutionaries, but Whitebeard didn't say anything. For now, the old man would rather only involve himself with the Straw Hats, not the revolutionaries at large. Worked out for him. Political relationship, or any relationship for that matter, was a give-and-take exchange. If Luffy proved to be beneficial for the Whitebeard pirates, then he was sure the old man wouldn't mind allying with in taking down the world government. But then again, he did see it from the old man's perspective. Newgate was in a crew Rock's crew that all things considered did just that and failed. So from his perspective, they looked like brats that didn't know stuff. "You know I'm serious about fighting you," Luffy said with a grin, "but not like this. I want to fight you at your prime. If possible, that is." Whitebeard raised his eyebrow, before understanding what Luffy meant. Ace had informed him before. Though it was no guarantee of success, Ace was still keen on trying. The old man had an unreadable expression. "For all it's worth, you're a strange one, brat." He hummed, "Though, I see myself as a legend of old. Know this, brat, I'm more than capable of fighting you. Age and sickness can hardly hold me back." "Don't underestimate Pops, Luffy," Ace said, before leaning in. "He's got a mean punch," he whispered aloud, getting a grin from Whitebeard and Marco. It was then both Whitebeard and Marco looked towards their left. Luffy and the others could hear some background sounds. "It seems the party is on, eh?" Marco said. "We will catch you guys later." Whitebeard gave a curt nod, while also Luffy and the others agreed to end the call. With that, the transponder snail blinked off, and the video feed was cut off. Right after the call was over, Ace looked to his side, eyeing Luffy. Sabo blinked as he eyed Ace and Luffy, before musing. The younger brother raised his eyebrow, but the Fire Logia didn't say anything for a while, just glaring at him. Fine. What do you want? A grin split across Ace's face. Well, little bro, can you tell me how you intend to make Pops go back to his prime? Any super rare medical potion? Or some kind of devil fruit powers? He asked. I'm really curious. Luffy grinned. Should I tell you? He hummed thoughtfully, making his older brother whine. He chuckled. Fine. It's actually a theory, but devil fruit powers are rare, and have a vast range of abilities. So. But his speech was cut off when purr. The transponder snail called. But it was not from Whitebeard, no, it was from Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Talk about timing. Sabo snorted. Finally, the old man has the time to call his son, Luffy grumbled, giving an apologetic look to Ace. Nah, take the call. Ace said, waving him off. He could have the conversation later. Thanks, Luffy said, before taking the call. A video of Dragon came up. He looked menacing as ever, with tribal tattoo on his face and with a green cloak. Oh ho ho, if it isn't my dear old dad. Finally managed to take some time off your work and call your son? Dragon gave him a small smile before he nodded. I was busy with work so I didn't return the call. Excuses, Luffy said, waving him off, but I did hear something about setting up new bases here in Paradise. Dragon nodded. Let's just say that your recent incident at the G3 base gave us quite the opportunity to set up revolutionary bases in the surrounding islands, Dragon revealed with a grin. Also, congratulations on becoming a warlord. Huh, thanks. I guess. Luffy said. Wait, does Alabasta also have a revolutionary base? Dragon shook his head. No, unfortunately, the world government has marines and spies all over the country. Placing revolutionaries there wouldn't do us any good. He said, and besides they don't need any. The country has a good ruler, with a lot of resources. The Marines are very much active there, and along with other things. We are not putting any bases there. Yet. Oh. Luffy then scratched his chin. I might also have an idea. You see, I'm unofficially taking over Baroque Works, which was under Crocodile. And I need new members to fill out the roster, powerful bounty hunters. I even changed the names to CDs. So. You want some of the members of the Revolutionary Army to join your little bounty hunting group? He said, thoughtfully. Going over the benefits, that could get us some connections. Also, the extra income through an official source would also help. We weren't able to cash the bounty of most pirates. We might be able to do that if some members join your bounty hunting organization. Many won't even bat an eye if it's under a warlord. He said, mainly thinking over the other warlords and how lax the world government was with them. Luffy grinned. Yeah, but I would still need to be careful. The world government might let me spread some influence on the first few islands, but I would need to be careful with CDs. Dragon nodded, before asking, what does this CD stand for? Luffy was about to replay. Ace chimed in, court dating service. Luffy pushed his face down, while Dragon gave an amused smile. It's courting death service, you idiot, Luffy said. Only he was powerful enough to name his organization with such gringy grace. Also our motto is courting death to any and all pirates. Dragon gave another amused chuckle when Sabo broke their fight off. Anything else happened while on your visit to Alabasta? All three brothers stopped before Sabo and Ace glanced at Luffy. Chapter 264. Luffy cleared his throat, before putting his right hand forward. On the ring finger, there were 2 silver rings. Both rings were black with very different designs. One was laced with small thin blue diamonds while the other was laced with equally rare orange rubies. Yeah. I kind of got married. Luffy said. Dragon blinked, then blinked again. To his credit, the man didn't make any overdramatic reaction. But he was surprised nonetheless. But there are 2 rings. Luffy puffed his chest proudly. Of course, it would be. One for each wife. He grinned, waiting for Dragon's reaction. Dragon paused for a while before a smile broke out. Congratulations then. Hope you have a good life, he said. He didn't say anything much, but the man was happy for his son. Thanks. Luffy said, a bit confused by the lackluster reaction. I presume you are keeping your marriage secret? He said, and Luffy nodded. And I also presume that one of your wives is the princess? Luffy nodded again, a bit amused. So Princess Vivi, and? Dragon asked the unanswered question. Nami, she is part of the crew. Luffy said, she my beautiful orange-haired navigator. I would have had them meet you, but... well, they aren't here. And... no worries. The call was sudden on my part. Dragon said, not minding it. a small smile on his face. Honestly, I wasn't expecting you to marry this early. And not to two at the same time. Dragon admitted, but then he chuckled before he brought his own right hand up. On his hand there were 2 silver rings, but then again, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He said, though there was sadness in his eyes. Luffy didn't know what to say. Those eyes didn't just reflect sadness, they reflected pain, struggle, and loneliness. All of it flashed for a second before it disappeared behind his mask of strength. But Luffy, Ace, and Sabo could easily pick it up. Even the second-in-command in the Revolutionary Army didn't know that. Most of the time, Dragon wore black hand gloves, so he was also surprised. In the midst of chaos, all 3 brothers didn't notice an eye and an ear sprouting near the corner of the room. The young pirate didn't know what to say. But as a man, and a son, he gave them a solemn nod. Before blinking, wait, you married 2 women at the same time? Dragon just grinned, surprising isn't it? I'm sure my mothers were great women. Luffy said, not knowing what else to say. Though he did want to learn about them, the series didn't flesh out Luffy's parents and he also wanted to satisfy his curiosity. Can I know about them? Dragon nodded and was about to continue when Ace spoke. Ugh, I think we should go then, Ace said, leaving his chair to stand up. Yeah, we should give you guys some privacy. Sabo agreed. No stay. Dragon said, waving them off. I might be Luffy's biological father, but you are his brothers. Some relations go deeper than blood. Yeah, you guys can stay. Luffy agreed with his father. It would be a bit awkward to have a conversation one-on-one. This man might be his father, but he was mostly absent for Luffy's life. The only person he considered a father figure was Garp. The old marine might be tough, but he was a lovable bastard. Both Sabo and Ace looked at each other and shrugged, taking their seat. They were also curious about the world's worst criminal. Dragon waited a bit before starting. I married both of them at the same time as well. I wasn't as young as you, but young nonetheless. He said, smiling at the fond memories. I was maybe around 25, had recently left the Marines at the time, and I was the captain of the Freedom Fighter Pirates then. The Freedom Fighters weren't actually a pirate group, but an early team of revolutionaries. Later on Dragon founded the Revolutionary Army from there. We were a very small group back then, Dragon said, and I met both love of my lives there. Where should I start? Let's start with your mother. Dragon said, smiling. She was a kind-hearted woman. She joined our small group a bit later. Free-spirited, compassionate, and a dreamer. Luffy and the others could feel the fondness in his voice, remembering the old times. Dragon's lips curled up to a smile, before it went away. She was also a princess. Though her kingdom had perished when she was young. You wouldn't even find a mention of the island. The world government made sure to erase that part of the history. All 3 boys gave a grim look. They didn't know what happened. Maybe a buster call, but they didn't question it. How did she? Luffy didn't say the last part, but it wasn't needed. Luna was sick. Her condition was incurable by the time we found out. She passed away a year later after you were born. Dragon said with regret in his voice, maybe if the disease was found earlier she could have been saved. But like Alvia and your older sister. I failed her. Luffy blinked, surprised. I have a sister? Dragon sadly nodded. Yes, but my precious little flower was from Alvia. You are from Luna. My daughter. I failed her as my firstborn. He said, there was shame, sorrow, and disappointment in his voice. That is also the reason why I didn't want you to stay with me. I didn't want you to get into trouble. Luffy just nodded. Dragon continued, I fell in love with both Luna and Alvia. He said, grinning, and like a real man, I didn't want to choose between them. And I never regretted that choice. Luffy smiled, thinking that he wasn't much different from him. Alvia and I worked together even before I defected from the Marines. She in a way worked for the world government, he said. I first met her when I was still in the Marines. She was a strong woman, we clashed heads in many ways. But that's what I loved about her. The revolutionary continued. After I left the Marines, I needed some help to stay under the radar of the world government, and well, she came in for the help. Joining our small group and acting more or less like a double agent. But then things happened, and I needed to go into hiding. While I could take Luna with me, Alvia, she still wanted to stay anonymous. She might have been part of the revolutionary, but she loved history. And she valued her work. I didn't want to take her away from her work, and in some ways she was safe not being with me. Dragon smiled at the old memories. Luna was of course alive at the time. And she was with me, when I was hiding. I had to hide for a few years, and when I came out of hiding, I found out that I had a daughter. He said the last words with sadness. Wait. Luffy said before remembering something, the black transponder snail was just recent. He mumbled. Dragon nodded. Not just the black transponder snail, back then even the common transponder snail was uncommon. And there weren't much ways to communicate back then. So any transponder communication could easily be traced and marked. Even though the Marines and world government didn't target Alvia, because of her being a valuable asset of knowledge, she was still suspected. Playing the double agent had its own set of problems. They couldn't take action against my father, but she would be in trouble. So I had to cut off all communication for a few years when I went into hiding. I had Luna with me, but I missed Alvia. It was one of the hard times back then. What did you do for them to target you? Luffy asked. Dragon expression darkened. World government wanted to kill Luna, and she was always on their hit list. Things happened and she got captured by some world nobles. Had to save her, and in doing so, killed 7 of them. He said, scowling, before giving a savage grin. On of a predator, my only regret is that I couldn't kill the last one. Impressive. Luffy admitted. But I would have killed the 8th one as well. Dragon snorted, chuckling, relaxing a bit. After a while, he then continued, when I went into hiding, the Marines and world government were after me like wild dogs. I didn't know that Alvia was pregnant with our child. Even Alvia found out later. By then there was no way to contact me. Alvia was strong, and she raised our daughter alone. I missed the first few years of her life. And when I did find out my daughter was already 4. My precious little flower didn't know that I was her father. Alvia didn't want the information to slip out, so she had lied to everyone, even to our daughter. To my sweet little flower, I was just a stranger that came from time to time and brought gifts. Dragon said, giving a sad smile. Dragon continued. I wanted to tell her that I was her father. But with Alvia working close to the world government, the information might slip out to the wrong people. Luna blamed herself for the whole mess, but Alvia didn't. I really lucked on getting those 2. Wait, so she didn't know you were her father? Luffy asked. That's... Sorry, to be blunt, that's kind of stupid. Chapter 265. Wait, so she didn't know you were her father? Luffy asked. That's... Sorry, to be blunt, that's kind of stupid. Dragon gave a sad smile. It was. I always wanted to live a life without regret, to live free. To help people, to do the greater good. But at that time I came up short. He said, sighing, pinching the bridge of his nose. I was a father, and I wanted to take the responsibility for it, but I was powerless at the same time. Luffy didn't say anything. But he could feel the man's sadness. It seems failing her supposed sister was his biggest regret. But it was better this way, or that's what I told myself. He sighed helplessly. I still remember the times when I saw my precious little flower. She often saw me as a stranger. I couldn't even reveal my face to her, due to my bounty poster being all around the island. Dragon said, sighing, but I was underestimating my daughter. She got her intelligence from her mother. Once she asked me why I always hid my face. I told her that it was to protect her and her mother. And she accepted it as it is, was content with the answer. A tear rolled down from his eye, as he wiped it away. She was very mature for her own age. Even Luffy found himself shedding a few tears, and when he looked at his side, his brothers were downright crying with blowing their nose in their handkerchief. Luffy wanted to say something about it, but didn't bother. I wanted to give something to her. Something that would protect her at sea, Dragon said. It was after a successful mission, and I got my hands on a pretty powerful fruit. Funny thing is, your mother was the one that got the fruit. One that was used by an assassin from the Cypher Pol unit, and I gifted it to my precious little flower. She was 6 at the time. He smiled. Alvia protested giving such a powerful fruit to a child, but well, I couldn't keep myself. And I managed to convince Alvia otherwise. Like me, Luna also thought it was a good idea. Unlike me, Luna didn't have a bounty. And, well, she bonded well with our daughter. Though to her she was just a random ant, he said, chuckling. I didn't regret that decision, giving her the fruit I mean. The fruit power really suited her creative mind. The flower fruit for my precious little flower. Dragon said the last part mostly to himself, and the 3 boys weren't able to hear it. Dragon continued. But I was content with it. I didn't want to be greedy. I didn't want her to share my burden. I just wanted them to be safe, even if that meant being away from them. He said. But the world government took them away from me. He said, his voice hardening. The Revolutionary Army and all of this. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have made it. That surprised all of them. Dragon continued. The world government. They took them away from me. He gave a hollow chuckle as a single shed of tear rolled down his eye. He wiped it away with his hand, before looking at them. And they did it without even knowing. For all the justice and revolution that I speak of. It was my personal hatred that started all of this. I might preach about justice and revolution, but I sometimes ask myself, if I am just looking for vengeance, he said, looking to the side, but then again, the flames of revolution were always in a way ignited with hate before it could bring peace and justice. You truly love them, Luffy said, with a sad smile. I could see myself doing worse for Nami or Vivi. Dragon smiled. Protect them, son. He said, when I found out what was about to happen, I left out with our fastest ship, but I was late. Alvia and our daughter were gone, and I was only left with Luna. I threw myself at work, trying everything to make the lives of every world government worker's life miserable, trying to help anyone, so that like me, they wouldn't need to lose anyone precious to them. At least I had Luna by my side. His look of determination broke again. Then we found out about her sickness. She didn't have much time on her. And she decided to give me something before she left. He then looked at Luffy. Then we had you. Her already short time was even shorter. And so, call it fear, or my cowardice, but I didn't want to lose you like my firstborn. Dragon continued. I didn't want to fail you like your sister. Who knows what challenges she faced and are facing right now. If you blame me, son, then I'm sorry. But I couldn't lose you. He said. Luffy wanted to ask him about his sister, but he didn't interrupt him. Dragon looked a bit awkward. When you were small, you were a bit unruly. That was also the reason why I didn't show myself to you. Wait, you visited the village? Of course, you did. He said, growing a bit. But honestly, I feel kind of betrayed that you didn't trust me. I could keep a secret, even with my unusual quirks. Yeah, he might have acted a bit stupid as a kid. But Luffy was stubborn when it came to keeping promises. Ace said, thinking over a time when Luffy had kept his secret even while he was beaten half to death. But wait, if you did visit him, how did you not know about me? Sabo asked. Well, believe it or not, after Shanks visited the Uchiha village it became quite tough to visit the East Blue back then. He said, and I couldn't visit the island for 2 years, and when I did came back, I found Great Terminal in flames, and you Sabo. I didn't actually think that you would be connected to Luffy. Goa Kingdom was very far from Uchiha village, and well, you lost your memories. Sabo internally winced and nodded. Anyway, I didn't keep that much contact with my father, Dragon said, and well, I had my hands full with the newly established Revolutionary Army. So I couldn't visit that much like your sister, also with other things. Luffy cut him off. Before I forget, my sister. Is she alive? Dragon looked at him, and sighed. I don't know. He admitted, when Aliva died I tried to find her. But she was gone. The last one to see her was Saul. The giant survived the incident but with bad burns, but even he didn't know where she was. The only way I know she's alive is because of her active bounty poster. Over the years, her traces got so thin that finding her became impossible. But Luffy frowned. Alvia. Saul, he said, finally connecting the dots. Hey, Dad. Don't mind me asking. But what's the name of my sister? Dragon frowned. It's Nico Robin. He said, a sad smile on his face. Well, her name would have been Monkey D. Robin. But you know that would have been a dead giveaway. Even without having any connection to her, she's one of the hit list of world government. If they knew, they might have sent Cypher Pol Agents 9 to vice admirals at her by now. He said, with a sour look. He then sighed, I would give anything to hold my flower in my arms and tell her that I love her. Though she's probably all grown up by now. I wonder if she took her looks from her mother. She did get my hair. He said, saying the last parts mostly to himself. But it's too late for that, now. All three boys looked at each other, opening and closing their mouths like fishes. A wordless conversation going on between them. Dragon frowned. What happened? Sabo was unspoke. Ahem. I might have forgotten to mention something on my last report. Wait, you knew? Luffy asked. No, of course not, Sabo said, really. It's news to me as well. But I did say the Revolutionary Army was looking for her. Dragon frown deepened. Sabo, what did you forget to report? It was then the room's door was flung open. And the transponder snail was positioned in a way, Dragon was clearly able to see who it was. A woman with beautiful features, and onyx black hair. And for the first time of the day, Dragon's eyes almost popped out of its sockets. Chapter 266. Robin leaned on the balcony railing, the moon shining brightly tonight, its radiance making the view quite hypnotic. From here she could see the long desert, the deep blue night sky, filled with stars, and the shining moon. The view was mesmerizing and she was using it to not think about what happened today. I have a family. A whisper in her ears. She shook her head. It was out of character to just barge in through the door and confront the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Who also happened to be his deadbeat father. She sighed. I have a father now. She thought, her lips becoming a thin line that stretched into a small smile. All the years of emptiness were gone. She wiped away the single tear that threatened to leak out of her eye. And a brother too. Well, brothers. She mused about the 3 boys. Luffy might be her biological brother. But in Ace's words, all of them came in a package. And hence now, she has 3 brothers. From an orphan to now having an actual blood-related family, in just a few days. That was quite the promotion. And Saul is alive. Another smile stretched across her face. Heavily injured, but alive. I'm glad. She wondered if this was the crew her old friend had told her about. A crew that would accept her, people that would trust her. And another smile crept her face while tears rolled down her eyes. And she was actually smiling now. It wasn't. She wasn't faking it anymore, was she? She didn't know how long it's been since she could actually smile. Be carefree. Be safe. At least to feel safe. A small voice still called her to be paranoid. To look over the corner. But no. No, she wouldn't. She had hope and she would protect it with all she had. Because she finally had it. Hope. The day was quite emotional in her books. And a lot of crying. Well, she could understand the 3 boys crying. Luffy and his brothers wore their emotions on their sleeves. They were over the moon happy for her. Her father too cried. The fearsome leader of the Revolutionary Army had cried, for her. It warmed her heart seeing the man care for her. At the same time, the man cleared out any doubts she had of her origins, and why he didn't look for her. Well, he did. It seems for all it's worth, her skills in hiding were good. So good that even the revolutionaries' leader couldn't find her. And he's been searching for her for 2 decades now. The man wanted to come to Paradise's side immediately and apologize to her. To hold her, to hug her, to say sorry to her. To at least be the father he couldn't have been. But Luffy, her brother. A small smile appeared on her face. Who knew she would join the crew of her own brother? She shook her head. Luffy didn't want Dragon to come into Paradise, it made sense. As that might put all of them in danger. Finally, Luffy was able to gain the barest amount of trust from the world government, so he didn't want to waste it. And of course, if somehow the world government knew that Dragon also had a daughter, one that could read the ancient texts, well, a buster call would be a mild response on their part. But that was logical. Dragon for the most part wasn't listening to reason and told his son to shut up. Which brought about a verbal battle between the 2 Monkey D family members. But after he reassured him that she would be alright and along with other things, Dragon agreed with holding off his visit for now. Luffy had then also brought up how his grandpa, or their grandpa, would react. A father, 3 brothers, and now a grandfather. Suddenly gaining that many family members. That felt surreal. Robin again found herself wiping away her tears. She wouldn't cry. She wasn't sad. No, she was happy now. All of this felt surreal. Almost as if she would suddenly wake up and find all of this to be a dream. And she was afraid. Sorry for bothering you, Robin-san. But here's your drink. It was Sanji who spoke, the chef waiting at the door with a tray. You haven't eaten anything for lunch. And Captain is worried. He was as well, but he knew better than to say that right now. I thank you, Robin said as she quickly wiped away any remaining tears that she had. Not wanting to show any weakness, as years of habit wouldn't go away in one day. Sanji walked in and placed the tray on the table, before walking down towards the balcony railing, standing a bit away from her. He looked over the horizon, the moonlight casting a shadow over his face as he leaned on the railing. I heard what happened. He said, the whole crew knew. If you want, I'm a good listener. Robin didn't say anything for a while and Sanji was about to get back to the kitchen and resume his duties when she spoke. Can you stay? Of course, my lady. No one said anything for a while. There was a comfortable silence between them. Sanji was the first person in the crew that had accepted her alongside her brother, and she found the blonde cook quite comforting to be around. Chapter 267. Time passed and after a while, Robin finally broke the silence. You know, most of my life, for nearly 2 decades I was alone. Jumping from one pirate ship to another, just to survive. Not staying in one place, afraid of what might happen if the world government finds out, all the while looking for anything resembling a family. Robin said, and just in few days, not only did I find a crew that actually accepted me, but my family as well. Can you believe that, Sanji? Sanji didn't look towards her but rather looked at the open horizon on the front, as Robin sniffed trying to hold back her tears. All my life, I thought I was cursed. The world government gave me the epithet Devil's Child in my bounty poster, almost as if mocking my curse. I was hunted down by marines and bounty hunters alike. And all I did was survive. All I knew was how to survive. She said, wiping away her streaming tears. She had glanced a few times to know Sanji wasn't looking at her, and she was thankful at that. I couldn't show myself to others. Doing anything to survive, doing things that I regret just for my own survival. All the while I tried to hold on to hope. A foolish dream. Sanji didn't say anything but passed a handkerchief to her, still not looking at her. Robin took it, giving a wordless thanks. I am an archaeologist. Maybe my purpose was finding the poneglyphs. To find the history of the Void Century. But that hope died down as well, when I saw and read the poneglyph of Alabasta. She said, remembering how she and her brother sneaked into the Tomb of Kings to read the ancient text. A small smile crept up her face. A real smile. And she continued. I had no hope, no nothing. I had no meaning to live. The only thing that was keeping me alive was the hate for the world government. And then, when all my hopes were lost, I found this crew. And I found my family. I had a family. And Saul, my giant friend who saved me from Ohara, he was alive. Robin said, her voice cracking as she sniffed from time to time. Just a few days ago, I had no reason to live. And now, I want to live. I want to be happy. Isn't that selfish? No, it's not. Sanji said. It was then a very cold wind blew, almost making the girl shiver. Sanji walked over to her while taking off his coat and putting it around Robin. Thank you, Robin said, and Sanji nodded. He then looked right into her eyes. We are kind of similar, Robin. He said. This was the first time he called her without any honorific. We aren't much different, and I'm happy that you actually found your family. A family that loves you. He smiled. Robin didn't say anything, so the chef continued. Captain is overprotective of us. Doing anything and everything for us. And I can only imagine what he would do for his own blood. He is a man I admire, and he is a man that I'm jealous of. Sanji said, walking away from her before again taking his spot near the railing. Unlike me, he's strong. Unlike me, he's self-controlled, and unlike me, he's committed. You know, when I first joined the crew, the only ones that were loyal to Luffy was Zoro and then Jin. After that, one by one, I saw how a boy that was younger than me, won over the hearts of his crewmates. Won over their loyalty. He gave a shallow grin. That bastard even has me wrapped around his appreciation. Heck, I wouldn't mind giving my life for the crew or him. While I am around seeking blind revenge. He's different. He then looked at him. You really are lucky, Robin. And I'm happy for you. Robin flashed a small smile. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you had a crush on my brother. Sanji's face turned green for a second. Don't say that. Now, don't say that. I have a very vivid imagination. Just imagine, you and him, half naked on a bed. Shirtless and only covered by a blanket. She mused, how scandalous. Oh, God. You are evil. Sanji said, his face turning fully green. Now, I can't get that image out of my head. Robin chuckled. Oh, what if rather than the captain? How about our certain green-haired swordsman? Foo-fa-foo. She teased. You seem to have deep feelings for him. Please, can you not? Sanji said, looking like he was making a conscious effort to not throw up his lunch. He almost shivered at the thought. Okay. I won't. Robin said, chuckling. After some time Sanji joined the laugh as well. Robin tightened the coat around her when the wind blew again. You want to know a secret, Robin-san? He asked. His voice didn't hold the flirty tone that he usually had. I also have an older sister. Robin blinked and looked at the chef. Vinsmoke Reiju, that's her name. Sanji said, She was a great woman. Wait, Vinsmoke. You are from the Vinsmoke family? She asked, surprised. Sanji sighed. Unfortunately, yes. For a while none of them spoke, but Robin's curiosity got the better of her. You said. She was, as far as I know, the princess of the Germa Kingdom is alive. She kept tabs on the most prominent members in the world, so she had some info on them. Well, she is alive. But I don't think she's herself anymore, Sanji said, with sadness in his voice. Judge, my biological bastard of a father, wanted the best soldiers for his kingdom and cause. And what better way than to experiment on your own children? Robin looked at Sanji, horrified. Reiju was the firstborn, or so that's what the normal people believe. But she was the only one that survived my father's cruel experiments. Sanji said, his fist tightening on the railing, bending the structure. After that he had my brothers and me. Each one stronger than the previous one. Or at least that was his plan. You see, my mother saw what the experiments had done to my older sister, how it stripped her away from her emotions and will. So when she had me, she took something to halt my Vinsmoke gene's development process. Sanji said, my abilities became far less potent than my siblings, but I was able to keep my emotions and will. And of course, I was deemed flawed. And that gave the opportunity for my other siblings to pounce on me. Beat me, break me, torture me. And many other things. Robin looked even paler now, but they were your siblings. Your family. Sanji gave her a sad smile. I wish it was that. I might have forgot to mention, but my father never did actually marry my mother or any one of the women he had. No, for him, they were just breeding stock. Sanji could feel his flames rage on that memory. Human, fishman, mink, women from other races and tribes were just for his experiments. To make the perfect soldier. Other than my sister, my other siblings were not from my mother. My mother saw how bad each day was for me to survive. Even she was thoroughly punished for ruining my father's creation. With all of that, she decided to grab me and run. He said, a small smile crept his face. For 2 years we ran from one island to another, doing anything to survive and flee away from my father. Our only regret was that we left Reiju. But you can only run so much from your past, before it catches up to you. They found us, they beat us. And worst of all, I had to see my mother die right in front of my very eyes. Sanji said, his own tears streaming down his face at the memory. I called for that bastard to stop, called for Reiju to stop him. But when my own sister looked at me, I only saw emptiness in her eyes. I didn't see a spark of will in them. Sanji wiped away the painful tears. When we escaped from Germa, I always questioned my mother as to why Reiju wasn't with us. Other than giving me a painful-looking smile, she didn't say anything. He said. But that day, I found my answer. My sister was gone. Too lost by the effects of the experiments, she no longer had a will of her own. She was a husk of the person she previously was. Sanji then looked towards the moon, thinking over what had happened that day. How his father and siblings beat him and his mother. The pain was bearable, but the emptiness that he felt when Judge pulled the trigger killing his mother. That was unbearable. That scene still haunted him to this day. It made him feel how powerless he was, how weak he was, and what kind of a failure he truly was. Sanji gave another self-deprecating laugh, and did you know what was funny? Judge, that bastard, didn't actually care to retrieve me, or my mother. No, he didn't care for us. Why would he? Heck, he didn't even care if I lived or died. I was broken and battered. My so-called brothers beating the life out of me. It was then Chef Jeff, a man that I would proudly call my father, who rushed in and grabbed me. He fought a losing battle before he went into the sea trying to save me. Even lost his leg in the process. That man taught me how to care, how to be compassionate, and how to be strong for others. Of course, he also had his hand in teaching me how to cook. A proud smile dawned on his face. Robin looked at him and actually found his smile cute. That was odd. Sanji continued, if it wasn't for him, I would have been driven by madness and revenge. And who knows if I would have died a long time ago. He then looked at Robin, giving her a smile. That's why I'm happy for you. A beautiful lady like you deserves all the happiness in the world. Robin's lips quirked up, flirting the moment when things get a bit stable. How noble of you. I aim to please. Sanji smirked, walking towards the table where he kept the juice. Now, I would be more pleased if you have something. Don't want all the emotional baggage ruining your beautiful skin. So you are only after my body. Sanji's body went still. And here I was thinking you were different. Sanji didn't know what to say, only after a bit did he realize Robin was teasing him. He sighed, smiling as he brought the glass of juice to her. You got me. Now as much as I would love to stay and gaze at your beauty, I need to make dinner. The poor chefs in the castle are almost planning to resign with how much food we eat. Robin gave a small chuckle as Sanji made his way out. She chuckled to herself as she shook her head. She looked at the horizon, only now noticing that Sanji's coat was still on her. A small smile dawned her face, as she sipped her juice and enjoyed the cold breeze. Chapter 268 I have to say, I'm honored to be speaking to a boss man like you. The person from the other side of the transponder snail said. The snail's face reflected an ugly smile with missing teeth. So, how can I help you? You do know of Straw Hat Luffy, right? He said, I want you to get rid of him. Note, I haven't pointed out before, but Luffy has 2 epithets. Straw Hat Luffy was given by the Marines. Fallen Hero Luffy was given by the newspapers. Mainly Morgan hyping up Luffy as the next best thing since shawarma. That's why they are used interchangeably. The smile on the transponder snail dropped a bit. I usually like being straight to the point. But this is. He's a warlord, and he is strong enough to get that. Don't waste my time, pirate. The world noble said, I know from the information I have on you, that you were looking for a way to get into the warlord system. So what better way to kill the new brat that doesn't know his place? For a while, the pirate on the other side didn't speak, before he laughed, Zahahaha. I already like you, Saint Kamael. I will do it. I will kill that brat, but what do I get in return? Saint Kamael looked at the transponder snail and said something that made the person on the other side stop with a jaw-drop expression. That. Can you really do it? Blackbeard asked. But that fruit. I thought it was a legend? So, do we have a deal, pirate? Oh, of course, Blackbeard said, smiling with his all missing teeth, the transponder reflecting the disgusting smile. But I take payment up front. That would also help me in taking down the new warlord. Sure. The world noble said, surprising Blackbeard on the other side. I will be sending the fruit along with a few members that will help you in taking that crew down. Don't miss your chance. Who will come? The Cypher Paul? If so, I don't really need those broken unskilled agents for him. Teach said, waving him off. My crew might only have 5 members, but I'm strong enough to take the whole Straw Hat crew and then some. I'm a former Whitebeard pirate. Kamael scoffed, don't underestimate the boy. And you will be getting help. One of them is Green Balaramaki and the other one is Shiryu of the Rain. He said, the world noble had to pull a lot of strings to get Shiryu out of Impel Down, but it should be worth it. Along with them, I will be sending a few pacifistas. Pachi what? Blackbeard asked. Human weapons developed by Dr. Vegapunk. They are basically robotic clones of Warlord Kuma. Blackbeard's eyes widened, so the rumors were true. He mumbled. Why are you doing this? With all of them, couldn't you take the new kid out? Straw Hat Luffy shouldn't be that strong. Saint Kamael narrowed his eyes. Know your place, pirate. He said, and don't question my judgment. That pest needs to be dealt with by a pirate. And you will do it. But if you are hesitant, I can look for someone else. He was prohibited by the 5 elders to take action against Luffy, now that he was warlord. All because to appease the public now that he was being celebrated as a new hero. But Saint Kamael wasn't one to give up. So, he hatched a plan. If he used other forces, pirates, and bounty hunters to attack the warlord, then the public wouldn't know. Of course, he would get backlash from the 5 elders, with some of his property and toys being seized by them. But it would be worth it. That son of a bitch needed to die. He smiled cruelly, thinking of Dragon's face when he would see news of his son's death in the newspaper. Now, why would I let you do that? Blackbeard grinned, the kid's mine. Send your cavalry to Jaya. I'm sure that the Straw Hats will pass through here if they ever leave Alabasta. If not, then we will have to attack that. Saint Kamael nodded, a grin appearing on his face. You think well for a pirate. Who knows, this might set up a long-time business relationship between us. Zahaha. Oh, and I might be a bit authoritative, but tell Aramaki and Shiryu to follow my lead, and while with me, they would need to follow my orders. At the same time, Blackbeard was thinking on how to make the new members stay on his crew permanently. Of course, as long as you kill the new warlord in a month, I won't mind. Saint Kamael dismissed. Now, I have other things to do, places to be. Have a good hunt. With that, the call ended. Chapter 269. Luffy laid on Nami's lap, while the navigator combed her fingers into his black hair, softly massaging his scalp. It's still hard to believe what happened. Luffy muttered. I have sister? I didn't see that coming. Nami hummed, well. Now that it's out. I kind of do see the resemblance. Luffy gave her a flat look and Nami pinched his cheek, giving a teasing smile. I mean, both of you have black hair. She smiled, giggling when Luffy rolled his eyes, and yelped when he pinched her side. The orange head pouted cutely at Luffy, making the pirate muse. No, seriously though. I didn't see that coming. Luffy said, and when you added in the fact that, what she had to go through. I don't know what to say. Hey, sometimes, things happen. And what's done is done. The important thing is now she's safe. Nami said. Luffy sighed, still though, Nami. She's my sister. Even if she's older than me, I'm sure I owed her a couple of piggyback rides, teasing, and a bunch of birthdays. And more teasing. I just feel useless. He sighed again. Knowing who Robin was sooner wouldn't help him either, he wasn't ready to set out to the sea back then. It was the same reason why he didn't go and save Nami's village when he had enough strength. Did he regret that? Yup. With his strength, it would have been easy to handle Arlong, but he delayed it. Sure, he could give out excuses, but there was still a pang of guilt for what he did. But what was done was done. The same was for Robin. Regretting it now was just a waste of time. Nami cupped her husband's face, not knowing what went through his head. No, Luffy, you aren't useless. She said, well, things happen. And well, you can't always stop it. She sighed, I saw my mother die in front of my very eyes, and I still feel useless about doing nothing. But that's the thing, some things are just beyond our control. And we have to accept that. You know, for a cat burglar, you are quite the wise one. Luffy said, pushing Nami off to the bed and resting his face in her growing breasts. Is this where you store them? Your wisdom, I mean. He said, poking one of her breasts. They have been growing well from all the wisdom lately. Hey. Hey, Luffy. Don't do that. You know I'm ticklish. She pouted. Luffy just grinned, before his smile fell a bit. You are worried about how Vivi is reacting to all of this, aren't you? She asked, again combing her thin fingers down Luffy's hair. But I'm sure she will understand. Understand what exactly? Vivi said, entering the room. Luffy and Nami both sat up looking at the princess as she entered the room. Vivi was wearing a blue dress and in her hand was a tray full of sandwiches and 3 glasses of drinks. Vivi, for all the wild she was, seemed to love taking the role of a traditional wife. A bit different from Nami, who would have instead just cuddled up to Luffy to spend her time. Even though Nami was the more mature out of the two, she still had her childish moments. No, I was thinking of why you like to feed me so much, Luffy said, aimlessly. Vivi puffed her chest a bit, and anime logic did its thing and made her assets jiggle. But hey, he wasn't complaining. Well, you know what they say. Don't let a man leave the house hungry or horny, cause there's always some hoe out there with a sandwich. She said the words nonchalantly. Both Luffy and Nami blinked before both of them laughed. As Vivi put the tray down, Luffy came up to her and gave his blue-haired wife a light kiss. Well, thank you, Vivi said, pushing Luffy back, and handing over a sandwich and 1 glass. So, you gonna tell me what you guys were speaking about behind my back? She said with slightly narrowed eyes. We were talking about what happened with Robin. You know, the whole family thing and stuff, Luffy answered, appreciating the sandwich and biting into it. It's kind of surreal that she's my sister. Oh, Vivi said, feeling a bit awkward. Luffy noticed it. Hey, you don't have to say sorry to her or anything like that. He said, she might be my sister, but what she did was totally wrong. Though, you should give her a chance. What happened to her? Vivi asked. I only know that her homeland was destroyed by the Marines. But other than that, I don't know anything. Nami looked at Luffy. Yeah, same here. She said, having her own sandwich. It would probably help if we knew her whole story. Some of us have messed up backgrounds, so we could relate in a way. Luffy looked at both of his wives, even though it's not my story to tell. Alright, let me give you a brief summary. But remember, you never heard it from me. And keep it a secret. They gave a nod, so with that Luffy went into all details he knew about the Ohara incident, about Robin's mother, Jaguar D. Sol and Aokiji, Okainu, and her life after that, jumping from one crew to another. Of course, the last bits of information he told from canon knowledge he had. And he had to make sure Robin wasn't snooping around or that would open a new can of worms in the matter. By the time the explanation was over, both women looked horrified. Luffy also hinted at Robin's depression about how she saw no meaning in living, though now it might have gone better. Still, he had to check on her. I thought my backstory was messed up. But that. Oh God. Nami said, looking a bit pale. She didn't know the full story before, only knew that Robin was on the run for nearly 2 decades, but now that Luffy had gone into details about what happened, she could see why Robin turned out like that. She has been through a lot, Vivi said, biting her lower lip. She could only wonder how she would have turned out to be if her homeland was destroyed and she was on the run for that long. I have to say something to her. She stood up. But Luffy caught her hand. I know that would mean a lot to her. But let her figure things out for herself for a while. Luffy said, I would love for both of you to fix things between yourselves. And with things going like this, I think we should stay in Alabasta for a few more days. Let things settle in before starting the journey. Vivi blinked, happy that Luffy had decided to stay a little longer. The pirate continued, so maybe later. Let her think things through. Just not showing open hostility would be enough. Also, don't look at her with pity. If she's anything like me in any sense, she would hate that. Rather, just be normal around her. And if you do want to confront her, do it tomorrow. It's pretty late right now. Also, they weren't staying the castle, but in one of the royal guest houses that was away from the main castle, for some privacy. Also, what was left unsaid was that Robin couldn't know that Luffy knew her backstory. That might backfire. And sometimes, letting things heal with time was for the better. And even if Vivi wanted to confront Robin, it would be better to do it tomorrow. Robin was emotionally stressed, with all the crying and literal worldview shattering. It would be better to leave her alone for the day. It was then the transponder snail went off. Here. Here. All 3 of them blinked. Who would be calling now? At this hour no less. Luffy frowned, picking it up. Moshi, who's this? It's big news, Morgan. The Birdman said from the other side, and I bring bad news. With that the Birdman continued. By the time it was over, Luffy was very happy that he decided to hold off on the journey. Things in the sea are about to get wild. Chapter 270. Next day, King Cobra took a walk as he was going over the recent reports of his kingdom. Behind him Chaka, Pel, and Igaram followed. Igaram had returned to the kingdom recently and took back his duties in the royal castle. The Straw Hats really are a great help, King Cobra muttered, going over the report, and all the things they did. Even though King Cobra trusted Luffy and his companions, he still made a point to look into what all the pirates were doing. He was a king first and foremost, so he had his duties. Luffy had said before that his crew would help with the problems in the kingdom, and he was keeping his promise. Heck, he was doing more than that. From creating new artificial river pathways to helping people with food problems by catching large sea kings. They were doing their best for the people of Alabasta. Though at the same time, King Cobra knew Luffy was also doing this to gain fame from the people of Alabasta and maybe gain his own trust. Like the Sakura Kingdom, the young pirate wanted the silent fully under him. Thinking of Luffy, the king couldn't help but sigh. He was now his son-in-law, not that he disliked the young man. He was headstrong, focused, and had grand goals. But still. This wasn't what he was expecting. Getting married to his daughter. And to top it all off, Vivi was fully in love with him. Her daughter had the same eyes as her mother. So he could see it from a mile away. As a single father, he saw how her daughter looked at the pirate. And knew something like this might happen, still he hoped and prayed that his intuition might be wrong. But it seemed it wasn't. But then again, the king didn't fully dislike the young man. He had a reputation of being a hero before becoming a pirate. He saw his actions firsthand when the boy saved the capital by tossing the giant bomb sky high. And also, Luffy was up front. Rather than being in a relationship behind his back, Luffy had faced him head-on asking for his daughter's hand in marriage. An act of courage only a few men were willing to take. Though, he was a bit surprised when it turned out that Vivi wasn't the only one he was marrying. But then again, if Vivi was okay with it, then it wasn't his place to protest. Still, as a father, he was a bit concerned about his daughter's choice. "My king, is something on your mind?" Pel asked. "Yes. It's about Vivi and Luffy." The king said. They were the only 3 people in the kingdom that knew about the marriage between his daughter and the pirate. "What do you think of it?" Chaka and Igaram looked at each other but didn't say anything. "This king. It's a matter between the princess and her husband." Pel said, "Though, I am concerned about the princess. Her marriage with a pirate. This might put her in danger. News is bound to spread out. If not from us, then from other sources, and one with the D middle name are bound to catch trouble." King Cobra nodded. Among the royals, the middle name D was always cautioned about. But then again, he wasn't concerned. Why would he? When he himself was connected to that name, long ago. Very few people knew the original history of Alabasta and tie in with the word D. Cobra shook his head. "Let's just hope things turn out to be good. That is all we can do. The middle name D, I haven't told Vivi yet, but now that she's married, I should do it." King Cobra thought as he continued his walk. "The world government's inaction during our crisis made me see a lot of things that my predecessors have warned me about. I should be prepared. With Usopp, is the wood ready yet?" Usopp asked, carrying a few steel beams with ease. Each one of them weighing more than 10 kilograms. But with how much he was training, it was only light work for him. He wasn't freakishly strong like the other members of the crew, but he was strong enough. "Not yet. Working with wood is much tougher than steel," grunted the newest member of the crew. As hammering sounds continued, "It will be finished in a minute." "Sure thing, Anchor, take your time," Usopp called out. Luffy had decided to stay in Alabasta for a few more days. He hadn't explained much, but Usopp had a feeling it wasn't a good reason. Most of the Straw Hats were waiting for their ship to be upgraded, but with more time they could add more stuff. From Crocodile's old ship, they took wood and any good materials that could be used for the Going Merry. The small ship was getting an upgrade that would make her better suited for the rough waters of the Grand Line. Other than Crocodile's ship, they also had Mr. Number 3 work with his wax. However, the use of wax was limited as its weakness was high temperature. Still, a good layer of wax on the bottom of the ship would last for quite a few days until their next island. It would protect the ship from damaging waves. Usopp doubted it was needed, still one couldn't be too safe. Now the Going Merry had 3 layers at the bottom of the ship. The first part was metal, which would keep contact with the sea and mostly save it from the harsh waters of the Grand Line. After that was a layer of orange wood, a rare type of wood that had rubber-like properties, and could absorb damage better than most wood. A wood that they collected off of Crocodile's ship. And the last layer was the original wood that the Going Merry was made out of. Other than that, the Going Merry also had been added with quite a bit of artilleries like custom cannons and slingshots. An upgrade that the sniper very much appreciated. Chapter 271. Usopp looked at the Going Merry and a smile stretched out on his face. She was looking gorgeous and ready for the sea. He touched the hull of the ship. "Soon, you will get proper treatment in Water 7. The ship almost seemed to vibrate in response, but Usopp shook his head. Me and my wild imaginations. Even though the shipwrights of the Alabasta Kingdom weren't good, you had to give them some credit. They were still far better than anything Usopp could do. And add in the fact that Anchor was working with them, the Going Merry was getting a lot of defensive upgrades. The Going Merry's size would stay the same, making more rooms on the ship was possible, but it wouldn't help that much. Most of the men on the ship could sleep anywhere on the ship, and there was already a dedicated room for the females, so most of the upgrade that was done was to make the ship sturdier. Replacing the damaged wood with better ones, adding metals to make it strong, and putting layers of protection were the notable upgrades on the ship. The sound of hammering stopped. "Oi, Usopp. I might need some help with things," called out Anchor, in his gruff voice. "Coming." With Kuina, ice sword style, freezing moon. An epic white sword slash parted out from Kuina's blade, with its insides pure white and its borders black. It showed off her mastery over her frost manifestation that was now empowered by her armament Haki. Flaming Tempest. Sanji shot back with his own attack, as both wind slashes clashed midair. Fire against ice. But unlike other times, ice got the better end of the clash, overpowering the flames before making its way towards the chef. Sanji was of course fast enough to dodge the attack in midair, easily able to maneuver with his fast use of moonwalk. But while Sanji avoided the ice slash, Kuina appeared right behind him with instant transmission intending on stabbing him. Sanji didn't need to look back as his eyes glowed red for a second, easily angling his body out of the sword's path. Sanji spun using the close distance to deliver a spinning kick laced with flames. Kuina just held her hand forward and blocked it with her forearm. Said arm was covered in a thin layer of ice and Haki. After that Kuina delivered her own strike as Sanji fell back. If this was a few months back, Sanji would have been very reluctant to fight against Kuina, as mostly he had self-imposed a rule to not fight women. But when the said woman was someone like Kuina, you had to either flee or fight back. And Sanji knew for a fact it would be mocking Kuina's skills as a swordswoman if he didn't fight back. And with that now he was a bit comfortable in fighting against her. Now that Kuina had got her sword fixed she could train again. Even though she needed to be careful with Wado Akamaji. She could use most of her abilities with it and that's all that mattered for now. Her training with Sanji was mainly for her to get a hangover on her armament Haki. And what better way to train than with Sanji, who was getting used to his speed powers and observation Haki. His speed fruit had a lot of potential, but he needed to get it under control first. At the same time, Kuina's frost power didn't give her any boosts in the speed department like fire did. So she had to gain speed the old-fashioned way. Training. And Luffy was a prime example of how that was possible, so she kept up on the grind. Both of them had new tools in their arsenal, and both were eager to sharpen them up. That was also the reason why they weren't learning new types of Haki, as getting better in what they already had would be better. And Luffy's previous statements were true. Haki blooming during a battle was a thing. Thus a battlefield was the best way to learn and advance Haki. The sense of danger, the sense of emergency was the key to bringing out willpower. Still, training was the best way to manage and learn to hone in Haki, controlling it. Both swordswoman and chef clashed in the open desert, creating quite the fire show around as they didn't hold back. Something had come up, and Luffy had told them to prepare. This was much more serious. Even when facing a warlord, Luffy didn't look serious. And so both members of the Straw Hat Pirate threw themselves into training trying to get better at their skills. With Kobe grunted as the large sandworm, one that could rival a sea king, came out of the sand wanting to swallow the young pirate up. "Wanna eat me, ugly?" Kobe grunted before he jumped right over the sandworm's mouth as it slammed its face into the ground. "Not happening," he said as his 3-foot-long arm blades dug into the beast's side as he ran through its body, creating a line that cut through its thick body. The sandworm roared in pain as it flung its body trying to get Kobe off of him. Blue blood spraying out of its wound. The young pirate had used the claws on his feet to hold him in place as the sandworm moved. "Heads up!" Someone called as Kobe could feel the air vibrate dangerously. He jumped away, barely missing the flaming arc that decapitated the sandworm's body. Kobe had jumped away but still got some of the blue blood from the creature splashed onto his body. "Ugh! This stinks!" he grunted, shooting a glare at Zoro. Only for him to widen his eyes as he used moonwalk to sidestep multiple arcs of fire-laced wind blades that targeted him. "Keep your eyes sharp, Pinky." Zoro grinned. "I never said sandworms will be your only challenge. You are enjoying this more than you should." Kobe grunted before he flicked his arm forward, multiple small bone blades popping out from his arm as they targeted the green-haired swordsman. Chapter 272 You are enjoying this more than you should. Kobe grunted before he flicked his arm forward, multiple small bone blades popping out from his arm as they targeted the green-haired swordsman. "Nah, you are just imagining it," Zoro grinned, holding on to his Nozarashi, one sword style, blazing Tatsumaki. A flame-laced tornado shot out from Zoro's attack that only grew larger, making its way toward Kobe. The young pirate had moved with his fast speed, running in the air to avoid the attack. Still, the young pirate cringed as the flaming twist grinded up the sandworm's body, killing it. 2 large sandworms came out of the ground, reminding Kobe of the old legend of the Hydra. If a head is cut off, 2 more shall take its place, he mumbled and got ready. The 2 beasts wanted to jump Zoro first, as that was the most dangerous target. But a wave of haki washed over everyone, even Kobe felt the will of the king. The sandworms stiffened and eyed Zoro cautiously as they knew doing anything would result in their death. I ain't the target, shitface, Zoro said, before pointing at Kobe who was still in air. Pinky is. If you eat him before you get killed, I won't kill you. And that was the exact motivation that the sandworms needed as they shifted targets to Kobe. I freaking hate you, pirate hunter. Hey, keep telling yourself that, hero. He cackled like a villain, before pointing at the worms. Now, onwards my minions. Kobe could only grit his teeth as he faced the sandworms, though it would be lying if he said he didn't enjoy this. Zoro was also trying to get control over his armament haki, and along with it, he was also trying to learn more about Conqueror's haki. It would have been better if he trained with Kuina or Sanji. But no, Luffy wanted Kobe to be trained up as well. As Zoro was already stronger than Kuina and Sanji. And at their level, gaining strength from training was very rare. Only control could be improved, which he could do easily while training Kobe. Kobe needed to polish up his skill. The young pirate needed to better his skill with his claws, and make them sharper. And to hone in on his fighting style as well. Now that the pink-haired pirate was getting called the hero of the Navy port incident, Kobe was fully pumped to better himself in any way possible. It seems that his growing reputation only helped him fuel more oil into his burning hero complex. Even though outwardly he complained about training, in truth, Kobe didn't mind the hard work if it brought results. While Kobe was training with Zoro, they weren't fighting against each other. No. With Kobe's enhanced sense of smell, they were looking for any dangerous animals in the desert of Alabasta and were testing their skills against them. Kobe was trying to tank their hits with iron body, other than Zoro's sword slashes and the giant-ass sandworms, but he was more or less failing. But due to his regenerative abilities, it wasn't much problem. At the same time, he was trying to learn Tempest Kick or any wind slash variants. Now that he knew how to cut steel, it should be easier to do so. But still, things were going pretty slow on his part. Zoro on the other hand was training with his control over haki. Mainly armament haki with Conqueror's haki on the side. Alabasta had quite powerful animals on the island, and one of them was large sandworms. Some of them equaling the size of sea kings. Some areas of Alabasta were filled with them. They were quite the problem, mainly if any of the sandworms decided to attack any of the cities. When Crocodile was the warlord, he was keeping an eye on them. Before that, the kingdom would spend resources to cut down the numbers of the beasts, but due to the crisis on hand that couldn't be done. But then again, Zoro and Kobe were more than willing to reduce the numbers of the big creatures. Ugh, these are disgusting, Kobe said, wiping his body of the blue color mucus. Or sandworm blood. And my shirt is ruined. Again. Around them were multiple large-sized sandworms, and their cut-up bodies. But even then their numbers weren't reducing. From the ground 5 sandworms came out, as towering as the sky as they glared at Zoro and Kobe. Back to hunting it seems, Zoro said, taking out Yubashiri. A small smile on his face, he then looked at Kobe and pointed his finger at the targets. Pinky, use Razor Wind. Kobe felt his brow twitch at Zoro's command. For some odd reason, that pisses me off. He said before dashing towards the sandworms with his arm blades extended. Zoro just grinned. Chapter 273 with Bartolomeo, the green-haired barrier user screamed as he shot down from the sky, tears leaking down his face due to the wind resistance. But rather than looking terrified, the man was thrilled. Yeah. Barrier bullet. He crossed his arms along with making a hand sign as he fell from the sky towards a pirate ship. A green barrier took form, morphing into the shape of an artillery shell. With Bardo inside, the green construct dug into the ship, almost sinking half of it due to the weight. We have been hit. One of the pirates screamed as they ran. Who's attacking? Another one asked. The Navy? I didn't hear a cannon being shot. Nope. It's something worse. A voice said, bringing all of their attention to the crow's nest where 2 people were looking down at the pirates. They were Johnny and Yozaku, who looked coolly down upon their targets. They aren't much, do we really get paid 50 mil for these cheap shots? Johnny asked. I suppose, Yozaku shrugged, putting his axe and shield back, before cracking his knuckles. Seeing this, Johnny raised an eyebrow. Don't wanna poke them with pointy things, you know. My mistake, Johnny said, putting his own spear on his back. Oi, don't look down on us. One of the pirates said. Who are you guys and how did you get here? A pirate asked as he unsheathed his sword, and pulled out his gun. Well, we are part of the Straw Hat Pirates, Johnny said dramatically, musing at the horrified reactions of the pirates. And consider your lives forfeited. Gee, get them, said one of the pirates, who had 2 hooks for hands, both of them made out of gold. Either he was trying to copy crocodile or he really was into hooks. But it didn't matter, Johnny wasn't one to judge people based on their kinks. You will regret setting foot on this ship, the captain of the ship said. Yeah, you will face the wrath of the hook pirates, said the person by his side. I thought they made a cream for that. A voice called out from behind. It's wrath, you buffoon, not trash. All of the pirates said at the same time, looking behind. Only for them to blink, seeing the green-haired barrier user. Bardo picked his nose. Same difference. He shrugged. No. It's not. Ugh, just get him. One of them said, kill them. Hey, now we are talking, Johnny said, jumping down as shots were fired, knives were thrown. The straw hat in question did nothing to stop them as the bullets and knives hit his body. Johnny came down and dusted off his clothes, the bullet beads dropping from his body without drawing a single lick of blood. Finished yet? Show off, Yozaku said, dropping down and stomping his feet on the dock of the ship, making large cracks on the ground as the whole ship shook. The pirates looked with dropped jaws at both of them. Were they even human? Yozaku cocked his fist and punched his open palm. Let's dance, bastards. With that, he jumped onto the nearest pirate, breaking his jaw with one punch. He kicked the already concussed pirate and threw him to a group of pirates that were about to jump him. And you call me a show-off? Johnny snorted, as he didn't stay behind and moved along with his fellow crewmate, easily dodging the swords, knives, and bullets that came his way. Of course, he could tank them with iron body, but it would limit his movements, so he opted to dodge the subpar blows and attack his opponents. On the other side of the ship, Bartolomeo was rushed by multiple pirates. But before they could jump on him, wait, Bardo said, halting their movements, by creating a wall barrier that multiple pirates, comically, smashed into. With a pleased expression, he crossed his arms and made cross-hand signs, before pushing forward by bitches. Ah! The pirates screamed as they were pushed away by the barrier into the open sea. With that, Bardo cackled like a madman. Surround him, the pirates said, holding their weapons as they surrounded him. And like a team, all of them attacked at once, only to get stopped. Not again. Hey! Bartolomeo laughed as an egg-shaped barrier stopped the pirates from harming him. With that, the pirates tried to harm him as they uselessly bashed their weapons on the barrier. Bartolomeo, seeing this, pulled his eyelid down and stuck out his tongue, enraging the group. At least a group of 20 were now trying to break into Bardo's barrier. He could have dealt with it in other ways, but this was a fight where he needed to improve, so with that, the Straw Hat Pirate brought his hand forward as he concentrated. All the training with changing shape was paying off. And now he could do much more with his barriers than he could do previously. The only downside of complex builds was that they were fragile and would break from a strong attack. Bartolomeo's barriers, if used to their maximum potential, couldn't even be broken by Luffy with his armament hockey enhanced strike. Only using advanced armament was he able to break the barriers, but with time Barto knew he would be able to stop them as well. But rather than only making his barriers strong and being a one-trick pony, he wanted to use his fruit in a creative way. With his concentration on a new construct, the egg-shaped barrier started flickering, making the pirates stop as they observed what the green-haired guy was doing. Suddenly a new shape took form around Bardo's hand, the barrier molding it into a shape that many were familiar with. Meet my ultimate creation, Bardo said, holding up his new green construct, and your doom. Is that? No way. Bartolomeo pulled on the lever as the construct made a buzzing sound. Hee. Now. He held the green up and running chainsaw in front. Who's up for a party? Run. You can hide but you can't run. And like headless chickens, the pirates started running. Yozaku rolled his eyes at the scene. Who brings a chainsaw to a fistfight? He asked, kicking one guy in the nuts and making him bend down, before he grabbed his face by the side and smashed him into another pirate's head, breaking both of their skulls. That's just unethical. Johnny gave him a flat look. We are pirates, he pointed out. I said unethical, he said, rolling his eyes. I didn't say wrong. Playing unfairly is what is right for a pirate. By the 10-minute mark, the pirates in the ships were either dead or knocked out. Well, I call it a job well done, Yozaku said while he crossed off one of the bounties on his list, while Bartolomeo and Johnny nodded. On to the next target. But first, he whistled, and after some time a large sea king appeared. It was none other than Momo. Take the ship back to the port. The Sea King gave a goofy salute, grabbed the ship by one of its flappers, and started pulling it towards the mainland. Chapter 274 with Luffy, is that the best you guys can do? Sabo asked, musing at both of his brothers who panted heavily. He spun his metal pipe lazily as they caught their breath. Easy for you to say. You aren't the one in cuffs. Ace shot back, wiping away his sweat. The chains around his arms clacking as he moved. Stupid devil fruit weakness. Hey, speak for yourself, Luffy said, grinning. I'm having the time of my life. Wiping away the blood from his busted lips. The wound shutting off by the use of his powers, it wasn't fully fixed it, but given time it would be good as new. Life returns the best, baby. Yeah, Ace. You can always start with one sea stone cuff at a time. Sabo said, leaning on the metal pipe. Luffy has built up a tolerance over many years. It's impressive that you are even able to stand with that much sea stone on your body. Yeah, and let him get one up on me? Never. Ace said, pushing himself up and resting him on his shoulders. Even standing still took a lot out of him. On Ace's hands were sea stone cuffs, thick ones that were the bane for devil fruit users. One set, one each hand, the clacking as he moved. The same was seen for Luffy, but unlike him, Ace looked very uncomfortable. Sabo on the other hand didn't have any devil fruit, so he didn't have any sea stone cuffs, but his task was to fight against the two of them. The main goal was to improve their haki in some way. And also to get used to fighting with each other. This needed to be done. The previous night Morgan had called and he gave some very troubling news. Not only were the Blackbeard pirates in Jaya, two other people were seen with them. One was Aramaki and the other was Shiryu. How the imprisoned mad jailer came to Jaya that fast was anyone's guess. But the newspaper birds of Morgan were able to confirm that he and Aramaki were with Blackbeard's crew. Someone had planned this. Someone that might be trying to take him down. Teach wanted the warlord position, so he could see a certain world noble giving him that opportunity. When Luffy had caught the Cypher Paul agent Ken, who tried to blow up the ship, he had told him about Saint Kamail. He should have asked Dragon about that bastard, but with all the things going on, he forgot. Luffy was half expecting the world noble to stop attacking him now that he was a warlord, but it didn't seem like it. Now he was using backhanded means to attack him. But it didn't matter. He was making preparations for this. This was also the reason why he was delaying the journey as much as he could, with the excuse that their ship needed more time to repair and he wanted to spend a bit more time with his Vivi. Even though some might think that his crew was ready to take them on, he knew better. He would rather be over-prepared than to take useless risks. In Blackbeard's crew, there was Q he needed to worry about. Luffy didn't know if the man already had his overpowered fruit or not. And not to mention Van Augur and Lafitte were also wildcards, as one of them had the warp fruit. Another had some kind of wing or bird devil fruit. It might possibly even be a mythical zone for all he knew. From the info he knew previously and from Morgan's research, they weren't easy targets either. Jesus Burgess and Shiryu might be strong, but at least they didn't have devil fruit abilities he needed to worry about. Aramaki on the other hand was a different story. Last time he was toying with him. Now that he was strong, he was sure he could fight one-on-one with him. But his fruit was another story. Aramaki was stupid for not utilizing his fruit's ability. But this time, what's stopping him from attacking his crew? The chemical fruit was an overpowered fruit. That's why he wasn't going to underestimate his foes. Ace's body flew in like a rag doll, skipping across the sandy ground a few times, before he stopped himself by stabbing his sword into the ground. Luffy was also thrown near him with multiple wounds on his body, but he was a bit better than Ace, as he landed on his feet, drawing a trench in the ground. The heck, Sabo? Ace grumbled, before shooting a look at his brother. Why do you guys know the marine techniques? First Luffy and now you. We are pirates, damn it. He was pretty annoyed at getting his ass handed to him due to the restrictions. Not used to fighting without his flames. It also showed him how much he relied on his fruit's abilities. Well, for one, they are quite useful. Luffy said, just moonwalk and instant transmission alone should give you enough reason. Not to mention Iron Body and 6 King Gun. And second, not all of us have broken devil fruit powers to save our ass in an emergency. Sabo finished. Of course, he was using Dragon Fist as well. Why? Is the heat getting to you, Ace? The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates felt his brow twitch. I can understand Sabo being able to learn those, but how did you learn them? He asked Luffy. The boy in question shrugged. It doesn't matter, he said, not wanting to answer that question. But then again, it just shows that I'm better. Unlike you, I haven't been slacking off on my training. Same for Sabo. He then gave Ace a mocking grin of sort. Be careful, brother, your seat as the strongest is on the line here. Ace felt his brow twitch from his younger brother's comment, but this time he didn't say anything. But then again, Who the fuck actually thinks of training with sea stone cuffs on? The sea and sea stone cuffs were the bane of devil fruit users. Most devil fruit users made a note to stay away from the sea for a reason. But it seemed common sense was something that his brother didn't know. And his said brother had found a way to work around the problem that plagued most devil fruit users for most of their lives. And that wasn't all. Luffy was strong, as in physically he doubted even Jazu could wrestle and win against him. That level of strength just showed how intensely he was pushing himself. On one hand Ace felt frustrated, on the other hand he kind of felt proud of his little brother. It also showed that he was slacking off in his training compared to his brothers. Yes, brothers as in, while Sabo was weaker than him without any restraints. He wasn't the second in command of the Revolutionary Army for nothing. Even without a devil fruit, with skills alone, he could give a good fight against Ace. And that was saying something. Thank God, Rayleigh had found him before he entered the New World and drilled some training into his younger self. Without that training, he wouldn't have been the strongest among the three brothers. Ace might be prideful, and borderline arrogant sometimes, but he knew he needed to step up his game if he wanted to keep his place at the top. Heads up, Sabo said before dashing towards them with his pipe coated with armament. But his haki glowed golden for a moment, signifying the use of advanced armament haki. Luffy was the first one to charge ahead and stop the blonde with his own Mage not coated with advanced armament. You know, you are a blonde with a long pipe. No wonder Koala fell for you. Sabo blinked. Wait, what? And he got distracted. Luffy used the moment to send him flying. Can't believe I fell for that shit. You're in for a beating for that one, Luffy. Huh. That's a pipe dream. Your sense of humor sucks. Sabo said again, clashing with Luffy, both of their clashing against each other, not fully touching with a slight gap due to the use of advanced armament haki. And stop it with the pipe puns. And what? Ruin the chance of annoying you? Luffy mused, falling back after a clash. You underestimate me, brother. Shishishi oi, don't forget about me. Ace said as multiple wind slashes imbued with armament haki were sent both of their ways. Both Sabo and Luffy had to jump away as they saw Ace charging at them. Oi, I ain't the enemy here. Luffy said, ducking a kick from Ace and jumping back as the flame user without his flames engaged Sabo in close combat. It seemed Ace had gotten a sort of second wind and was quite annoyed after getting ignored. Shishishi. This looks like fun. Luffy said, free for all. Luffy said, jumping into the fight with his skills and haki. And with that the three brothers fought for hours on end. Mid-fight Luffy and Ace removed their restrictions, and the match between them intensified. The fight only ended after all three of them were knocked unconscious. Training to failure took a whole other meaning when you had brothers like these. All in all, this was a good day of training indeed. Chapter 275. Night fell in the kingdom of Alabasta. The day had ended and for many people, it was time to return home and settle in for the night. But it wasn't the same for the Straw Hat Pirates. Sparky, the six-armed monkey, looked at Masked Deuce. All around them, chunks of rocks, rubble, sand, and destroyed buildings floated midair. Sparky had a look of concentration on his face as he focused. If one looked closely, not all of the rocks were staying still in the air. Some of them were falling but very slowly, while others didn't move at all. They were in the destroyed Rainbase City. The city was in pretty bad shape after the fight with Crocodile, and so it made a good training ground. Mainly as in the city was already destroyed, so some of them could let loose. Masked Deuce nodded. You are doing very well. He said, looking around, clearly impressed. I needed a lot of time to make that trick up. I didn't think that would have worked. Sparky just nodded. The rocks around them dropped, or at least half of them dropped, those that were controlled by Sparky. While Sparky's fruit was the slow fruit, Masked Deuce's fruit was the stop fruit. Well, I already wanted to do something similar. Sparky admitted, but couldn't figure out how. Good thing our powers are a bit similar. Masked Deuce just nodded. He then rubbed his chin. You know, a question has been bugging me. It's about your aura. When we first met you, my observation haki didn't deem you as anything noteworthy and only now it's seeing you as a threat. He said, rubbing his chin. Why is that? Don't take it the wrong way, people would very much underestimate you with that kind of aura. And you could take advantage of that. Sparky just scratched the back of his head. Well, you are right on that one. My theory is most observation haki users don't see my aura as anything other than that of an ordinary monkey's. I still don't know why it works. But it just works. He shrugged. Heck, we were able to surprise Aramaki with this. Most observation haki users don't deem me as a threat until I become one. Masked Deuce blinked, clearly surprised. That's... Wow, he's no easy bounty hunter. I'm impressed. He said, nodding. I only know one other person that is able to hide from observation haki. But well, he's in a totally different league. Speaking of hockey. One thing that I forgot to mention about my powers. While it's not common, devil fruit powers can sometimes be negated by the use of hockey. Wait, so? Some can break free from your stop ability by using hockey? Sparky asked. I have used my powers on Luffy and others before and they weren't able to break free from it. Well, it's uncommon for a reason. And you have to have really strong hockey. Masked Deuce said. We first discovered that when we visited Wano. Let's just say you need to be careful on that front. That's why, against stronger opponents, it's better to focus your ability on one single individual rather than spreading it around. Sparky thought over his words for a moment before he nodded. Let's go back to training. Sure, Masked Deuce said as he snapped his fingers. His shadow moved as if it was alive. And stretched outwards, making arrow-shaped heads before stabbing into the destroyed chunks of buildings and rocks, and throwing them upwards. Masked Deuce's stop ability lets him stop anything for a limited time if it can be stabbed with his shadow arrows. The shadow can also be used like extra limbs to move and attack without the use of his ability. The moment the rocks and debris started to fall, Sparky clapped all 6 of his hands together. A universal wave of slow beam came out of his body, that slowed down everything around him to a crawl. A look of concentration was showed on his face. Masked Deuce had jumped back so that the wave of the slow beam didn't affect him. Unlike the others, Sparky wasn't doing combat training, rather, he was trying to improve his devil fruit ability first. They were going to stay for a few more days so it would be better to improve his fruit abilities as physical training can be done anywhere. A bit away from them, towards a clearing in the desert, one could see a battle taking place. Large strikes created sonic booms, with white sparks of electricity that could be seen buzzing in that area. Is that the best you can do? Jin asked in his half-zone form, his weighted tronfas resting on his shoulders. They were a bit larger, matching the size of his half-zone state. I thought you were supposed to be some kind of wild beast, he said with a grin. The only response he got was a loud roar before his opponent tackled him. The opponent was almost twice Jin's half-zone size. But Jin held off against the tackle, even as the electricity burned off his scales. With a flip, Jin sent his opponent flying behind, crashing into the desert sand with a loud thud. Jin looked at his own body as the white sparks of electricity went away, leaving behind a few burns. You know, the first time it hurt quite a bit. Now it just tickles. Jin said grinning, the passive recovery of an ancient zone was no joke. Come on. I know you ain't dead, Doc. He cackled. The beast in question stood up from its place before it roared. The beast in question was around 26 feet tall, around 8 meters, its white fur crackling with electricity. It took a step forward before it fell on its knees, its dark eyes finally regaining a red pupil for the 3rd time of the night. I'm back. Chopper panted in his Sulong form, as he could finally take back control over his own body. Unlike other minks, he didn't need a full moon to transform, just being exposed to the moonlight was enough to make him transform. He didn't even need to see it. That's why his control over the form was very necessary. So far, when he was in the Going Merry, he always used a raincoat to cover his body from the moonlight at night so that he didn't accidentally transform. But that wasn't the solution, there had to be another way. That's why they were training to gain control over the form. At the same time, Chopper was doing research on his rumble balls, one of them so that he could keep his sanity while transforming. Another one so that he could take on his Sulong form in the day. The first rumble ball had already been developed and now was in its testing phase. And it was working for only a few minutes or so before he returned back to his berserk state. Though it seemed beating him up made him gain back his sanity. Jin was helping with that. Chopper would have liked to write down his findings in his reports, but couldn't as he could only transform once a day. The transformation took a lot out of his stamina. That's why he was keeping his Sulong form while trying to increase the time where he could stay in control. Can you fight? Jin asked, walking towards him in his half-transformed state. Chopper nodded. I need to get this under control, he said, a small smile on his face, and now that I'm back in control, I really want to get back at you for the cheap shot. Jin shrugged. You weren't the one guarding, he said, grinning, spinning his large tonfas. Come on then. With that, both of the straw hats threw themselves at each other. Chapter 276. A few days passed and the Going Merry was ready to set sail. Along with her, the crewmates of the ship were now prepared to face the storm that would come their way. The small ship looked quite bold in its design, having a black-colored metal coat, most of its areas boosting its defensive capabilities. Along with that, it now supported a few well-built cannons and a few other weapons. The ship had gained a lot of weight due to the modifications, but with Momu pulling the ship, it wouldn't be much of a problem. And speed also wasn't an issue when you had a speed-based devil fruit user on the board. Also, they had rarely used the sails on the ship. Only when Momu was resting or having his chow time did they pull on the sails to continue the ride. Speaking of the Sea King, he also had gotten an upgrade. After seeing so much improvement being done to the ship for its defensive purpose, Nami had raised a very good point. Most of the time, Momo would be pulling the ship. Wouldn't the Sea King need protection? Sure, stray cannonballs or attacks could now be tanked by the Going Merry to an extent, but what about Momo? Meaning, the Sea King needed armor, a good set of armor at that. And so Anchor had made a giant-sized armor that fit the Sea King. The blacksmith was very much up for the challenge, and did as best as he could. An armor for a Sea King, even one that wasn't as large as other Sea Kings, would need a lot of metal. But it seemed Anchor was able to put the pieces that were left unused for the Going Merry to make the armor. Previously the adorable and cute Sea King now looked utterly badass. The upper part of the armor covered his back and chest, with chainmail dragging down the lower portion in a way that wouldn't make any difficulties for his swimming abilities. The armor was black in color, matching the Going Merry, making him look menacing. Though the most impressive design was the large helmet that Momo had. It had covered most of his face, along its horns, and given them a sharp edge. The Sea King got used to added weight. And underwater the added weight didn't matter much, and Momo rarely left the sea, so it didn't matter. Momo loved the design and had worn it since it was made. The Sea King also wanted a large trident for some reason, but that couldn't be made now. Anchor needed his sweet time when he got into making a weapon. And time was a bit of an issue as the hunt for Teach couldn't be delayed any longer. Luffy hadn't revealed that he knew exactly where Teach was. Ace would have gone then and there to avenge his crewmate. Instead, he played on the bot time and trained with his brothers, while his crew sharpened their own skills. But now it was time to leave. With the Going Merry ready to set sail, the Straw Hats started undocking the ship. It was late in the night. Other than the Straw Hat crew, only a few people knew that the new warlord was leaving Alabasta. It was for the best. Most of the pirates didn't want to get anywhere near the desert island due to Luffy being there. And Luffy wanted to ensure the peace for a few more days. His new bounty hunting organization, CD's, Old Baroque Works, was still setting up things. With Mr. Number 3, Galdino, being in charge along with a few others, Alabasta should be relatively safe. Be careful, okay? Vivi said as she sniffed, hugging Luffy. The girl is already missing him. And be sure to call. And be careful. Luffy separated from the hug, and gave her a smile. I know. You have said that a few times already. He said, cupping her face. Don't worry about me, princess. I'll miss you. So. Just be careful. Vivi snorted, wiping away her tears. I will miss you too. She said, before looking behind him. You and the rest of the crew. Behind them, most of the Straw Hat crew were either crying or were silent. Heck, even the giant Sea King was crying. Which really didn't match his new intimidating look. Luffy stepped to the side as Nami gave Vivi a hug, whispering something into her ears. Both girls gave a small laugh as they wiped away their tears, easing the mood a bit. Vivi then looked ahead and gave a small nod to Kuina, who returned it. She then looked at Robin and also gave her a nod. Robin nodded back with a small smile on her face. Both women had made amends with themselves in the past few days. A very good development on their part. A large snake rubbed Vivi's cheek, making the princess look at her. White Fury also looked sad as she was going to miss the crew. She wasn't going to continue the journey, rather she was going to stay with Vivi. White Fury really had bonded well with Vivi, and as she was staying in Alabasta the snake would be staying with her as well. Vivi was the first human that the large snake appreciated as a friend and she didn't want to leave her. It was a very hard choice for the snake as she also wanted to continue the journey, but she wanted to be with Vivi. In a way, White Fury viewed Vivi as her most treasured friend and didn't want to leave her as a result. The princess had appreciated it. Having another friend around would help her. And while Crew had some thoughts on that matter, the super spot-billed duck kept those to himself. After the tearful goodbyes, the Going Merry finally sailed upon the ocean once more. Luffy looked at the island as it shrunk into view. Vivi was worried but she had reasons. She was there when Morgan had called, and she knew what Luffy would be doing. The captain of the ship looked at his crew, most of them were still sad. But as time went on, the crew fell into place. Zoro had started going through his night drills in the sky, while Kuina had decided to just enjoy the breeze for the night. Sanji was back in the kitchen, setting things up there, while Hatchin helped the cook. Sparky was hanging off the crow's nest along with Usopp as they looked around. Kobe was with the newest member of the crew talking about his time when he was in the Marines. Jin was fishing with Bon Clay as a tied-up bait for kissing him, while Bardo was warily keeping an eye on them. Bon Clay was joining the journey with them temporarily as Sabo would take him to the revolutionaries. So for now, the energetic Akama was journeying with them. Johnny and Yozaku were still sad that they had to leave two crew members back for the journey. Robin was in the crew's storage room where she was going through all the various books the crew collected back on Drum Island. Nami was also helping her with that. Sabo and Ace were talking about some stuff, while Masked Deuce was scribbling down something in his book. It's time to tell them. Luffy thought, with how fast Momu was pulling the ship, by Nami's estimation it would take a day and a half to reach Jaya. They need to be ready. Chapter 277. The next day, the mock town of Jaya was as unruly as ever. A common place for pirates, criminals, and bounty hunters alike. People were either fighting, drinking and killing or doing anything as they liked. No one stopped them. It was a lawless island after all. The port near the town had a small gathering as an odd-shaped ship had risen up from the sea. A modified submarine ship, only the upper part of the yellow submarine was visible. The ship also flagged the Heart Pirates' Jolly Roger, marking it as a pirate ship. The ship, however, looked very out of place with the other pirate ships, and many pirates were eyeing the ship with interest. Malicious interest. The door on the upper portion of the ship opened and a man walked out, followed by his crewmates. This place is a roughhouse, so don't go picking any unwanted fights. And if you do, be sure to win them, Law said as he eyed the area. Penguin, Shachi, and Uni, you guys are on resupply duty. Bippo, you are also coming along. The three of them pumped their fist in the air. Very eager to get to land after their rough journey into the Grand Line. The other 9 members slumped as they knew they were on ship guard duty for now. They would need to fully turn the ship to the other side of the island and dock there before they could set foot on the island. Because there was no way Law would let their ship stay here. The Polar Tank was a very unique ship and the crew knew how pirates wanted unique things. Hey, don't be a bad sport, eh? Penguin said, grinning at the other 3. You guys will get to set foot out of the ship first next time. The other 9 grumbled and complained, while Shachi and Penguin laughed at their misery. Uni just shook his head naturally at their antics. All the while Bippo apologized to anyone and everyone that made eye contact with him. Law mused at his crew's antics a bit before he jumped down from the ship. The other 4 hurried to catch up with him as he walked into the mock town. Law didn't even look back as the Polar Tank sank back into the ocean, docking somewhere else from the port. Law didn't need to look for their ship, as he had a special compass-like device that pointed to his ship's location. The Heart Pirates didn't need to come here, their own logboats didn't lock onto this island, it was still locked to another island that was in their route. But they had came to Jaya for a reason. The island of Jaya was a common spot for a few routes. They came from Harlot Island, but one could also come from the Alabasta Kingdom or some other islands. It also had a history of many famous pirates taking over from time to time. Meaning this was a good place to get information. Of course, this place was also Joker's unofficial territory. And Law knew who Joker was. The captain of the Heart Pirates had mainly came here wanting to get some information on a new warlord along with a few other things. Newspapers only offered him praises with little to no info other than exaggerating his feats. So Mocktown should be a good location to get that info. As Law was pretty sure the new warlord had already crossed the island beforehand. It had almost been 2 weeks since Crocodile had lost his seat, the new warlord should have moved on from there now. Law needed some info on him, he would have liked to get some info on Doflamingo as well. But Law knew better than to ask here, that would just be asking for trouble. But that was if he was caught in the act. The death surgeon knew a few ways to get information out of unruly patients. With the right amount of pain, most people would start speaking like a parrot. And also, Law wasn't worried if things came to it. Unlike other ships, their Polar Tank moved very fast due to its engines, so he wasn't all that worried if they had to leave immediately. And of course, he was confident in his abilities to fight off any Paradise-level pirates. A few people eyed them, some recognizing him due to his bounty, others just out of curiosity. He was a 60 million bounty after all. Law might have fully skipped the island if they heard any big commotions going on Mocktown, but things seemed to be pretty mild right now, so he didn't care. While Law and his group left, none of them noticed a tall slim man that was watching him. A man that had a dangerous glint in his eyes and most of his face covered with bandages. The man was about to stand up and confront the group when another man grabbed him by the shoulder. "Yo. Found something of interest, Green Bull?" asked the round man with a cheerful voice, while he bit into his pie. "These pies out here are the best. You should try some," he offered. Aramaki grunted. "Get your hands off me, Teach," he said, glaring at him, before looking for his newest target only to find them missing. "GHH. I finally found something worth hunting and you ruined it." That brought Teach's curiosity to the situation, smiling with his teeth missing. Well, someone wants to hog all the fun for himself. And he still didn't remove his arm. But be sure to not create an incident. Previously, a few days back, Aramaki had busted up one Bellamy after the pirate had said some words that got under the Green Bull's skin. He would have killed him if Lafitte didn't stop him. Bellamy was under Joker's rule, and Teach wanted to have at least some good relations with the Underground King. Teach also knew who Doflamingo was, and over the years he did have some dealings with him. Good thing that the small fight between Aramaki and Bellamy happened in a secluded area, so damage control was a bit easy. As a warlord, Doflamingo was territorial, and he was also nearby as far as his sources told. No need to bring his attention here. Aramaki swatted the hand away. Go fuck yourself, weirdo. He said, I fucking hate all of this. He said, getting away from Teach as he walked the other side towards the jungle. I will find some new prey. He said after a click of his tongue. The various people of the island parted as the tall man left. As Aramaki left, Teach's smile dropped down. Aramaki is a bit hard to get a read on. But I need to get him to join the crew. Sure, you is way easier compared to this. But Aramaki is tough. If it doesn't work out, getting his fruit for one of my crew would work as well. He thought to himself. Teach was about to leave for the nearby bar when somebody started walking towards him. He looked back and saw it was Van Augur. Captain, I have come to inform you of something. The man said politely, his large rifle on his shoulder. The gun safety was off, making Teach realize that the man was out for a hunt. Van Augur was a man of few words, so Teach had to pick up on the small stuff with him. But nonetheless the man was very loyal like Liffit. You want to hunt someone as well? Teach asked. Sure, go ahead, you don't need to ask my permission or anything. Just be sure it's none of Joker's men, that's all. Mocktown was a town that got destroyed and rebuilt on a daily basis, so most of his crew could let loose on unfortunate losers that crossed their ways. The sniper sighed. Captain, don't tell me you haven't noticed one of your targets entering the town? Huh, the new kids here? He asked, snapping his head from one side to another looking for the new warlord. The sniper sighed again, but rather than replying, Van Augur pulled out a bounty poster from his pocket and pushed it right in front of his face. Teach blinked as he got a look at who it was. And his eyes widened with glee, he almost squealed like a kid. He's here. Where? We have to catch him. Like right now. Yes, Van Augur cut him off, and we will have to get him before Green Bull does. Good thing you distracted him away from the kid. He said in a so-and-so manner. Teach opened and closed his mouth. I did? Of course, I did. Yes, that was always part of my plan. Show the way. Van Augur flatly nodded. As you say, Captain. Chapter 278. Law leaned back in his chair as he looked at the knocked-out form of all of the pirates. He was inside a tropical hotel which was also not too crowded, so he could have some good conversations here and not be bothered. In his hand was a pink cube-like object that was beating. So, are you willing to talk now? He asked, squeezing the man's heart which he now had in his hand. The pirate grunted, holding his chest, huffing and coughing. Bellamy didn't look good. Like his crewmates, he had a few bones in his body broken and was bleeding. I already told you we don't have any solid news on the new warlord. The pirate said, gritting his teeth. What more do you want? Tell me about Doflamingo. Are you mad? He would kill me if I told anything about him. Law gave him a flat look, giving another squeeze to his heart. And you think I won't? The pirate grunted again, as he held his chest. He gritted his teeth, before looking up. Go fuck yourself. Bellamy grunted. Law sighed, a small smile on his face. The hard way it is then. He said. Now why would you want to torture the poor lad? Asked a voice, bringing both of their attention. Law saw a large man, twice his height, and the death surgeon recognized him immediately. It was Teach, a former member of Whitebeard's crew and one that had caused quite a bit of commotion a month ago on Drum Island. And he wasn't alone either, there was a thin man with a large rifle along with him. How did you get in here? Law asked, on guard, as he palmed his sword's hilt. He hadn't seen them enter the room, and the room only had one entrance. Teach showed him a dark grin and Law saw the shadows in the room shift. An explosion destroyed a good chunk of the tropical hotel, bringing people's attention towards it. Wait. Isn't that where Captain Law was? Penguin asked. Yeah. Shachi said with a frown. By his side, Uni and Dippo were also wary of the situation. Law wouldn't have caused that kind of scene. Their talk was suddenly cut short when they saw Law appearing outside the tropical hotel. The death surgeon stopped and teleported towards them. The four heart pirates were shocked when they saw Law's bleeding form. He was panting and blood was coming down from his head. What happened? Boss? Uni asked. No time to explain. We need to get to the ship, now. Law said, looking back only to widen his eyes. Room. He said before expanding his room and switching all five of them away with rocks. And he did that just in time as 5 bullets whizzed past where the 5 members were previously. Law didn't stop using his ability to teleport all 5 of them away, multiple times. And with that, all of them appeared a few hundred meters away at the border of the mock town, near the jungle. What was that? Shachi asked. Who was that? No, time to explain. Law said, looking at his crew. "You guys have to leave. Now. Their target is me." "But Law, we can fight." Penguin protested. Law shot him a glare to shut him up. "Even I'm not sure if I can take them on. They are New World level pirates." He coughed with gritted teeth. The last hit from that fat bastard had hurt quite a lot. "You guys get to the polar tang. I can always follow through with my ability. But you guys can't." Both Penguin and Shachi wanted to protest and Bippo looked helpless, but before they could speak, Uni spoke for them. "We will do it, boss," he said, "just be safe." As the responsible and older one, he grabbed Penguin and Shachi and gave them a look before they could say anything. Bippo just accepted it as it is. Law gave them a nod. "Just be safe." But then all of them heard a voice, coming through. Coming through. And suddenly the building in front of them suddenly broke apart as a large-sized man that looked like a pro wrestler ran through it like a juggernaut. And he was charging at them. "Found the chicks stashed here, Captain," shouted Jesus Burgess as he ran towards them with his arms crossed. Law expanded his room and with a flick of his fingers teleported his crewmates away while he unsheathed his blade. "Amputate." A large slash appeared out of his blade in a quick manner and a few houses in front of him suddenly split apart, along with a few unfortunate pirates that were in his way. But his target was missing. "And that is why I say, you shouldn't run into your opponents like that, Burgess," Van Augur said in a reprimanding tone. On his side was Burgess, who was looking at what Law's attack did, and he grinned. "You have to learn to hunt your prey from a distance, with silence and accuracy." Law clicked his tongue. That sniper guy was the main problem. "What kind of fruit does he have? He's not switching places like me. A teleportation ability, maybe?" he muttered under his breath. "Young man, you should be aware of your surroundings." Law was shocked, but before he could do anything he was kicked in the side, as his body caved in around the strike. His body flew through the air, going through multiple trees before the death surgeon was able to steady himself. By then he was bleeding out and his vision was blurry. That kind of attack. It was out of his league. He grunted from the pain and anger as he eyed the small group that were attacking him. "Zahahaha. I love it when they struggle." Teach cackled with his missing teeth. "The Blackbeard pirates are out for a hunt, baby." Chapter 279. Another day had passed for the Straw Hat crew and they could already see the island of Jaya from their ship. The crew was ready. The explanation of what was going to occur had made all of the crewmates on the ship prepare. Ace had been pissed that Luffy had hid information from him. But surprisingly his older brother was being understandable for once. Luffy didn't know why, but it was welcomed. It seemed that while Ace was looking to drag down Teach to Whitebeard for his crimes, he was actually okay with Luffy's plan to stall and prepare. Ace was still as brash as ever, but it seemed that some training from Silver really paid off in the long run. Luffy looked at his crew and all of them seemed prepared. Their ship would be on standby on the sea with Bartolomeo, Johnny, Yozaku, Nami, Robin, Anchor, and Chopper on board. Hechin and Momo would stay at the sea as well. With what he knew about Blackbeard, there was a good chance that Teach might try to flee after seeing all of them. That's why he kept a few people on the sea that could potentially stop them. The rest of the Straw Hats would join the fight against the Blackbeard pirates. As far as Luffy knew, they had the numbers advantage here. With Morgan, he was keeping a good eye on the crew and what they were up to in the past few days. Hey, Luffy. Usopp called out from the crow's nest, "There's some fighting going on the island. I can see fire and a bunch of destruction from here. I also see some houses and trees floating for some reason." Luffy frowned at what was happening in Jaya. It was still too far for them to see or jump, but he had a bad feeling about this. "Room." Law called out, just in time as the room expanded around, and he used it to switch away as Teach reached his location, slamming his fist on the ground, the darkness cracking up and destroying the ground below. Law had little time to catch his breath, however, as Van Augur took multiple shots at his locations. Luckily, Law was able to slow down the bullets as they were under his room ability and throw them toward the muscle man that had tried to jump him. "You guys are annoying," Law grunted. The young pirate was panting from the constant use of his ability, but he had to jump forward when Damon Sheriff Luffy appeared right behind him and tried to stab him with his cane. He had to move again when Deku threw multiple explosive apples at him, riding his sickly horse. Law was also careful from all the fumes Deku released from his hand, and made sure to avoid that as well. All of the pirates that were against him were strong, and they were too fast and powerful for Law to use his abilities offensively against them. Heck, most of them knew hockey. The crew should have reached the polar tang by now. Law thought as he again opted to run and jump from the 5 pirates and into the forest. He took a small compass-like device out of his pocket that pointed where the ship was, and with that, he moved towards that direction. "You won't get away from me," Blackbeard yelled, jumping out from a nearby shadow when Law wasn't paying attention to grab him. But Law had a better idea: counter shock. Teach fell on the ground twitching from the electric shock, and Law used that chance to get ahead. What Law didn't see was Blackbeard absorbing the electricity with another hand that glowed a light red. With that done, Teach stood up, appreciating himself. Law had to run from gunshots and attacks that were constantly being thrown his way. But he was stopped when another large man came out of the trees and stopped in front of him. This one looked more like a jailer rather than a pirate and even had a white coat similar to the Marines. "So, this is the brat that we are chasing?" Shiryu of the Rain said unimpressed as he unsheathed his blade. "Ryu, well, I can help with th." But he was cut off when Law teleported behind him as rather than fighting, he tried to flee. But that was a mistake as Shiryu slashed behind him at where Law was with his observation haki. Ugh! Law fell forward with his back bleeding. The young pirate had little protection as a sword slash dug into his back and threw him against multiple trees. Law bit his lip at the pain, before he quickly looked back at his opponent as he tried to stand up. "That's why you always let me finish my talk, brat," Shiryu said, grinning from the sick satisfaction at the pained expression on Law's face. He took a drag from his cigar. "Don't worry, the pain only gets worse from here." Chapter 280. "That's why you always let me finish my talk, brat," Shiryu said, grinning from the sick satisfaction at the pained expression on Law's face. He took a drag from his cigar. "Don't worry, the pain only gets worse from here." The other 5 pirates, with Teach at the front, came out from behind Shiryu, all of them looking at Law. "Good job stopping him, Shiryu." Teach grinned, he then looked at Law. "Though, I really was enjoying the cat and mouse chase." He cackled, while Burgess joined in on the laugh. Doku started only to end up coughing. "Just stop fighting already, you are as good as dead." Lafitte pointed out politely, "This will make it easy for us." He then grinned, "And it's not like you will have a crew to return to." Law frowned, "What do you mean?" His speech was cut off when an explosion rang off behind him. Law snapped his head back in that direction. He only saw green flames exploding beyond the tree line along with some yellow metal that he was sure was part of the polar tang. With that, Law didn't care anymore and expanded his room and teleported away. This time the Blackbeard crew didn't chase him but rather fired off their attacks at him. Sword slashes marked his back, while 2 bullets dug into his thigh, but Law kept moving. The nearby trees passed him as he used his ability in quick succession, draining his stamina to very low levels. But he kept at it. "Please everyone be alright." But when he got there, Law saw something that made him horrified. "What did you do to my crew?" On his opposite side, a tall man that had bandages over his face grinned as he held Beppo's unconscious form. His crew's lifeless and unmoving forms on the ground and in the sea. Even the polar tank was in green flames, pieces of it floating in the sea. Aramaki grinned, "Oh, them. They're dead. I wanted to act civil but honestly they attacked me first." He said, grinning, "Don't worry, your bear buddy here will be kept alive and sent as a gift for Saint Kamael later. Bear minks are quite popular as slaves, you know." "Ah." Law had lost it in pure rage as he jumped forward. "Room. Amputate. Counter-shock." "Ugh." Aramaki said, before his body was thrown to the side as he fell into multiple pieces as electricity ran over his body. The attack did a good amount of damage as the bounty hunter was incapacitated for a few seconds. "Shachi. Penguin. Guys, talk to me," Law said, trying to grasp at their body with his bleeding form. Their pulse and heart rate were very low. He needed to do something. He generated some electricity before pouring it into their body to do immediate shock therapy, hoping it would do something. His back still hurt from the slash wounds and bullet wounds, but it didn't matter. "Uni, Kaku, Cleon, Hikagan. Anyone? Respond, damn it." All of his crew, they weren't responding. I'm sorry." Bippu said the words weakly with teary eyes as blood poured down from his head. He was just too strong. When all hope seemed to be lost, the body of Penguin coughed, gasping for air, but choking on blood. The same happened to Shachi. But they were still in bad shape, with one of them having nasty chemical burns while the other had his guts on the floor. "Room," he said, trying to do anything and everything to stop his crewmates from dying. But behind Law, Aramaki had reformed his body after turning into liquid chemicals, and the man was pissed. "Oi, what's the big idea?" he grunted, making Law wide-eyed. "How did you?" Law growled, "Logia." He cursed, readying himself and putting his body in front of his near-dead crewmates. He wouldn't let anyone die. "We aren't done yet, punk." Aramaki grunted, his hands turning into green chemical flames. "No, you're done," said a voice appearing right in front of Aramaki. "Red Hawk." A flaming fist clad with advanced armament haki smashed right into Aramaki's face before his form turned into a blur. And he burst like a drill, destroying anything in his path. Law recognized that figure. "Hey, you. Guy," Luffy said, looking at him. "Get your crew to the ship. Chopper's our doctor, he will help you with your crewmate." From the side, Law saw a few more people jumping in the air and dashing into the forest with their weapons drawn. Get out of here, this place is going to be a war zone, pretty soon. With that, he left with a burst of speed. Law looked at it for only a second before his head snapped towards the small ship that had an armored sea king in the front. Chapter, versus Saramaki, 281 Luffy Pop. I dashed through the forest around me, passing the broken trees and rubble behind me. I could already hear the others engaging the Blackbeard pirates. I could have joined them, and left Taramaki for someone else, but no. I had a score to settle with him. He tried to hunt me and my crew when we were at our weakest back then, and there was a high chance he would have succeeded if he didn't get cocky. That time, I felt like a piece of crap for double-teaming Aramaki like that. Sure, I was a pirate and I knew that sometimes playing unfairly was the only way to survive in this world. But I didn't just want to survive here, no, I wanted to thrive. I was going to be the king of pirates. I was going to become the strongest man alive. I couldn't let the challenge be left unsettled. Also, it rubbed me the wrong way with what he did with Law's crew. Their crew was made out of a bunch of doctors that wanted to live freely on the open sea. I was keeping an eye on the other future supernovas for potential recruitment or alliance. If Aramaki did this to Kid's crew or any others I wouldn't have paid them any mind, but Law's crew? They were genuinely good guys from what I knew in the series and what I gathered out of Morgan's information network. Sure, they had their own faults, but to be killed like that didn't sit right with me. It was just wrong. The moment I saw Aramaki's figure my observation haki flared up. I had a small time to react as the green bull swiped his sword at me. I didn't back down from the challenge, but rather used my nameless Naginata to match his sword, both of our weapons laced with haki. Our blades clashed, creating a small shockwave as the ground beneath us cracked. The wind blew and black lightning flashed due to the initial clash. So, you finally showed up, bastard. Aramaki grinned. His face was covered with bandages. Well, mostly covered, the last punch from me ripped out a good portion of it. And what I saw underneath the bandage was something that only a mother could love. Even that was stretching it. Only then did I realize that this was my handwork. Wow, you look like Voldemort's face at a kid with Dumbledore's nutsack, I called out, grinning. Your world noble master has a kink for ugly bastard or something? On second thought, don't answer that. Aramaki growled as he swiped his blade at me, which I ducked, before parrying the following strikes. I took each strike with my nameless Naginata. Each clash creating wind and shock waves. I will take my sweet pleasure in ripping you apart. He growled, cocking back his fist as it bulged with green chemical bubbles. Chemical rebound. His fist came forward, creating a giant explosion that went off right in front of me, or that's how it should have been. With a single use of instant transmission, I appeared right by his side and elbowed him in the ribs. I made sure to coat each of my blows with haki with his Logia body and all. And even though my blow made him shoot to the side, I didn't hear any of his ribs cracking. Those would have been music to my ears. It seemed I would have to take it up a notch. I could use advanced armament haki, but I wanted to test out the waters first. And also, using too much haki against him might be foolish. I still had Blackbeard and his crew to look out for. I wouldn't be holding back on the fight. No. I would make him despair and show my true strength. God. That sounded crummy. But it was an ego thing. I might act prideful most of the time to hit a few gags with my crew. But I still had honor. Aramaki had made it personal when he tried to finish off my crew back on Sakura Island, and so I would make sure that he paid for it. My heartbeat started to fasten as blood started pumping at an extreme speed around my body. I could see wisps of steam coming out of my skin, and the muscles underneath my frame started to bulge with me gaining a foot or two in height. Previously, using gear first and second at the same time took a lot of concentration. Now, it was kind of second nature. It just showed how much I have grown after my fights with him previously. I haven't named this, maybe Gear 2.5? Details. Who cares? I heard Aramaki roar as he charged at me. Half of his body turned into a green oozing chemical as he launched himself towards me. His tall figure didn't cut away his speed, it seemed. I should have killed you back then, motherfucker. I made that mistake once, I won't do it twice. With that he swiped his blade at me. I took a step forward and the ground beneath me cracked as I parried his strike with my blade. Steel met steel as our attacks bounced off each other. He attacked again, I countered again. This repeated for a while as our figures blurred around the forest. His blows were devastating, his strikes were precise, and yet it didn't matter. You will die here. He roared. Oh, damn it, dude, I called, holding my nose. Did you gurgle teacher's ballsack or something? Aramaki's response was a roar. Hey. Our observation haki might be at similar levels, but I was faster than him. It pays, having both the slow and speed user in your crew. Speed was right up my alleyway. I had always wondered what might have happened if two users of observation hockey that were at similar levels fought. And I had found my answer. Observation hockey, from how I saw it, wasn't future prediction, or anything like that. It was more like an educated guess on how your opponent would react to your attacks or how they would attack based on how good you were able to read your opponent's intent. There was always a chance of your predictions being wrong, and you had to take that into account for that. When both users of observation hockey were at similar levels, the number of guesses and maybes became almost near infinite for both parties. Almost becoming useless. The one who was faster would then be the superior fighter. I could easily react to his blows while he was struggling against mine. And that is to say, I didn't even go into gear 4th yet. My blade cried for me to finish my fight, but I held on. Armaki was still strong, he should be a bit stronger than Jack when me and Sinbad fought him. So then why was he struggling? It was easy, Armaki was holding back for now. Did he really think so little of me? Fucking disappointment. Armaki might wanted to wait for the right moment and strike, but he was for a rude awakening. After fighting so much Sabo, I did pick a few things of his own fighting style. My brother usually targeted vulnerable places, and pressure points to make him strike steadily. And I was able to pick up some of his skills. Chapter, versus Armaki, 282. Armaki and I clashed blades and fists. Our fighting dragged on, creating sonic booms in air, that destroyed the already destroyed landscape. Minutes passed by as both of us took damage from each other's attacks. But as the fight dragged on, it revealed who the superior fighter was. His use of chemicals was as subpar as ever. Most of the damage he did was only laced with poisonous chemicals, that my system boosted by life return could easily handle. The fruit really was a waste on him. But not to worry, I would make sure to gift his fruit to a better user after I'm done with him. The cuts that seeped chemicals into my wounds burned like hell. But with life return, I knew none of the damage would be long-lasting. It wouldn't even leave a scar. There was another trick I learned from Sparky on how to negate others' devil fruit abilities, but I didn't want to waste my hockey on the small matter. Was this really someone that had struggled with before? I really have gotten stronger. But I wasn't the only one getting stronger. My brothers had as well, and so did my crew. When Sabo first met me in Log Town, he was only a bit stronger than the current Taramaki. And now, the present Sabo would stomp him. Sabo had grown quite a lot, his growth was staggering considering he didn't have any death battles. But then again, most of the time, Sabo had little time to train due to the constant missions given to him by the revolutionaries. He was still stronger than me. So was Ace. In the past week, Ace had gotten stronger as well. He made sure to keep his ranking as the strongest amongst us brothers. Who knew sibling rivalry could make the three of us strong like this? I panted as I wiped my sweat away, eyeing my opponent cautiously, a grin plastered on my face. I was having fun, not gonna lie. After all the training I really was enjoying the fruits of my labor. Getting winded so soon? Armaki said, his breathing was also a bit rough. I will finish you off. I blinked, you sounded like a male hooker for some reason. I said, I'm sorry, but I don't want you to finish me off. Maybe if you had a pair of jugs that jiggled. Armaki's response was a growl as he dashed in at me. I grinned and dashed forward as well. He was wild and his attacks were very hard to read, but all of it didn't matter. I was stronger than him. I was faster than him. All the days of getting my ass beat by my brothers were paying off now. Also, in the open sea, only hockey mattered. No fancy technique, no devil fruit, only hockey mattered. There was a reason why most old generations didn't have any fruit but are still a menace to us. Heck, the things I saw Gramps do with hockey alone was still a memory that inspired me to get strong. The moment I unlocked both forms of advanced armament hockey, is the moment I stepped into a level of power that few could get in their lifetimes. You could never be weak and have strong hockey, that's not how things worked. Hockey, will, strength, all of it were interlinked in a complex way. For everyone, hockey is different, it is will, it is ambition. The ambition to live is a great motivator to get strong. But there are other ambitions. Still, one thing holds true for everyone, the one with the stronger hockey was stronger, other things didn't matter. A simple statement that Garp had told me once, when I was begging him to teach me. A statement that still held its value. My ambition was to get strong, to become the strongest. I knew I had a level I had to overcome, and still do. And each day I trained for it. My brother's ambition was to not let me get ahead of them, their goals were just as selfish as mine. All of us trained till we weren't able to move an inch, and our bodies reacted to the fights, making us stronger. We still had a long way to go, but we were on the right path to gain strength. Recently, I found out that my observation hockey was unlike other people, I had a unique gift in it. Unlike others, I could judge other people's true strength and potential with it. When I spoke with Ace and Sabo on that matter, they were confused on what I was saying, as I knew when they were holding back easily. It seemed my brand of observation haki was a bit different. Maybe that was why I was able to see my crewmates' potential when I recruited them. When I have time, I should also experiment on that power. It could come in handy, but for now, I had a mad bull to tame. Ugh, come here, bastard. He jumped at me, only to get dangerously close to getting his head cut off. I clicked my tongue as he somehow stopped midway and spilled some green chemicals on me before jumping back. He also added another explosion as he did, and it seemed he wanted some distance. But I didn't let him. I wouldn't let him set up anything that would bite me in the ass later, so I followed through. Is the green bull scared of a little ol' me? I taunted, and it seemed to get a reaction as he came forward to attack. Kicking me right in the gut, sending me stumbling back, before I used the air to bounce back into the fight. Getting under his skin was a bit too easy. I wondered if this was a trick, but honestly, with the amount of cursing and swearing he did, I think it wasn't. He really didn't like that I had broken his face. Still, he was holding back. He needed a bit more motivation. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, you only look ugly on the outside. I'm sure you will look beautiful when I got your insides, I said as he charged at me again. He kicked me, which I blocked, but his blow almost sent me down. He wanted to follow through, but I shot a few hockey-clad air bullets his way, which he had tanked. They didn't hurt him that much, but annoyed him nonetheless. Fuck you. Nah, I don't swing that way. Maybe say that to Kamael when you see him next time. I snorted, like there was going to be a next time. I matched his first blow, dodged the second. On the third one I tried to slip behind, but he stopped me with a kick. I stumbled back as I was a bit slow to dodge that one. Keep your mouth clean of Saint Kamael's name, you bastard. Aramaki said with gritted teeth. I blinked, my lips twitched. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. But fuck. This was just the best setup. How hard? What? How hard did Kamael suck your dick, that you miss him that much? I grinned. His mouth must feel like a Hoover Deluxe. Aramaki's response was to roar with fury and attack me head-on. Funnily enough, this time it seemed Aramaki wasn't holding back any longer. His body fully transformed into a chemical as he grew in size. Large horns grew on his now semi-liquid head. And from his back, I could see 4 limbs that looked similar to Dr. Octopus. It even had those 3 pointed thingies on each end. Talk about copyright issues. Wow, I didn't know you had a magical girl transformation. I whistled. 4 out of 10. 4 cause you look like a whore that got a dildo shoved up. I sadly couldn't finish my sentence as the 4 octo legs smashed into my location, making me jump back. The attack followed though, which I had to evade by doing a few backflips. Moving my body around to avoid losing ground, I landed a few meters away from him, but he had rushed at me by then. He threw a kick that I barely managed to avoid before swinging down his blade coated with green flames and hockey. With his full body covered in dangerous chemical substances, I had to be careful when hitting him or I would get damaged as well. Having hockey coating doesn't always mean you will have ultimate protection. So this was a good time to bring out the big guns. Chapter, versus Aramaki, 283. Without wasting even a moment, I planted my boot-clad feet on his knee and used instant transmission on it, to get away from the blade. I saw the blade an inch away as it swiped down. While he grunted, I leaned forward and pushed my leg back using moonwalk to bounce in air and deliver a fist clad with hockey, which he blocked with his hand, but my attack pushed him back. But this was no ordinary use of hockey. Aramaki was wide-eyed. How do you know that? He hissed with gritted teeth. It seemed he didn't notice that the first punch I delivered was also coated with advanced armament hockey. Wisps of illusionary flames danced around as the effect of advanced armament hockey cladded both of my fists to my weapon. Using his surprise to my advantage, I punched him. I expected him to fall back. But the bastard held on, and pushed back, so I tried to swipe at his leg, but I had to stop my attack when he tried to stab me with his blade. I managed to dodge it and kick his blade out of his hand. Aramaki growled, I don't believe it. You aren't that strong. He said those words mostly to himself as he charged forward. Even without his sword he was no less dangerous. I snorted, yeah, man, you're right. It's just you that has gotten weak. Aramaki growled as his body suddenly blurred out of sight, appearing right in front of me, and kicking forward. Oh, he made a mistake on that attack. And I would make sure he regretted it. Smiling, I made a grab for his leg with advanced armament hockey coating my arm, managing to grab a hold of his ankle, twisting it, and I slammed him into the ground. That knocked the wind out of him, and I could have used my naginata to stab him. But I stomped on his back instead, pushing his body into the ground and knocking the wind out of him. Cracking the ground below as spread around like spider cracks. Finding himself right beneath my feet, I cocked both of my fists back, Gamu Gamu no storm gatling. A fury of strikes, all of them covered with advanced armament haki, internal destruction, slammed into his body. The speed of my strikes generated flames similar to Red Hawk, as they punched into Aramaki. My strikes ripped off the 4 limbs that he had on his back along with the layer of chemicals that covered his body. Still, he was covering his whole body with armament, but it had little effect. He could protect his outsides from the damage, but my haki's internal destruction would destroy his insides after I'm done with him. As my strikes fell, I could feel his organs rupturing, his bones breaking, his muscles being torn. His body started digging itself into the ground more and more, due to the weight of my strikes. Enough! He roared, as suddenly his body exploded out a green explosion that I had to dodge. But even then the almost nuclear-like explosion shot me to the sky. I had to use Moonwalk to stop spinning and quickly use Life Return to stop the damage from his attack. Now that he was cornered, Aramaki was dangerous. I wasn't going to underestimate him. I took in deep breaths as I tried to close down the burns and cuts that I gained from the last explosion. All the while I watched the crater where Aramaki was. His broken form was coming out and glaring at me. Honestly, in a few years, Aramaki might have been an actual admiral-level threat. He was bad at using his fruit. So, most likely, he didn't have the fruit for long. Because with time, even a bonehead could figure stuff out with his fruit. Wapol did. His haki was no joke as well. He needed a few haki blooms, and if he could get someone in the Marines to teach him the advanced form of haki, he could be a force to be reckoned with. But now, not only wasn't he slightly weaker than me, he was also very easy to rile up. If he was a calm-minded fighter, I might have had to go gear forth on him. If he knew how to fully utilize his fruit, I might have had to call for backup. Now, I didn't need to. I could deal with him alone. I was about to move in to continue the fight, but then I saw something that made my skin crawl. Up from the sky, I saw a gigantic octopus made of shadows. It was quite far from me. But I could still see its gigantic form thrashing the forest. I could also see Sabo and Ace fighting that thing, and they seemed to be losing no less. That couldn't be Teach. Could it? With my observation haki, I confirmed my suspicion. Just how many devil fruits did that bastard eat? Even I was second-guessing my observation. That moment of distraction cost me as Aramaki was able to get in front of me and stab me with his sword. Or, at least, he tried to. At the last moment I had twisted my body out of its way before I punched him. He shot back, but I had already thrown the chain part of my Naginata onto his blade. The chain wrapped around the blade, already eating away at the blade, but Aramaki hadn't noticed that. Using instant transmission to get past him, and pulled, taking away his weapon yet again. With the chain still wrapped around his sword, he roared forward to attack me without his weapon. My answer was no joke, foot to his face, making him shoot down from the sky. Ugh! He grunted, getting up, but by then I had already fed his sword to my blade. Where the fuck is my sword? I ignored him. Let's finish this, I said to my blade. About damn time. My nameless Naginata called out, as I poured my haki into it. It roared in new power from consuming another blade. The muscles in my arms bulged, and so did the muscles in my legs. And with extreme speed, I threw myself onto Aramaki. The bounty hunter was wide-eyed. He had shot a volley of green flames forward, but rather than avoiding them, I faced it head-on. And with one swipe of my blade, the sea of flames parted. He jumped back when I got near and kicked. Grinning, I ducked under his swipe as I stepped forward, narrowly avoiding his forceful kick. I spun around and drove my fist straight into his gut, paying him for the attack. The force of my strike created a gust of wind and his body bent around my fist. I wanted to follow through, but his body chemically exploded, throwing me off. I had to protect my whole body with full-body armament. Not making the same mistake twice, I also didn't want to get a full-body chemical tan. But my clothes on the other hand didn't seem to share my durability, but hey. At least I still had my pants on. Aramaki coughed as he reformed despite the pain, but sadly he was running on limited time. I had an octopus to kill, not this second-rate bounty hunter. With both of my fists tightening around the guard of my Naginata, I dashed forward. He was a second too late to jump back, as I swiped at him with my blade. The strike created a diagonal slash from below, that cut open his torso and chest and separated his left arm from his body. He had little time to scream as I drove a Spartan kick into his gut. His body bent forward and I grabbed his other arm and used it to fling him over my body into the ground. The ground smashed into spider web-like cracks as his body bounced up, only for my fist to smash into his face and planting him back into it. With the wind knocked out of him, along with a few teeth, he could only wheeze out a curse as I delivered a tempest kick that cut off his other arm. The man screamed, losing both of his arms. "Ah! Don't kill me. I. I didn't give him time to finish the sentence as I used the blunt part of my naginata to stomp him on his groin. I found sick satisfaction as I heard something inside of him break. The man almost lost consciousness, but I didn't give him a chance. My other foot came forward and stomped him on his throat, breaking his windpipe as he was smashed into the ground further. Armaki struggled underneath my feet, like the bug he was. And I found dark satisfaction in that. Part of me wanted to torture him even more than what he did. He almost killed my crew, and he did it with Law's crew too. But I had limited time on my hand. You were always a bug in my way. But I expected more from you. I spat on his face, before putting more pressure on my foot that was still on his throat. You are a fucking disappointment. He struggled for a while, shooting a look of anger, terror and fear before I heard a crack and snap. His throat smashed in from the pressure and his head popped off his shoulders, with one of his eyes bulging outwards. He had his tongue out and decapitated head looked quite gruesome with his smashed up face. I snarled as I brought my other foot down, destroying his head. I usually tried to make clean kills, but with him, my anger got the better of me. While I enjoyed the moment of power, I did regret it a bit for losing it. But it didn't matter, I would need to keep myself in check next time. Things could have gone wrong but luckily it didn't. With a job well done, I let myself rest a bit, still in my mixed gear form. But the fight was far from over. I looked to the north, Teach was next, and with that I blurred away from the location, leaving a dead bounty hunter on the ground. I just hoped that I could get a chance to collect his fruit later. But for now, I had other things to worry about. Chapter 284. A while back, Teach. Ace yelled, bursting through the forest fist first right into the jaw of his former crewmate. The captain of the Blackbeard pirates was clearly taken aback by the surprise attack, and he was flung off his feet and thrown back due to the attack. His crewmates on the other hand were quick to react. Jesus Burgess jumped towards Ace's figure pulling out a dagger with an evil glint in his eyes, only for something to grab him by the fist. Dragon Claw Fist. Sabo called out, grabbing the large man by the face and smashing him face first into the ground, making a crater where he fell. At the same time when Burgess moved, another of the Blackbeard pirates reacted. And just as Sabo had caught the big guy, Van Augur fired off multiple shots from his long rifle, intending to free Burgess from Sabo's grip and skewer the blonde with bullets at the same time. But he was surprised when his shots were slowed down and a kick in the gut sent him hurling backward. He had little time to react before he heard 6 bullets coming his way, but the man was fast enough to react in time and teleport out of its way. Teleporting multiple times to find a new vantage point. But even then, Sanji was on him, darting from one possible location to another. Luffy and Shiryu, who were a bit far from the group, found 2 blade users stopping their way. Luffy had to bring his cane up while Shiryu had his blade as a path of flames and frost crossed their path and blocked their way. You're not going anywhere, Zoro said with 3 blades already unsheathed, green flames lacing his blades. The swordsman took a low stance, ready to attack, and on his side so did Kuina. You will be fighting us instead, she said, her blade lacing frost. Luffy and Shiryu could only glare and stop, because they knew the opponents in front of them were strong and couldn't be ignored. Doc Q, who was on his horse stronger, jumped back, throwing explosive apples at the group along with a yellow powder-like substance. Wanting to use his Shaku no Mi to spread diseases. But Doc Q instead found his whole body slowing down, before a shadowy arrowhead of all things stabbed him in the leg, stopping all of his movement. He was astonished as he knew he was in a bad position. He couldn't even react as he felt small arms wrap around his face before, with a crack, his world turned. Only then did he realize that his neck had been snapped in the opposite direction. But the thing was, he had yet to see the attacker. An odd death, that his mind was still processing. The doctor also felt the invisible figure slip something into his clothes, but he didn't have any will to speak as his life started to slip away as the pain from the neck down rushed to his head. Doc. You bastards. Motherfuckers. But the first one to react was the captain of the Blackbeard pirates himself, as seemingly Teach appeared from right beneath Doc Q's shadow, and punched something invisible in the sky. Sparky's form was revealed as Blackbeard used his fist crackling with red energy to punch him away from Doc Q's side. The poor monkey was flung to the side, before Teach kicked Masked Deuce, who was also at fault for killing his crewmate. Deuce didn't have the time to react and his body was flung towards Sabo's side, freeing Burgess from the revolutionary's grip. As Deuce passed them, Burgess tackled Sabo while covering his body with hockey as he started running, going through trees and separating him from the group. Sabo started to pound his fist onto the man's back, trying to free himself. At the same time, 2 figures also ran towards them, intending to give Sabo a hand. Doc, talk to me. Teach growled, holding his crewmate's limp body. The next was twisted in a horrible way, but the doctor was still twitching, barely alive. He wanted to say something. B.What? Teach was confused before an explosion covered the area, dismembering most of the doctor's body, and Teach was covered in his crewmate's blood. Teach roared in rage. I will skin that monkey alive. That bastard planted a bomb on an already dead guy. But Teach had little time to mourn for his crew, as someone had appeared nearby and attacked him. How did you get past me, bastard? It was Ace that appeared by Teach's side a moment later, brandishing him with hockey as he struck down. Teach growled as he used his hockey-clad fist to block the attack, a shockwave, and sparks of black electricity crackling in the air. Both of them using advanced armament hockey in their attacks. You are going to pay for what you did. Teach growled, glaring at Ace, all of you. Don't start playing the victim, Teach, you were the one that started this, Ace growled, taking back his sword and lacing it with his flames and advanced armament, and started swinging it left and right, up and down in a fury of blows that Teach matched with his own advanced armament and darkness. Ace's attacks created a wave of flames that spread outwards, and Teach had matched it with his darkness that swallowed everything. Don't come near us, you guys can't handle him. Teach called out when he saw Shiryu and Lafit. Both of them nodded before the fight between the fire and darkness users intensified. Shiryu and Lafit had to jump back to not get injured from their clash and fall behind. But they had their own set of problems as Zoro and Kuina threw themselves at the older pirates, trying to separate them from Teach. Fire Fist. The forest ground exploded into flames as the large volley of flames exploded onto Blackbeard's location. The darkness matched the fire for a few seconds before it started getting sucked into itself. Ace frowned but didn't do anything as he rested Inma on his shoulder, looking at the scene. Finally, Teach's figure was revealed unharmed and Ace saw something that made him raise his eyebrow. You are going to die here, Ace. Teach growled as his right arm turned into pitch black shadow and his left arm had red energy crackling around it. If it was any other time he might have been joking around, but now that one of his crewmates was dead he was forced to be dead serious. And I'm going to put your head on a pike and see to it that the rest of the crew sees it. Pops would love seeing one of his sons like that. He grinned darkly. Keep Pop's name out of your fucking mouth. Ace growled, his figure blurring from his location and appearing right in front of Teach with his sword drawn. Zahahaha. Make me. Ace lashed out his blade, laced with hockey and flames while Teach punched with his left fist crackling with red energy. Both of their attacks met, creating a large explosion of fire and will. Black lightning crackled as they clashed. As flames struggled against each other. Ace backed off immediately when Teach tried to grab him, instead delivering a kick to the man's fat gut. Luffy had warned him of the Yami Yami no Mi, and about its power to nullify devil fruit user powers. But that wasn't why Ace backed off. How are you using flames? He demanded. I didn't know the darkness fruit had that ability. Teach grinned. Would you believe me if I said I have more than one fruit? Ace snorted. Fine, don't answer. He said, rushing towards his opponents. I will drag you to Pops and get my answers after I'm done with you. Zahahaha. Teach cackled as he met Ace's fire with his darkness. Come on then. Chapter 285. As Burgess tackled Sabo through the trees, the young revolutionary started smashing his fist onto the man's back, trying to make him let go. Let me go. With a final smash, Burgess was finally smashed onto the floor and Sabo skipped back. Both Sabo and Burgess had taken damage, but Sabo was in better shape than his opponent. The blonde growled at the Blackbeard pirate as he held onto his metal pipe. Burgess was a notorious criminal on the list of the revolutionaries for quite a while. Even the Marines had a bounty on him. Sabo didn't remember the exact number, but it was more than enough to be cautious about. You are guys going to pay for what you did to Doc. Burgess said with a sadistic grin on his face. The man might have been a weirdo, but he was part of our crew. And you fuckers killed him. He then cracked his knuckles. You will regret it after I'm done with you. Sabo just narrowed his eyes as he calculated the situation. He could lead Burgess to the others like planned and help Ace with Teach, but Luffy had stressed the importance of killing the targets as fast as possible. And as a revolutionary, Sabo knew that sometimes dragging the fight could backfire on you. Burgess made a mistake of separating him from the group and he was going to cash in on it. The only one regretting anything will be you. Sabo said, launching away from his spot. The revolutionary blurred from his spot using instant transmission and moonwalk in a way that would make Luffy proud. As a revolutionary, they were taught the basics of the Marine 6 powers, but Sabo had used the techniques less and less and focused on other aspects. Only after seeing Luffy's creative use of the techniques had he gone back to them. Sabo dashed forward with his metal pipe coated in hockey, while Burgess came forward with his fist. Both opponents clashed, creating a sonic boom as the air rippled around them. I know of you. The pirate declared. You are Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Why the hell is a coward like you here? Burgess grinned. Hey, it doesn't matter. At least I can cash in your bounty. Now. Die. The helmsman of the Blackbeard pirates cocked back his other fist and launched attacks in rapid succession. Inwardly Sabo smiled, dodging his attacks with little difficulty. Many fighters didn't go all out from the start, some did it for the challenge, while others did it as a strategy. To make their opponents drop their guard and claw them when they least expect them to. And Sabo was the second type of guy. "You might be strong but I'm faster," Sabo said, matching Burgess's blows, putting on an act that showed that he was struggling. The world government always had underplayed the Revolutionary Army's capabilities, so most people thought them of being weak. A strategy so that new people wouldn't join the side of the revolutionaries, but it also made others underestimate them. Most observation hockey users thought they could base someone's true strength on their hockey. And in most cases they did, but when you were a revolutionary who had to run missions under the nose of the world government and the Marines, you tended to pick up on things. Hiding your true strength from an opponent was a skill few people used, but it was a useful skill nonetheless. The most proficient one he ever saw was Sparky, and give that monkey a device that could turn him invisible and you'd have the ultimate assassin. If all monkeys were like him, the Revolutionary Army really needed to up their charm in recruiting more monkeys into their ranks. Which was saying something, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army's family name was also Monkey. Huh, would you look at that? The world government has a monkey problem in their hands. Sabo mused at his own joke. Wahaha. The larger man laughed as he started to gain an upper hand on his opponent. Or so he thought. "Don't die too quickly, I still have to smash your face in for the earlier attack. I almost thought you were stronger than me." Sabo felt his brows twitch, but continued putting up his game of looking weak until a moment presented itself. And after a while, it did. Burgess had swung his fist in a wide arc that left his right side open, and Sabo cashed in on his mistake. "You know, everything has a core," Sabo said as his left fist took on a claw shape as it became covered in a layer of advanced armament hockey. The air around his fist crackled with sparks of yellow lightning crackling with energy, before smashing it right into the large man's side. "And yours is unguarded. Rino Ibuki." Burgess was wide-eyed, as even though he had sensed the danger covering his sides with hockey, he was too late. A devastating blow landed on him, making him bend and cough up blood. Burgess's armament hockey gave little protection from Sabo's advanced armament and hands technique. A devastating liver punch that most surely destroyed a good chunk of his liver along with his stomach. Gah! But Sabo wasn't finished. He didn't waste any time as, with his other hand covered in advanced armament, he delivered a side hook, right into Burgess's stretched arm, right towards his elbow. "Crack, motherfucker!" Burgess screamed as he fell on his behind, holding on to his right arm, which had bent in an odd way, while his body was a bit tilted from the devastating liver punch. "Why you were holding back," Sabo mused, at the downed opponent that was now on the floor. "Oh really? What gave it away? Why you?" "Don't answer that, it's called sarcasm," Sabo said as he started his attack yet again. The pirate had little time to curse the man as Sabo was on him yet again with a fury of strikes with his pipe. "What, you thought I would give you time to recover? Don't delude yourself, pirate." The pirate had to duck forward and roll back as Sabo came forward, swinging his pipe. Hey, we can talk about this," Burgess said in a panic. Chapter 286. Hey, we can talk about this," Burgess said in a panic as he tried to dodge Sabo's attacks. Tried was the key word here, as he was easily getting beaten up, and the damage was adding up. "Hey, didn't you want to fight?" Sabo asked as he went on, trying to finish the fight early. But like a cockroach that wanted to live, Burgess avoided each strike, trying to keep himself alive. "I thought you were some strong fighter, but you only seem second-rate at best. Hey. Now, we don't need to fight." Burgess yelped as he blocked another strike from Sabo, but hissed in pain from that attack. Even though Burgess had covered his fist with hockey, Sabo's stronger hockey easily broke through his defenses and did more damage than it should. "Please, save the groveling for someone who cares," Sabo said. "You die here." He had to finish this quick, he couldn't waste any more of his energy on this fool. Burgess growled, jumping back from Sabo's attacks, and throwing sand. That made Sabo stop as he gave the pirate flat look. "Did you just throw sand at me?" he asked in disbelief. "Well, it stopped you." Sabo opened his mouth and closed it, looking at him with disbelief. "How the fuck have you even survived till now? Dumb luck?" He shrugged, but hissing from the pain on his broken right arm. Sabo was about to jump him when Burgess cocked back his left hand and punched forward, galleon lariat, causing the wind to blow forward, forcing the revolutionary to step back. Seeing his attack able to keep Sabo away, Burgess followed through, galleon lariat, galleon lariat, galleon lariat. He shot off multiple attacks as he started jumping back while Sabo followed from a distance, avoiding the wind attacks. Who knew keeping him away would be easy? Wait, easy. Something is wrong. Virtus was cut off from his thought as a giant mace with spikes hit his body, making him drop from the sky. His observation haki had caught the danger too late as he was too focused on Sabo. Ugh! His body flew with multiple shards of spikes sticking out of his body before landing with the grace of a boulder, crushing the trees as he groaned in pain. Ah, fuck. Who was it this time? Virtus couldn't even finish his sentence as he had to put up his injured right arm to block an attack. Ugh! He grunted as he saw 6 claws sticking out from his already injured hand. He glared at the pink-haired boy before the boy kicked his foot forward, sticking it in the left side of his chest, and puncturing his lungs. Fuck you. Virtus tossed Kobe to the side before delivering a kick, sending the pink-haired pirate away, while he held on to his wounds. Virtus didn't look good. He had multiple wounds, with spikes sticking out his body. With the left side of his chest bleeding, and the right side of his stomach almost destroyed, he was almost halfway out of the fight. I can't take all of them on, he grumbled, eyeing the new figures. He recognized them. 2 of them were Straw Hat Pirates, their targets. If things went well, they would have been the ones hunting them by now. But now, the situation had flipped to its side. The man-demon Jin, who was half-transformed into what appeared to be an ancient zone hero of the Navy Port Kobe, who had already recovered from his injury and had his claws out. And lastly, Sabo, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, who was fully uninjured from their fight. Virtus knew he would die if he didn't get any help, so, putting 2 fingers in his mouth, he whistled. Wait, what did he just do? Kobe asked. Jin was on guard, still half-transformed. Don't know, but be on guard. Sabo also narrowed his eyes as he stretched out his observation haki, intending to stop it before it arrived. Van Augur panted as he teleported again from his spot as, just a moment later, the tree he was perched in was smashed into hot flames, as it got torn apart by Sanji. The sniper knew of the man, more so cause he had already connected who Sanji was. He was one of the Vinsmoke siblings. When Teach had targeted the Straw Hat Pirates, he had reviewed each of the crewmates with what little information they had. And in Sanji's case, his curled-up eyebrows gave a big indication of who he was. Van Augur had been on the Grand Line for almost nearly a decade, taking on multiple assignments from various clients, and he had taken a few jobs from the Germa 66. So he knew about them. Especially the Vinsmoke family and their weird abilities. The sniper wondered how a new pirate like Luffy was able to get a Vinsmoke of all people into his ranks. And to top it all off, Sanji might be as strong as his siblings. Van Augur was no fighter, he was more of an assassin. So he knew that fighting Sanji head-on would be a grave mistake. His side still ached from the pain due to the last attack. He wouldn't be able to take too many kicks from him. Van Augur was also sure that Sanji's shoes had sea stone in them. Maybe only the sole of the shoe, but when Sanji had kicked him, he had lost his ability to teleport temporarily. Troublesome. The sniper had a good control over both of his haki. Using observation haki to detect Sanji's location, he shot his rifle. The bullets flew with a shine of armament haki as they targeted Sanji, but the man sped away just in time. Van Augur clicked his tongue in frustration at the missed shot. Sanji also had observation haki, maybe even only observation haki. And even though the sniper was better than him, Sanji's speed ability was a very bad matchup for his warp fruit and his sniper skills. The sniper fired off multiple shots at Sanji's back, before teleporting to another location. Van Augur teleported to a tree, only for the tree to be torn apart as a flaming tempest kick demolished it. The sniper teleported again, and the same thing repeated, over and over again. In between the teleports, he fired off his bullets intending to harm the chef, but most of his shots were missing. And that frustrated the sniper, but as the fight went on, he noticed something. Sanji wasn't alone, someone was with him. Someone small. Van Augur blinked in surprise. His observation haki had missed it, but was there a little man with him? Wait. Now it all made sense. There were rumors that one of the Straw Hats was a user of the shrink fruit on their crew. It was Usopp, wasn't it? And he was also a sniper. And not just any sniper. Van Augur was sure that he was related to that man. The sniper growled, with how similar they looked, he might as well be Usopp's son. Van Augur gritted his teeth, so my missed shots weren't just lucky escapes. Usopp was shooting down my bullets. That's impressive. But my bullets are covered with haki. Did the boy know armament haki imbuement, or was he using sea stone bullets? It doesn't matter, they won't win against me. He thought before switching up a function in his gun as he jumped back rather than teleporting. Heavy bullet barrage. Multiple bullets surrounding all directions came out of his gun as they made their way to Sanji's location. Diable Jamb, flaming concuss. Sanji spun with flames that made a flaming wheel deflecting the haki-cladded bullets. Definitely had shoes with sea stone in them. Otherwise, his armament hockey-clouded bullets would have destroyed his feet. But then again he could be wrong, as the Vinsmoke siblings did show having powerful exoskeletons. Van Augur was about to take the chance to attack head-on, when his ears picked up a whistle. Fuck, he was in a bad position as it is, and now his crewmate required help. Things were getting worse with each passing minute. Chapter 287 Van Augur teleported out of the way of Sanji's kicks before sending more bullets his way, all the while making his way toward where he heard the whistle from. And he found Burgess in a very bad position. The large pirate was bleeding from the left side of his chest, with his right arm hanging limply by his side while he saw a blue bruise on the right side of his stomach. Along with multiple shards sticking out of his body, he looked like a man that already had a foot in his grave. No wonder why Burgess called in for help. Burgess was prideful, but even he had common sense when the situation got this bad. He needed immediate help, if he could get him to Doc Q. Only then did he remember that their resident doctor was dead. Van Augur cursed. Was this why they took him out first? Fucking bastards. Oi, shitface. Stop running from me. The sniper had to duck as Sanji came through with a burst of speed using instant transmission and moonwalk in a way that complemented his speed powers. He couldn't fully use his powers yet, but he could do well in short controllable bursts. The sniper took out a smaller gun from inside his jacket, quickly firing it off as Sanji was still near. But rather than a bullet coming out of the smaller gun, a haze of green gas burst out from the gun near Sanji. The chef retreated immediately, though some of the gas had already entered his lungs. Sanji coughed as his world started to shift and he started feeling sleepy. Van Augur used that chance to take multiple shots at him, only for another blonde to come and block the attacks. Sabo spun his pipe around his hand, deflecting the bullets with ease, before jumping towards the sniper. Van Augur quickly teleported away, only for a metal pipe of all things to come at him with breakneck speed. The sniper managed to dodge the metal pipe as it planted itself in the ground, almost digging fully into it. Sabo had sensed where he had teleported and attacked immediately. But unfortunately, the revolutionary had missed. Sabo clicked his tongue in frustration. Only now did Van Augur realize why Burgess was put in such a bad position. He rounded the whole group up, before teleporting again. Jin, watch out. Sabo called out as he had the better hockey than all of them and read Van Augur's intent. The sniper teleported, appearing right in front of the man-demon and grabbing him by the shoulder before teleporting out. He appeared right above the sea, before dropping the zone user. What the? Jin was too slow to react as he fell from the sky. By the time he noticed the sea and was about to use moonwalk to get out, the sniper had thrown a bomb of all things onto him. Boom. A large explosion went off, and more than the damage, the shock wave from the explosive threw Jin right into the open sea. Oh, shit. Jin could only curse as the sea started drowning him. Van Augur didn't come back immediately, rather he teleported a bit back to catch his breath. Using his devil fruit too much was drying up his stamina. He needed to act quickly and fast if he wanted to be useful. When Van Augur came back, the rest of their enemies were ganging up on Burgess. The larger man had given up on running and instead curled up into a ball with armament hockey covering his body. Where did you take Jin? Sanji interrogated, stomping on the man with his flaming leg. Subdue him first and ask questions later, Sabo said, stomping with advanced armament and using internal destruction with each blow. Kobe on the other hand was watching as the lookout with his claws out, his nose and ears constantly twitching. He might not have observation hockey, but his senses were always sharp and in this tough situation, he was very close to unlocking his hidden potential. Van Augur moved, appearing right above the group and dropping a bunch of explosives before teleporting away. Sanji was the first one to react, kicking his feet up as a volley of flames consumed the explosives upwards as they exploded. Still, it broke off the group as Sabo and Kobe had backed away and Burgess used that moment to tackle Sanji into a bear hug. What the? Let go. Sanji grumbled, I only take hugs from women. You have to settle for me, hotshot, Burgess snorted as he tried to wrap the pirate into a bone-crushing bear hug with his strength. The exoskeleton around Sanji's body started to crack as the man roared in pain. Fine, you asked for it. Full piece grill. And Sanji's body exploded in a burst of hot flames that burned way faster due to his speed powers enhancing the speed. Fuck. Burgess let go as half of his body was covered in third-degree burns, while Sabo attacked him with his pipe, and had an eye out for the sniper. Van Augur appeared again this time with his weapon drawn and right above Kobe's location, as he was the other target who didn't have hockey. But the second in command of the Revolutionary Army had anticipated this. Kobe, Usopp. Now. Sabo called out. And the sniper, who was about to shoot his massive rifle in the back of Kobe's head for a lethal blow, was astonished when a flash grenade hit him right into his face from somewhere. The flashbang was way smaller in size, but it exploded with enough sound and light to catch the sniper off guard. And at the same time, From Kobe's body dozens if not hundreds of small bone spikes shot off in all directions. Van Augur had pulled the trigger by instinct and had missed due to the flashbang, and the sniper had multiple life-threatening spikes planted in his body. More than a dozen of them pierced his body and one of them even managed to pierce his eye. Why you? But the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates had little time to curse as Sanji moved in yet again. Diable jam, Conquest. A volley of flames and a kick landed on the sniper's back as he was thrown front and onto the ground. The sniper felt his energy slipping away due to the sea-stone shoes Sanji wore. Hado elbow. Burgess, who saw Van Augur in a bad position, was about to attack the chef to get him off the sniper when he suddenly felt his world slow down. Burgess was shocked and knew he was fucked. Sabo and the rest of them noticed the large pirate who was running at a pace that would put a turtle to shame. Good going, Sparky. Sanji called out as Sparky's body became visible as he turned off his invisibility watch. The first mate of the Straw Hat Pirates looked quite beaten, and 3 of his arms had large blue bruises, but the smaller-sized monkey was still ready for a fight. Are you all right? I'll live. He answered, then Sparky gave Sanji a stiff nod, and the cook nodded back. Sanji then drove his other leg down right onto the back of Van Augur's head, smashing the sniper's head into ground in mess of blood and gray matter, killing the pirate. At the same time, Kobe extended his arm blade decapitating the larger pirate's head in a single slash. Both of them didn't even hesitate, which came a bit surprising to Sabo, but then again, the Straw Hats had seen how cruel some pirates could be back on Non-Monai Island, G3 base. They had grown up and weren't naive anymore. They knew some enemies were too dangerous to be kept alive, though they also knew not to cross the line. That was the reason for the swift deaths. Usopp had also taken the time to jump off from Kobe's shoulder and return to his normal size, as being smaller than an ant all the time was hitting his stamina. Sanji, Kobe, and even Sparky had visibly relaxed after the 2 pirates were done with. They might have grown, but they were still new to all of it. Sabo had little time to think over the situation when a large volley of darkness and fire exploded out from where he was fighting Blackbeard. Sanji, Sparky, Usopp. Go and see if Zoro and Kuina need a hand or not. Sabo said, I will go see if Ace does. The 3 of them nodded, before Kobe asked a question. But where's Jin? Chapter 288. Kuina and Zoro had their weapons out as they eyed their enemies. Both of their bodies now sported multiple wounds, small and large, with blood covering their clothes. And yet the 2 Straw Hat Pirates stood tall against the challenge. Luffy and Shiryu were their opponents. And unlike them, they were mostly unharmed, maybe a bit winded. They dwarfed Zoro and Kuina in both experience and skill. But even then both Kuina and Zoro were putting up more than just a challenge. Zoro had his 3 blades out and grinned at Shiryu. You know, for a former Marine, you are very skilled with the blade. Shiryu took a drag from his cigar. Well, I do pride my skills with the sword. He said, resting his sword Ryu on his shoulder. But I have to say, Pirate Hunter, for a kid your skills are quite good as well. He then also nodded to Kuina, and so can the same be said for the little missy. Kuina's response was a curt nod, but one could see a ghost of a smile on her face. Luffy chuckled amusedly. It's almost sad that we have to go against each other. He said, leaning on his cane, which now sported a noticeable change. The lower portion of the cane was an actual thin blade, making it look like an odd-shaped rapier. The sword was also of good quality, definitely a named blade. But alas, things are this way. Kuina snorted, say that after you wipe that bloodthirsty smile off your face. She said, you are pretty good with your words, but you reek of bloodlust. Luffy's response was to chuckle again, before his grin stretched to match his inner demon. You guys were always our targets. A certain someone paid quite a lot, to kill you scum. He grinned, and I promise you one thing, death will be the least of your worries after I'm done with you. We still haven't settled the debt for killing our doctor. Bullshit, Zoro snorted as he lowered himself, you just wanna kill. At least don't try to justify it on a dead man. Luffy's grin widened before he jumped from his spot, with his wings out, speeding up to clash with Zoro. Luffy used his own blade, the cane rapier sword, which was kind of like a hidden blade in his cane that he carried around. The 3-bladed swordsman parried the blow, digging his feet into the ground while he did. Sparks and flames flew as Luffy and Zoro locked blades, both of their blades covered with haki. A crater formed beneath his feet from the attack, but Zoro held strong. From the corner of his eye, Zoro could see Kuina facing off against Shiryu. She wasn't doing any better than him, but Zoro had his own battle to worry about. Luffy moved fast and swiftly, using his legs and wings to attack along with the cane rapier. With armament haki, everything could be turned into a deadly weapon. And with his nimble movements, Zoro was constantly on the back foot. The green-haired swordsman was used to fighting kick specialists like Sanji. But Luffy was another case, he used his every body part as a weapon. But Zoro wasn't afraid of that, With his 3 swords he fought off his attacks. Zoro waited and finally found his chance when Luffy let his guard down. Or at least tried to. Luffy had shown off his skills when he easily deflected Zoro's blow, and even planted a kick right into his face, sending the swordsman into the trees. Luffy had read Zoro's intent with his haki. The 3-bladed swordsman was the one to get caught off guard. With a broken nose, Zoro pushed himself off of the wreckage, eyeing his opponent. Even though Zoro knew Luffy's observation haki was better, it wouldn't be for too long. The constant threat looming over his shoulder was doing great for his growth. And with each passing moment, Zoro found himself gaining strength. Though he didn't like having a broken nose. Planting one of his swords into the ground, he grabbed his nose. And with a wince, he set it back in position. The swordsman snorted out some blood from his nose before picking up his sword. All the while the Blackbeard pirate curiously eyed him. Just from the brief exchange, Zoro could feel that his opponent was hiding something. Luffy was the first one to break the silence. You know, I have been in the Grand Line for almost half of my life. But you are the first one I've seen using 3 blades. A peculiar choice. He said, tilting his head to the side. How do you even speak with a sword in your mouth? Odd, very odd. But then again I don't care. I have killed far stronger and stranger opponents than you. And you would be no different. This is a battle with swords, and as long as one of us is breathing this battle is not over. A grin spread widely on his face. He didn't back down from a fight. With his swords catching on the green flames along with unleashing his conqueror's haki, he was ready to unleash hell on his opponent. So be ready to die. Luffy had an unreadable expression on his face, and Zoro prepared himself to move. But suddenly Zoro's observation haki flared up. Zoro, watch out. The 3-bladed swordsman quickly followed the advice and used his 2 blades to counter the swordsman that had attacked him. Shiryu grinned right up in his face with his sword. Both of them getting locked in a power struggle with their swords. You seem interesting, the former marine said, a conqueror among this pesky group of pirates. I haven't hunted one of you for quite a while. He gave a bloodthirsty grin that sent a chill down Zoro's spine. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Zoro wondered. He's dangerous. I will have to end him before he becomes a threat to the crew. Flames exploded out of Zoro's sword, attacking the former marine from the side, but rather than fighting, Shiryu backed off to Luffy's side. Chapter 289 Noi, I will take on the kid. Shiryu said to this comrade, you take on the little missy. Shiryu took another drag from his cigar before throwing it out his mouth. He then grinned at Zoro as his bloodlust flared up. Let's see what you are made of, kid. With that, Shiryu blurred away from his location, locking blades with Zoro once again. A sonic boom went off as their blades met, both of them using armament haki to coat their blades. Green fire exploded out of Zoro's blades, but Shiryu cut through them without even flinching. His blade glowed red with bloodlust and haki as he went after the green-haired swordsman. Luffy stood there for a few moments. Don't I get any say in this? He mumbled to himself before looking at Kuina. The ice user also seemed a bit annoyed at the situation. Luffy shrugged. Let's get this over with. I need to get back to captain's side anyways. Kuina looked at him but nodded. I was expecting a challenge. But you have to do for now. Luffy blurred from his spot, appearing right in front of Kuina, locking blades with her. Their clash created a sonic boom, and the ground underneath Kuina formed a crater. Kuina's knees almost buckled under the pressure. Almost. Be careful, little girl, or I might put you into eternal sleep. Kuina flared up her aura, the temperature in her surroundings dropping a few degrees. You know, I have cut down a few guys who use little girl and sleep in one sentence. I was expecting better of you. She said with mock disappointment. And Luffy felt his brow twitch, before his red lips split into a grin. I'm going to enjoy ripping you apart. With that he kicked her, the girl blocking it with her free hand. And while she avoided the damage, the attack sent her hurling back into the air. Luffy followed through with his attacks, giving Kuina little time to recover, but it didn't matter. Luffy struck, but Kuina countered. The Blackbeard pirate moved with extreme speed, his form being a blur to anyone, but Kuina kept up with him. Even if just barely. For a while, they were in a deadly game of a dance of swords before Luffy found a chance, and kicked Kuina into the sky. With his wings outstretched from his back, Luffy followed through to the sky, engaging the sword battle in the air. Unsurprisingly, Kuina could easily fight in the air with her moonwalk and put up a good fight against the Blackbeard pirate. As the battle went on, it became clear on who was the better of the two. While Kuina was constantly on the back foot, she was still managing to keep up. And that was with Luffy holding back. She wasn't like her captain. But she could clearly see that Luffy had something up his sleeves and that she needed to be careful. In both haki and experience, Luffy was superior to Kuina, but the Blackbeard pirate was finding it difficult to finish the fight. Not unless he showed off his ability. But the Blackbeard pirate wanted to reserve the ability for later to help his captain. Kuina internally grinned. All the fights against Luffy and his brothers were paying off. Both Zoro and her only had access to armament haki a week ago. But due to all the intense training, they were able to unlock the color of observation. And while it wasn't on the level of Luffy, or any of the other experienced fighters here, she made up for it with her speed. She had been putting a lot of focus on speed with Sanji. And it was paying off now. Just from the brief clash alone, she could feel that Luffy was much more of a troublesome opponent, unlike Shiryu. Kuina knew she couldn't defeat him, not alone at least. Zoro, I might need your help with this one, she thought internally. While this was happening, Zoro and Shiryu were fighting their own battle. Their forms blurred through the forest, with a figure of red and green clashing in between from time to time. Each time they clashed they created sonic booms, and trees around them were either uprooted or burned to ash, due to their fight. The ground broke off in chunks, and the earth rumbled each time they clashed. It was a fight of epic proportions. While Kuina's and Luffy's fight was fast and skillful, their fight was destructive and wild. You are not bad, kid. Shiryu laughed, swinging his sword up and down like a wild beast. His blade gleamed with bloodlust as sparks went past him. I usually don't get so much into fighting. But you, Zoro, are a worthy opponent. Shiryu smiled internally. He was longing for a fight like this. A fight against someone wild as him. When Saint Kamail offered him freedom, he made a choice to never return to the Marines. And when Teach had offered him a position in the crew he was reluctant at first. But when the man showed off his ability to use more than one devil fruit, Shiryu joined him. That kind of man was all about challenging the world. And challenging it meant he could get a lot of opportunities to test out his blade, and so he joined in. Shiryu wasn't regretting any of that. In fact, he was thrilled. Unlike the others in the crew, he didn't care who died as long as he got a good fight out of it. Of course, he valued his life. That was also the reason why he was fighting the younger pirate alone. The others were a bit too strong for him. After years of being in prison, his skills with the blade had dulled. He wasn't at the level of his former self anymore. It would take a few more months to get back to his former strength and improve from there. But Shiryu didn't mind. After dealing with the green-haired brat, he would be getting himself out of the island. Shiryu wasn't stupid. He knew the Blackbeard pirates were fucked. And he wouldn't mind throwing them under the bus if he could live. Shiryu grinned with bloodlust, his sword oozing off killing intent. Show me what you are made of, kid. He said, blood sword style, bleeding fang. A sword slash with pure gleaming red energy shot off from his blade towards the three-sword style user. Zoro parried his attack with his three blades, digging his heels into the ground before cutting through the sword slash with pure power alone. Shiryu grin widened, impressive. The green-haired swordsman panted, but he had a grin on his face as well. His hands shook just from countering the simple sword slash. That was the power difference between the two. In his hands, Sandai Kaitetsu hummed along with a Ki2 no Zarashi. Only Yubashiri that was in his mouth was calm. But even then he could feel his blade's emotions. They wanted to fight. They wanted to win. And Zoro would make sure of that. Shiryu attacked again, and Zoro countered. Their swords sending sparks flying all around them, as they fought. And while the green-haired swordsman was able to block off any big attacks, small wounds were still appearing on his body. Shiryu on the other hand was mostly fine. Zoro's body ached, and keeping up with Shiryu was tough. And unlike Luffy, he was a much easier opponent to fight against. But even then it wasn't as easy as it seems. That was also another reason to fight. Out of the two, Luffy was stronger. Much stronger. Zoro had a sinking suspicion that Luffy was hiding his true power. He needed to help Kuina if that was the case. But first he needed to deal with him first. Chapter 290. Shiryu was strong, and for a long time, Zoro was itching to fight a pure swordsman. And Shiryu didn't disappoint. The former marine was quite skilled with a blade. Skills, haki, and power, Shiryu overpowered him in all of them. But Zoro didn't care, he liked the challenge. If this was a week ago he wouldn't have been able to stand against the swordsman. Shiryu was strong, more than strong. With only armament haki, he wouldn't be able to fight against him at all. After the week-long training, he was able to unlock his observation haki. He couldn't fully control it yet, but it was more than helpful against Shiryu. What he lacked in haki, he covered up with his speed and flames. But even then Shiryu was able to cut down his flames with pure swordsmanship alone. The fight went on, Zoro gaining more wounds on his body while he was only able to deliver some skin-deep wounds to his opponent. But even with the wounds Zoro fought strong. While he wasn't as good at using life return like the others in the crew, he was able to cut off his pain receptors around the wound. He was also able to stop the bleeding with it. This was the only reason why he was still fighting. His lungs burned from exhaustion, and fatigue was pushing his body to the extreme. But Zoro wouldn't give up. Shiryu was better than him, Zoro admitted. But not for long. He had to beat him. And he would beat him. Zoro gritted his teeth as he stepped forward with a cross slash with his blades. Shiryu blocked it with his own blade. The former Marine's sword glowed red and black with haki and power, while his own burned with green flames. You know, this has been going on for long enough. Have to say, you have earned my respect, Pirate Hunter Shiryu said, pushing back as his red aura flared around. Let's end this. Zoro grinned. You're speaking my mind. He agreed, pushing Shiryu off of him as he struck with a Ki to Nozarashi and Sandai Kaitetsu. With Yubashiri in his mouth, he charged forward with a fury of strikes and slashes. Shiryu charged forward as well with his blade, Ryu. He parried each strike, and countered them. Their movements turned into blurs. Both of them using armament haki to enhance their blows. While Zoro used his green flames, Shiryu's strike was enhanced with his own bloodlust-given form. It was a battle between red and green. Both of their forms zipped through the landscape as they fought. Shiryu blocked one of Zoro's strikes before kicking the green-haired swordsman. Zoro was a second too late and he was launched off into the air. Shiryu gave chase using his own moonwalk. He was a former marine after all. Zoro backed off, stopping himself midair and using the air as a platform with moonwalk. He launched forward. Luffy would have been proud if he saw that. Three-sword style, flaming onigiri. Zoro roared as he launched himself forward with his three blades being covered in green flames along with haki. Shiryu read his opponent's intent using his haki and met his blow head-on with his own blade. The former marine-turned-pirate grinned at the challenge, meeting Zoro's attack with haki and bloodlust. Both of their attacks met, creating a shockwave as both fighters struggled for superiority. Shiryu over the years had fought many opponents due to his role as the head jailer. And he had to admit Zoro was one of the most unpredictable opponents he had ever faced. His observation haki had a hard time picking up Zoro's attacks, as the man, most of the time, moved on wild instinct. He was like a wild animal with his three blades and Shiryu was impressed. Heck, he was actually having a hard time with the kid. But it wouldn't matter. He was the superior one here. You are good, but you aren't on my level, kid. Shiryu called out, pushing Zoro back, before calling out his attack, blood sword style, red reflection. And Zoro was shocked as the flames from his own strike got fully reflected back at him. A large explosion went out with smoke covering it as Zoro was tossed back. Shiryu followed through with his own moonwalk, intending to end the fight. Zoro felt his observation haki warning him from a mile away as to what was about to happen. He could already see his body getting split in two if he didn't move. He had to move. He had to move. Damn it. Things slowed down for the green-haired swordsman. His body ached from all his accumulated injuries and yet his will wasn't broken. He wouldn't give up. He needed power. He needed power to fulfill his dreams, and help his friends. All three of his blades responded to his will and Ki to Nozarashi was the first one to respond. The power inside the blade burned hot like the sun and started pulling in his haki. Zoro found himself wide-eyed as his right arm shriveled up due to Nozarashi pulling out his haki and he started to feel weak. The blade told him to trust it, and for a second Zoro doubted it, before fully trusting the blade. Zoro, whose body was flying back in the air, suddenly rolled back before again using the air like a slingshot to charge him forward. I am not done yet. He roared, unconsciously unleashing his conqueror's haki, as the muscles in his arms bulged. Shiryu was wide-eyed when he saw a green ogre appear from Zoro's back. He blinked and it was gone, as if it was an illusion, but it was more than that. The former marine knew it. Shiryu gritted his teeth, blood sword style, thousand rain. Three-sword style, Rengoku onigiri. The haki that was pulled in by Nozarashi quickly turned into green flames. Flames that were as hot as the sun. And all three of his blades caught his green flames before they made a thin layer of flames above the blades along with the blackness of armament. It looked like green neon lights as Zoro burrowed through the air, moving in towards Shiryu. Shiryu's own attack created a dangerous red aura around him and both fighters met in the middle. A large explosion of flames and haki, went of as both attacks met, the shockwave vibrating throughout the island. Trees got uprooted and burned to a crisp, along with a large part of the landmass shifting. Their attacks having devastating effects on the surroundings. Both fighters landed on opposite sides, Zoro sporting a noticeable wound on his left shoulder that stretched out to his right torso, and he fell on one knee. Blood pouring out of the fresh wound, and there was an unreadable expression on his face. On the other side, Shiryu grimaced as the sword fell from his hand. A look of disbelief on his face. There was a large apostrophe-shaped wound stretched from his front to his back. He coughed up blood as his body fell apart in pieces, with his insides falling to the floor, making a pool of blood underneath. Even his head was split in the middle. Zoro didn't say anything, he only had time to sheathe his blades before the green flames that were around him got snuffed out and he fell to the floor. Unconscious. He only regretted not being able to help Kuina with her own fight. But Zoro trusted his crewmates. With that, darkness overtook the unnamed vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 291. Kuina jumped back before slashing her blade forward, bleeding serpent. A sword slash laced with ice was drawn out of her blade and traveled toward the Blackbeard pirate. And, like expected, the pirate didn't face the attack head-on and dodged it, while making his way toward her. Both of them had taken to the sky, Kuina with moonwalk, Luffy with his wings that sprouted from his back to stay afloat. Howling Serpent. Kuina attacked with multiple sword slash laced with ice as she saw Luffy charging toward him. Multiple arcs of sword slash traveled through the air aiming to cut down anything in its path. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome is usually a fool's way of thinking. Luffy chuckled as he flew in between the attacks, meeting blades with her directly. Wado Akamanji met Luffy's cane rapier as sparks went off. But that's what everyone does when meeting with someone that's superior to them. The only thing you are superior at anything in is wearing makeup, clown boy. Kuina said as she defended from his attack. Usually, rapiers were used for thrusting and fencing, but with Luffy he found a way to use it like any normal blade. With hacking and slashing at opponents. Kuina ducked under one of the strikes, backing away when the Blackbeard pirate tried to kick him. Luffy's face twitched for a moment. Call me a clown again, and I will rip out your tongue, girl. Kuina smirked. Did I hit a nerve? Luffy took a deep breath before calming down. Let's speed this up. I have places to be and things to do. From the distance, Kuina could see fire and darkness fighting against each other. Ace and Peach were creating quite the destruction due to the fight. She couldn't see the others, but she knew they were having their own battle. You aren't going anywhere, Kuina said before speeding up and attacking. She would have loved to take on her Yuki form, but she needed a bit more time to prepare. And at the same time she needed to conserve her energy as she knew that beating Luffy wouldn't be possible. Call it a fighter's instincts, but she knew Luffy was hiding something and not using his full abilities. And at the same time, something told her she couldn't win against him. We will see about that, Missy, Luffy responded as he attacked. Kuina parried the blow before countering with her own sword. She felt frustrated, the warrior in her felt angry at the prospect of not being strong enough. It was just less than 2 weeks ago that she had faced off against a warlord and came out as a victor. And now she needed to hold off a less-known pirate because she wasn't strong enough. She had to admit it hurt her pride, but she knew not all battles could be won. At the same time she was a bad matchup for Crocodile. His sand having an elemental weakness against her ice, and at the same time, he was slow. Luffy was neither slow, nor did he show any signs of weakness. Both of their blades slammed into each other, creating a shower of sparks as both of them exchanged blows. Each trying to kill the other. For a while Luffy used only his blade before using his wings and legs as well. With armament hockey reinforcing his blows, each limb was as deadly as his swords. Kuina was able to match Luffy's speed, but as time went on, she was finding herself on the back foot. Small wounds started to appear on her body, all while Luffy was still without any. The wounds that appeared on her body were mostly not lethal, and with life return she would be able to recover from them mid-battle. Still, it didn't take away the pain. Sure, after getting injured you could numb the area where you were injured so that it's not a bother. But even doing that took away a bit of your concentration. Also, there was so much punishment she could take. Kuina blocked a knee to her gut only to get punched in the face as her body was hurled to the ground. Luffy cashed in delivering a kick to her back, sending her to the ground. Her body fell, creating a small crater before Luffy came down with an axe kick. She barely had the time to leap away as the attack landed, making a much larger crater and making up a dust cloud. Kuina panted as she rubbed her jaw, a red bruise on it. Why do they always go for the face? She groaned in annoyance. They usually don't. Luffy's voice came out of the dust cloud. And he spoke in an educative voice, at least I don't. I was aiming to rip off your head with that punch. It would have been better if I was able to plant the punch in your neck. But I had to do with your face. He said with a sadistic grin. Real funny, Kuina said with a glare. She had to hold herself back from doing anything too risky. The only reason why she was able to avoid any lethal blows was that with all the training she had from much more stronger fighters. The last week had been hectic. Luffy and his brothers had put almost everyone in the crew against them so that they would be able to learn how to hold off much stronger fighters. And it was paying off. Suddenly, Kuina's senses warned her of an impending danger. She was able to read Luffy's intent just in time to dodge a thrust from his blade that would have killed her. Frosty whirlwind. She called out, spinning her blade laced with hockey and ice. A small spherical of icy sharp wind stretched around her, intending to cut everything down. The Blackbeard pirate backed off, making some distance. Kuina had little time to recover as the man attacked again. Kuina's main objective was to stall Luffy until she got help. But it seemed it wasn't needed. The Blackbeard pirate was sadistic in nature, and seemed too eager to inflict as much pain as possible. Kuina ducked under the first blow, before putting up her sword to block off Lafitte's upward slash. And while she was able to block it, she was sent hurtling in air. Lafite brought his wing forward and slashed. "You aren't the only one with a long-distance attack," he said, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Multiple sharp white feathers flew through the sky at a fast speed towards Kuina. There were at least a few dozen of them. Lafitte also had jumped towards her from the ground to attack her. But Kuina didn't back off. It was a bit late, but she was ready now. Dance of the Uchiha. Suddenly a volley of mist exploded out of her body, covering most of her surroundings. The feathers that came in contact with the mist turned to ice, harmlessly falling out of the sky. Lafitte, who was near, saw that and quickly backed off, not wanting to get the freezing mist on him. But to his surprise, Kuina suddenly appeared in front of him with a burst of speed, her blade drawn, and ready to decapitate him. She almost hit her mark. Almost. Chapter 292. Kuina suddenly appeared in front of Lafitte with a burst of speed, her blade drawn, and ready to decapitate him. She almost hit her mark. Almost. At the last moment, Lafitte brought his right wing forward to parry her strike. And while it managed to stop her blow, Kuina's sword was able to dig itself into his wing and freeze it. She wanted to follow up with another attack, but the Blackbeard pirate was too fast. Lafitte moved quickly, kicking her from the side. She was a bit too slow to react and she felt her ribs cracking from the blow. She was able to protect herself with armament hockey, so she only had to worry about fractures. With his left hand holding his blade, he thrust forward his rapier, intending to stab her. "You left yourself open." Lafitte grinned. Kuina gritted her teeth, unleashing her stored energy outside of her body. "Freezing mist," she growled out as her body exploded out the freezing mist. Lafitte grunted, quickly flying back, only to find himself falling from the sky. His left wing was wounded and along with his left arm had gotten frozen, taking away his flying ability momentarily. And Kuina pounced on the chance, using her leg-based technique to get near him and kick him in the jaw. "Take that, bastard." Ugh. Lafitte was left hurling back and, so she had to opt for a more destructive approach. Ice sword style, dancing of the moonlight blades. A wave of white sakura leaves made out of ice smashed into Lafitte's body, before all of it smashed into the ground, creating a crater laced with ice along with destroying anything nearby. A dust cloud of ice and destruction surrounded the area as Kuina noted her enemy. Her breathing was ragged, but she held herself strong. She knew the battle with Lafitte was far from over. She needed to hold him off before others got here. "You are quite annoying," Kuina heard Lafitte's voice from the frost cloud, and with a flap of his wings, it cleared. There, in the middle of the crater, Lafitte remained unharmed. "Oh, please, you are making me blush," Kuina said bitterly, feeling frustrated that even with her all-out attack it didn't do anything. Lafitte spat out some blood. "Like I said, you're annoying," he said, glaring at her. "Also, don't think just because you beat a New World reject like Crocodile, that you can beat me. I'm much stronger than him. I am surprised that you know that. Though you will end up just like Crocodile," she said with a cold glare. With that, she moved with moonwalk attacking the Blackbeard pirate. Lafitte snorted, as he countered her strike. With two hands she swung Wadokamagi while Lafitte used only one of his hands to hold his rapier to block the blow. The only reason why pirates like Crocodile and Gecko Moria are even warlords are because of the fame that they once held. Surviving against 4 emperors is a very rare deed. But that doesn't mean they are strong. It just means they are lucky. He said, "Even most 4 emperors' commanders are stronger than them." Kuina clashed her blade with his, sparks flying as she glared at him. "And you think you are stronger than him?" Lafitte chuckled. "Lady, I know I'm stronger than him. Also, the sky is my domain." He laughed with his wings and shot multiple sharp feathers at Kuina. "Oh, please. You aren't impressing anyone with that," Kuina said, as ice shards also appeared around her, countering his feathers. Lafitte hadn't noticed, but the broken-off chunks of ice were gathering around him. "You know, this stalling game is getting pretty annoying," Lafitte said as he thrust his blade forward. Kuina was barely able to dodge attack and yet a small wound appeared on her face. "Not the face again," she growled. "Oh, I'm just getting started, darling," Lafitte said. "Fine, die then." Lafitte raised an eyebrow before noticing that ice shards had surrounded him. "When did you?" With a command from her, they came down from all sides, avoiding Kuina who had backed away. The ice shards crashed into their target for a few seconds before stopping. A cloud of frost covered the view, but when it went away, Kuina saw her target. She clicked her tongue. "I have to cut off your wings, they are way more troublesome than they look," she said, a bit of annoyance in her voice. Unlike his body, it was really hard to damage his wings. From the start of the battle, she was barely able to wound him. As the frost cloud cleared, Lafitte was seen covering his whole body with his large wings that had protected him from the ice. And with a flip of his wings, the frozen parts of his wings broke off, free. That was quite cold of you. But it won't matter. I was thinking of conserving my powers to use it for later. But I have changed my mind. Lafitte said, it seems I have underestimated you, Miss White Lady. Kuina still had her sword up if he tried anything. So, you are finally going to use your full strength? She said, her grip on her sword tightening. Oh, I will all right, just don't regret it later. He said as already his form started to change, his wings became bigger. The already tall man grew a few feet taller. And at the same time, his muscle mass also increased, giving him a very intimidating look. You see, I don't really like to waste my time with this form. So I will have to make it quick. More feathers started appearing over his larger frame, and his face shifted to the face of a falcon. Talons grew in both his hands and legs, as he grew in size. Before long, his transformation was over. And Kuina was able to recognize the devil fruit immediately. A mythical zone? He mumbled. Lafitte nodded a bit surprised. You guessed well. My fruit is Dorai Dorai no Mi, model, Griffin, he said, his voice a bit deeper due to his transformation. He didn't fully transform, preferring to use his half-zone state instead. Still, the physical boost it gave him was quite extraordinary. I'm still new to this ability, it's only been a few months, so if my abilities are lacking I apologize beforehand. With that Lafitte moved, Kuina was wide-eyed as she couldn't even keep up with his speed. She only heard the wind whistling at her side as she twisted her body and held up her blade. Lafitte's blade slammed against her, as she was almost swept off her feet from the blow. You are quite the persistent girl, Lafitte said, ducking under Kuina's strike before kicking forward, which the girl barely dodged. Though a clawed wound appeared on Kuina's side due to the wind pressure alone. Lafitte did have talons on his hands and feet, and they were sharp enough to break through Kuina's ice skin with ease. She might have been able to protect herself if she used armament hockey in time. But Lafitte's speed had been boosted to a level that even Sanji would have found it hard to compete against. With his wings, Lafitte attacked from the side, as Kuina backed off. You aren't going anywhere, Missy. Lafitte chuckled, but it almost came out as a growl due to his half-zone form. The pirate followed through, and the ice user found herself exchanging blows with him. Sparks flew, and her frost attacks were now being tanked by Lafitte. In this form, I might look a bit bulky, but it has its uses. Lafitte grinned. Not even trying to hide his sadistic nature anymore. Tank this then. Kuina growled, ice sword style, dance of the moonlight blade. A wave of ice made sakura leaves, each sharper than a sword, dawned upon the zone user. But with a wide grin, Lafitte faced it as he went right through them, his full body turning into a shade of black with the use of armament hockey. With his full body covered with hockey, he went right through the ice, before appearing right in front of Kuina, sending a punch her way. Kuina brought her armament-clad hand up in time as the fist slammed into it. A sonic boom resounded in the area, and the swordswoman was wide-eyed when small cracks appeared on her blade. And it distracted her just for a moment. Lafitte used that chance to deliver an axe kick which Kuina had barely managed to block by raising her own knee. Crack. And while Kuina was able to block off the attack, it still managed to crack her knee. And she was sent flying down toward the ground, going through a few trees before she was able to stop herself. Even though her ice skin enhanced with armament hockey should have been able to protect her from taking the damage, the fact was Lafitte's hockey was too strong. Kuina had little time to think, before Lafitte appeared right in front of her and thrust his blade forward. Falling meteor. He had called out. And Kuina had to jump back from the spot immediately, barely avoiding his sword as it got past her. Kaboom. As Kuina rushed away, a large crater formed where Lafitte had attacked just a moment ago. But Lafitte didn't give her time to rest as he moved in again. Kuina took to the sky, sending in a bunch of sword slashes toward where Lafitte was. As the sword slashes were hurled his way, Lafitte roared, his roar creating a sonic boom that destroyed anything in its path. Including Kuina's attacks. From when could he do that? She growled internally. She put the pain in the back of her head, numbing it with life return. Let me send you away with a few gifts, little missy. Lafitte cackled like a madman as he fired multiple dark feathers, each covered with hockey, toward Kuina's falling form. Kuina saw the attacks coming and quickly reacted. Frosty whirlwind. The spherical whirlwind was able to deflect most of the armament-clad feathers, but two of them managed to get past her attack, and plant themselves in her right shoulder and left thigh. Kuina grunted, rolling back in air and using moonwalk to launch herself out of the way of Lafitte, who went in for another attack. Back in the air, she had time to remove the feathers from her wounds when Lafitte caught back up with her, locking blades. What? Going so soon? Didn't you want to stall me? Lafitte laughed, as he attacked with his rapier, with his wings and his legs, moving in an unpredictable way that even confused the girl's observation haki. With his wing, Luffy managed to slam Kuina on the side, sending her to the ground. The swordswoman was able to dig her heels in the ground, stopping herself as she glared at the Blackbeard pirate. Chapter 293. Oh, is Little Missy angry? Luffy asked with a cackle of laughter, before dropping down from the sky and landing opposite to Kuina. Kuina's response was just a growl as she was panting from the onslaught of his attacks. My attacks do nothing to him. I barely even damaged him in this whole fight. The only silver lining of the situation is that at least my haki has improved. It seemed being on the losing end of a death battle really helped with growth. She internally mused at her joke as she coughed, spitting out some blood as she held her sword high and a smirk on her face. Why are you smirking, woman? Have you gone senile? Luffy laughed historically. You have, haven't you? Finally, you gave way to despair. You aren't fully there in the head, are you? Kuina laughed, but she was ignored. Luffy laughed and he was about to continue when suddenly an explosion went off, bringing in both of their attention. Green flames exploded a bit far from their location, but the trees hid their view of the situation. But even then, with observation haki, they could see what had happened. Impossible. Luffy said with wide eyes. Kuina had a small smile on her face as she panted. Hey, so Zoro finally did it. She said, moving her head towards Luffy. Her hands shaky, and yet she had an unyielding will. That's... Luffy seemed to be lost for words. Kuina didn't say anything, she just smiled. Zoro had gotten stronger. He was already stronger than both her and Sanji. And now he had gotten even better. Zoro had beaten Shiryu, but he wasn't in any position to help her, so she still needed to play the stalling game. Well, at least one of us is having a good time. This changes things, Laphite said to himself as his eyes narrowed, and suddenly Kuina felt a shiver run down her spine, making her put her guard up. You have to die, and I have to do it quickly. No more playing for me. I need to take care of the situation before things get into a bigger mess. I haven't been able to pick up Van Augers and Burgesses or for a while now. And I need to check up on them. Sorry, I have to end it here. With that, he moved, his form blurring right in front of her. And clashing blades against each other. A sonic boom went off as she parried the blow, grunting as her bones rattled due to the attack. Her feet left the ground and Luffy delivered a roundhouse kick to her side that Kuina wasn't able to block. Kuina's body bent sideways as she felt her ribs break under the kick. The swordswoman barely held back a scream as she was thrown to the side. She crashed onto a rocky area, her body skipping a few times before she could stop herself. Her side burned in pain, and along with that came the inability to breathe fully. Due to it, her connection with her powers started to lessen, as her technique was based off of breathing techniques. She didn't have any time to recover as Luffy attacked again. Eyes on me, girl. Luffy said, grinning as he thrust his blade forward. Kuina tilted her head to the side, barely avoiding the blade. She growled, you sure know how to keep a girl's attention. Acting brave will get you nowhere, just die, bitch. Luffy snorted as he attacked with swift thrusts, which Kuina was avoiding and dodging. Those she couldn't dodge were blocked by armament haki and her ice skin. But even then the wounds were starting to add up. Her arms were shaking from parrying all of his attacks. He was too strong, even her ice skin had cracks all around them. And she was on the losing end, again. You don't know how much of a fucked up situation you are in, right now. You are going to die, and I'm going to enjoy it. Luffy cackled as he attacked Kuina in close range. Am I going to die like this? She wondered, before shaking her head, refusing to let it end like this. The only one that's going to die is you. Kuina roared as her body exploded in freezing mist as she slashed forward, her black blade shining white, and for a brief moment as it smashed into Luffy's weapon. And to the Blackbeard pirate's surprise, his weapon broke, shattering to pieces. At the same time, Luffy yelped back in pain at the large wound on his chest, that had frozen immediately. Gah. Shit. And also due to being so close, his body started getting frozen due to the frozen mist. Kuina saw this as a chance to follow through, but the Blackbeard pirate didn't let him. Sonic roar. Luffy roared forward, his attack blowing away the mist, and Kuina's ears rang. You are much more of a danger than I thought, you have to die. Now. But Kuina didn't hear anything, the last attack left her ears ringing and even her vision was getting blurry. And due to her senses getting messed up, it made her a bit too late to react to Luffy's attack. Luffy slashed forward with his talons that grew from his hands. Kuina jumped back with moonwalk a bit too late as she felt his claws dig into her sides and rip away a chunk of flesh. The girl hissed in pain, and slashed her blade sideways. She was sloppy and Laphite had used that chance to duck under the attack and deliver a kick to her other side. This time Kuina by instinct used her arm to block the attack. A mistake. Crack. Kuina yelled in pain as her right arm twisted and bent in the opposite direction and her body was hurled down to the ground. She went through a large boulder and some trees, adding more injuries and reopening old ones. The Blackbeard pirate followed through, wanting to smash her face into the ground with both legs. But Kuina at the last second, managed to get herself up and roll away from the attack. Ugh, stop being a cockroach, bitch. Lafitte growled inhumanly, as Kuina rolled to the side and stood up, holding her sword with her blade in her left hand. Her right arm hanging limply by her side, and her left side bleeding freely. She couldn't even use life return anymore. She knew if she split her focus now, she would lose consciousness. The girl knew that her dominant arm was useless now, but she didn't back off. She still had some fight left in her. Her left hand was shaking a bit before she calmed herself down. She needed to stall a bit more. If she gave up now, the bastard would target Zoro and the others. She needed to fight him. With the determination of her will, a small mark started appearing on her forehead, drawing in her ice powers. But the swordswoman was oblivious to it. He's too strong. No, I'm too weak. But if I'm going to die, I'm going to take the bastard with me. She thought internally, gathering all of her iced powers in her body. It was a dangerous technique, with gathering all of her powers inside of her and unleashing it at the last moment, she should be able to take him down. But with her hockey reserves running low, even with her new and old wounds, she would be put in a very bad spot even if her plan worked. It might kill her opponent, but it would leave her dying as well. But she had to take the chance. The mark started to stretch around her body, silver ice crystal-like marks that spread around her body, unconsciously increasing her connection with the ice. Even with her breathing being uneven, her connection to ice was as strong as ever. Wataakamanji cried due to the intention of its user before the now black blade started getting white ice crystal-like patterns in it, intending to follow the command of her owner's last wish. So you still have some fight left in you, eh? And for the first time in the fight, Lafitte felt a sense of fear. But rather than getting scared, he smiled, covering his whole body with hockey. Without leaped in for the attack with his sword drawn. He blurred right in front of his target and was about to slash down when everything slowed down. The Blackbeard pirate was confused as his surroundings slowed down to a crawl, and at the same time, his observation hockey flared up. 6 gunshots penetrated his body, as his body hurled back towards the forest. Kuina, who was about to unleash her attack, stopped, when she felt herself slowing down as well. She also felt small hands grab her wrist. Sparky revealed himself as the invisibility wore off. The 6-armed monkey was standing up on his tail and grabbing her wrist. He was also looking at her. Don't do it. At the same time, Kuina felt the effects of Sparky's powers go away. I'm sorry. Kuina was cut off when another voice appeared. Diable Jamb, Tendorn. A flaming object struck down from the sky and struck where Lafitte was. The Blackbeard pirate, who was still recovering slowly, found himself getting kicked, laced with flames and thrown back a few meters. Gah! Lafitte screamed in a slow pace, as he was thrown to the side with his body burning up in flames. Sanji then jumped away with a roll and landed in front of Kuina. He also had an injured Zoro over his shoulders. Are you alright? Sanji asked, and wincing when he saw Kuina's state. Bad question. We have to get you to Chopper immediately. He also noted the odd markings on her body, but didn't question her about it. No, I can still help, Kuina said, even though her body wasn't fully responding to her commands anymore. She felt a bit of her pain lessen, but she didn't pay much attention to it. Sparky had used his powers to slow down the bleeding from her side and at the same time slowed down her sense of pain. No, Sanji is right. You are in no shape to fight, Sparky said, going forward towards Lafitte. I will deal with him. Sanji, get her back to the ship, and look for Jin. What? Sanji blinked. You want to take him down alone? Even Kuina was surprised. Sparky nodded. Don't worry, I have something that will be able to take care of him. He said, looking at them and flexing his small biceps. Also, I'm strong. Are you sure you can take him on? Kuina asked. I know I am in no shape to fight, but I can take Zoro back to the ship with me. Sanji can help. And Sparky shook his head. Trust me, I don't need any help. And besides, let me have my own fight. I'm going to go all monkey power on his ass. He said, getting small smiles from both of his crewmates. Also, Sanji, Kuina might need some help. Sanji nodded, picking up Kuina over his other shoulder, making the girl yelp a bit before giving him an annoying glare. Though she didn't complain as her body wasn't fully listening to her. Sorry, Kuina-san, Sanji said, Zoro also needs medical attention immediately. We found the bastard bleeding out in the forest. Okay, Kuina said. Sparky, be careful, and watch out for his wings and feathers. His body is quite tough, and he has some kind of sonic scream, watch out for that. Sparky chuckled, giving her a two-finger salute with 3 arms. Okie dokie. Now go. Sanji, you also need to find Jin, remember? Sanji nodded, not looking back. Beat him for me, Sparky, Sanji said before jumping away with Kuina and Zoro on his shoulder. The cook would have loved to beat the bird bastard himself for what he did to Kuina, but he needed to do other things. Also, Kuina and Zoro needed immediate medical attention. Chapter 294. Sparky watched as Sanji left with Zoro and Kuina. He waved at them as they left, uncaring of the enemy that he was about to face. He watched them for a few seconds before looking at the slowed-down Blackbeard pirate. Sparky felt a surge of anger deep inside of him, but like always he pressed down his animalistic instincts, and smiled, trying to remain level-headed. He was going to make the bastard suffer, but he wanted to do it in a way where he had all the control. Why the fuck am I slow? Lafitte growled as he slowly came out from his crater. His voice breaking Sparky out of his thoughts. The man's half-zone form had burns thanks to Sanji, along with having a few other wounds. The man's feathered body was now a bit charred with blood along his form. Well, I ate the slow fruit, Sparky said shrugging. If it wasn't obvious, I can slow down anything. Currently, you are 10 times slower than before. Lafitte didn't speak as he had already ran from his spot to attack him. But he was too damn slow for the monkey to even bother with him as a threat. Heck, he was running even slower than a snail. It looked quite comical, as the large griffin man was struggling to move toward the monkey. But that didn't mean Sparky would let the Blackbeard pirate get near him. Everyone had an ace up their sleeves, and it would be unwise to think otherwise. Also, for now, Sparky needed to play the waiting game. Lafitte was smarter than he looked, and after getting kicked by Sanji he covered his whole body in armament hockey. So even though he was slow, he was well protected. Attacking him now would be useless, even if he was comically slow, so Sparky just jumped to the side, hanging off from a tree, when Lafitte got a few feet near his location. "Ho, aren't you a fast one?" Sparky mused as he pointed one of his hands at him again, and a yellow wave came out, affecting his opponent yet again. "Don't worry, I was just extending your time." Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha. "Fucking monkey, come back here." Lafitte growled as he looked at Sparky. "How about a no?" Sparky said, giving a smug grin to the man. For a while, Lafitte just glared at him. "Why the fuck aren't you doing anything?" Sparky scratched his head with one hand before using his other hand to open his backpack and taking out a banana. He started peeling and eating the fruit as he answered, "Hey, why would I?" he asked as he ate the fruit. He then pointed at Lafitte with his half-eaten fruit. "Your body is still covered in armament hockey. And attacking you now would be useless. That's why I'm waiting." He shrugged, before finishing the banana and throwing the peel at the man's face. Lafitte was, of course, too slow as the fruit attack landed on his armament-covered face, resulting in him giving Sparky an angry glare. "You think I can't keep up my armament hockey for the whole day? If so you are." But Sparky cut him off. He already had another banana in his hands. "I know you can't keep it up for a whole day," he said. "Luffy has better armament hockey than you. And he had a lot of creative ways to experiment with his hockey. Its flaws, its drawbacks. While full-body armament gives you full-body protection, it's quite stamina-draining. By now you should start feeling weak. I would give you another minute before you have to drop the armament." Lafitte gave out a growl at the fact that the monkey knew about his bluff. Sparky gave the Blackbeard pirate a smug look, before tossing the banana peel at the pirate. Lafitte was able to dodge the waste just barely this time, and it made him glare at him more. "If my armament hockey has a timer, then so does your slow powers. If I'm not wrong, it's similar to Ace's right-hand man's powers," he snorted as he started to shrink back from his half-zone form to conserve stamina. "You will find that I can last more than a minute." Sparky gave him a 3-arm clap. "Wow, you are the first man I saw that's proud of lasting more than 1 minute. I wonder how you woo ladies with that short timer. But, I'm not one to judge." "Why you?" Sparky laughed, cutting him off, amused by his reaction. "You are right, you might last for more than a minute, but I can speed up the process," Sparky said, giving the Blackbeard a smile that made the man feel a bit of fear. "Bah-ha-ha-ha. Don't worry, you will only feel like you are drowning." The zone user unconsciously took a step back as his senses warned him of a danger. Sparky laughed at him, before grinning. "Luffy said using full-body armament too long feels like clenching your butthole to hold back poop." Sparky chuckled, taking out an apple from his bag, and biting into it. Not a very good explanation, but a relatable one. "So why don't I increase your struggle a bit?" With that, he extended one of his arms, and his slow beams again attacked the Blackbeard pirate. The pirate wanted to jump away, but he was, again, too slow. This time, the moment Sparky's slow beam affected Lafitte's body, he turned a bit blue. What did you do?" He coughed, struggling hard to breathe. He took a breathful of air, but it didn't help much. The man even started to cough. Lafitte glared at him. "What the fuck did you do, monkey?" "Only if you say please," Sparky said, perking up at the show, taking out an apple from his bag, and started eating it as he explained, "But I'm feeling rather kind today, so I will tell you. What I did previously was slow down your movement, what I did now was slow down the rate of your rate of breathing. It's a bit straining on my powers, but is much more straining on you. Be careful, if you don't do anything then you might die of air loss." Sparky by the end of the explication had finished the apple and threw the waste at the struggling form of Lafitte. The monkey grinned, seeing the enemy struggle to catch his breath. He would have loved to slow down his heart rate, but that had a certain drawback. Masked Deuce's powers could stop the heart or the brain, completely killing the opponent. And Sparky had learned the trick as well, as his powers were similar. But stopping the heart or brain was a bit difficult, and only was possible for weaker opponents. Mainly because it was closely linked to one's willpower and they had a good chance on completely breaking off from the effects with hockey. The Blackbeard pirate coughed, straining to take in air. "What, out of breath?" Sparky asked. "Drop down your armament hockey for a second and I might drop my slow." Bah. Chapter 295 Fuck you. Lafitte looked up at him and growled as he shifted his body again to his half-zone form. His struggle with his breathing got a bit easier. Sparky blinked. "Oh ho, I didn't know that would happen. Interesting, very interesting. Your zone transformation was able to ease some of the difficulties, interesting," he said, taking a bite of his apple with one hand and taking out a notebook and a pencil with his other hands. He also took out his reading glasses before he wrote something down in his notebook. He then looked at the Blackbeard pirate, say, on a 1 scale of 1 to 10, 10 being getting strangled to death by a male stripper, and 1 being struggling to hold your poop in. "What would you rate your suffering?" Cough. "Fuck you." Lafitte growled, throwing himself again at the 6-armed monkey. This time he was faster than before. But even then, he was too slow to be any threat. Sparky pulled down his eyelid and stuck out his tongue before he changed locations, taking his seat on the top of a large rock. "I will add it as a 3. He said, shrugging, as he pushed up his reading glass with a sigh. "Honestly, why can't test subjects be more open about their feelings? It would make my job a lot easier." Lafitte just growled at him, "When I find a way to get out." Cough. "I will take my sweet time in ripping out your limbs one by one, before shoving them up your ass." "Oh, kinky," he said, "but you see I ate into men, or humans for that matter. But hey, I don't judge," he said as he snickered. "So, it's a waiting game." Lafitte glared, as he coughed in between. "Fine, then answer me this, if you slowed me down, then why can't I speak at a normal pace?" "Didn't you hear me the first time?" Sparky said, taking another bite from his apple, while 2 of his arms polished his guns. "I only slowed down your concept of movement. You see, when I first started using the fruit, I was thinking in very simple terms and slowing the whole thing down. But Luffy had shown me a better way of using the fruit. More creative ways. It turns out, if I only slow down one aspect of someone, like let's say, his or her movement, then I strain my powers less. I haven't mastered slowing down complicated concepts yet. But when it comes to movement, I can slow your movements down to a very low level." Hearing Sparky's explanation, Lafitte's eyes had widened and he stared forward, only to go into a coughing fit, while Sparky laughed. "You can barely breathe, and using that attack only made you lose a few more seconds of your miserable life," he said, laughing while Lafitte went through a coughing fit, as he gasped for air. "Why don't you fucking shut up, damn it?" "But, I love hearing my own voice." Sparky whined. "Did you know how bad it was that only Luffy could understand me? Speaking took a whole lot longer than I imagined. Probably got it from my old man's side. Only the bastard could speak anyways. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah, funny thing is, it turns out my slow powers could also be used for training to gain more speed." Luffy said it was kind of similar to gravity training, or advanced resistance training. "Huh, now that I say it out loud, all he thinks and talks about is training," he said, rubbing his chin. One drawback of his powers was that while slowing down the target's movements, it wouldn't take away any force or damage capability of the attack the target uses. The punch might be slow, but it would be just as dangerous as the original one. That's why he wasn't getting near his opponent. Sparky could slow down a few other things in Lafitte's body to end him quick, but the 6-armed monkey wanted to take his time. Call him a bit greedy, but this was his first fight alone with anyone decently strong, and he wanted it to continue a while longer. And at the same time, he wanted to make the Blackbeard pirate suffer for what he did to Kuina. Lafitte, on the other hand, used the chance to throw some of his feathers out towards the monkey. The feathers weren't speedy, by any means, but they were controlled, moving at a low level so that they could hit their target without getting notified. "So you are like the pet of the crew?" The Blackbeard pirate scoffed, trying to keep all attention to him. Luffy this, Luffy that. You are nothing but a glorified pet. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Or that's how the quote goes. But I don't like what you said. Sparky said, rubbing his chin with one hand before a grin appeared on his face. It kind of rubs my fur the wrong way. It's insulting that you think so low of my crewmates, but then again why am I bothered by a soon-to-be dead man? You are a pet. Cough. A mutt. Luffy said, starting to throw out insults as the feathers started going towards its targets. Sparky rolled his eyes. I really feel like you are underestimating me, he said before taking out two of his guns with his lower arms and shooting down the feathers that were inching toward him. Wow, 16 of them. And here I thought you thought me nothing more than a glorified pet. Luffy clicked his tongue as he thought of ways to escape the situation he was in. Even in his half-zone form, he was still struggling to breathe and keeping up armament hockey around his body. It was getting a lot tougher as each second ticked by. Sparky wanted to say something but he was cut off when they heard a loud explosion, and the ground rumbling. Both of them looked towards the east where a giant ball of fire was clashing against a dark ball of shadows fighting for dominance. The whole thing exploded with fire coming out of it as a victor, and an animalistic roar could be heard. Sparky frowned. What was that? Luffy smirked. You guys didn't know what you got yourselves into when dealing with our captain. His grin widened. He has powers that are beyond your imagination. Sparky, who was about to jump to the sky to get a clear view, saw Luffy going over them. The straw hat-wearing boy gave him a nod before going towards the fight. A small smile grew on his face. Luffy had it handled. If they needed help, Luffy would have called out. As he didn't, Sparky knew they most likely had it handled. He looked at Luffy thinking over things. But still, he needed to speed things up. Huh, ironic. You know, you are talking way too much for a bird that's about to get cooked, Sparky said, giving him a side glance as parts of his body started flickering in and out of armament hockey. Luffy's wings came forward to protect himself from any blows as Sparky took out his guns, putting new bullets in them. Sparky grinned, I like me birds spicy. What? Luffy wasn't even able to finish his sentence as a bullet was shot right into his eyes, panting the whole area in red liquid. Ugh! The birdman screamed, clawing his eyes as he tried to wipe away the spicy sauce from his eyes. But it was a mistake and Sparky used that chance to shoot two bullets directly inside of his mouth, making the man cough along with struggling with his breathing. Alabastom Green Reaper, Sparky said, has a nasty smell to go along with it. Took some from Usopp's stash before I left, didn't know it would be this useful. Anyway, your suffering has just started now, Sparky said, cracking his 6 knuckles. Let's get down to business. Luffy, even in his agony, heard him and got cautious, bringing his wings over his body. But he was a bit too late again, as 6 bullets smashed into his body. 5 pierced his wings while 1 managed to dig itself into his shoulder. Now that he didn't have armament hockey, Sparky's bullets were able to hurt him. Even without hockey, Luffy's body was far more tougher because of his mythical zone. So, Sparky's bullets were just able to dig into his skin. But they were no ordinary bullets. Suddenly, Luffy started feeling a lot weaker and his devil fruit powers started to retreat back into him. Shit. Cough. Sea stone bullets. He grunted as he tried to take out the bullets from his shoulders. But the bullets were stuck to his skin and wouldn't move, making him commit to a useless struggle. The man was on his knees as he felt his powers slip away, making him go through a coughing fit again. R. A grinding noise made the Blackbeard pirate look up and see the 6-armed monkey with a chainsaw and a hockey mask. Specialized chainsaw with sea stone edges. Made it after I saw one of my crewmates have fun with his powers. Honestly, when you put Anchor and Usopp together, you can make some great stuff, Sparky grinned as Luffy started backing off in the opposite direction with fear evident in his eyes. The mask just had some flavor to your misery. Or that's what Luffy said. Bahahaha. Mythical zones are pretty rare. Even rarer than some logia. We have a good food collection back in the ship. But you have far too many limbs for my liking. Let's fix that. And no. Sparky's eyes glinted as his grin widened in a dark tone. Oh, yes. Come to Papa, birdie. With that, he started his chainsaw and jumped toward the Blackbeard pirate. The forest was laced with the screams of a man and the laughter of a monkey. Chapter 296 Luffy's Pop. I jumped through the air, nearing the fight between Ace and Blackbeard. The damn fat bastard was a giant octopus now. Just great. How many devil fruits did the bastard have anyways? Or was the power from the Yami Yami no Mi? I shrugged. In the series, there were other people who had shown the ability to make animalistic constructs with their powers. But this thing, this kraken-like creature, just felt different. The beast was huge and horrifying, made out of shadows that looked semi-solid in a way. Its large head sported 2 eyes that were pitch black in color, And along with it, it also had a beast-like maw that could easily feed on lesser sea kings. All in all, it was most definitely this world's version of the Kraken. I could clearly see Ace struggling with it even from this distance, his little form jolting from one point to another, fighting the monster. And it seemed like he needed some help. Even though the situation was serious, I ironically found the scene funny. Give Ace a pair of chugs and cat ears. And with Teach's tentacles, this would be a whole other fight. I mused at that scene in my head. I quickly shook those thoughts away as I started to get near them. As I passed through the sky, I saw that Sanji had to go off in the distance, carrying the wounded forms of Zoro and Kuina. Both of them looked quite roughed up. But I couldn't get a better look at them as Sanji had sped away, not seeing me. I didn't mind. My observation hockey picked up Sparky facing off against someone. As I skywalked over them, I gave my six-armed friend a nod. He was fighting some kind of bird monster hybrid, maybe Burgess? But he shouldn't have a fruit by now. I shrugged, who knows? But I didn't care. Sparky seemed to be in a favorable position. And I didn't want him to cut his fight short. Sparky was the first member of my crew. And he was also my best buddy. He needed some alone monkey time for himself. Sparky's powers are quite overpowering. And over the years, he had refined it to a degree now that he could give even experienced fighters a run for their money. I also knew he was kind of like a glass cannon nowadays as he didn't have armament hockey. Sparky seems to be physically going through changes. His human-like voice wasn't his only change. He's also gained a few inches in height. Maybe he was going through a growth sprout or something? Maybe that's why he didn't awaken his armament hockey. Maybe he was too young for it, or his body wasn't ready for the color of armament yet. Who knows? But at the same time, I also realized that there was no other fight going on. It seems the fight with Aramaki took way longer than I realized. Is that what they say about good times always feeling short? I really took my sweet time ripping him apart. As I neared the fighting location between Ace and Teach, I had to stop midair when a pillar of fire rose out from the ground, destroying anything and everything in its path. Boom. Several other eruptions of flames occurred, charring the area. The flames were so great that it literally melted the rocks that were on the ground, turning it into a field of lava. And Teach's Kraken form was right in the middle of the attack. Ag. The large tentacle monster gave out a painful roar that shook the earth. It seems even with a bigger size difference Teach was still feeling pain from Ace's attacks. It also made me realize that it was no shadow construct. Another devil fruit? I actually thought that Ace's attacks would be ineffective against it, since it was made out of shadows and all. But it seems I was wrong. That brought the obvious question of why he's going big like this. What was the benefit anyways?